A Dead Secret by Lafcadio Hearn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrated by Tony Scheinman. A Dead Secret by Lafcadio Hearn. A long time ago, in the province of Tamba, there lived a rich merchant named Inamuraya Gensuke. He had a daughter called Osono. As she was very clever and pretty, he thought it would be a pity to let her grow up with only such teaching as the country teachers could give her. So he sent her, in care of some trusty attendants, to Kyoto, that she might be trained in the polite accomplishments taught to the ladies of the capital. After she had thus been educated, she was married to a friend of her father's family, a merchant named Nagaraya, and she lived happily with him for nearly 4 years. They had one child, a boy. But Osono fell ill and died in the 4th year after her marriage. On the night after the funeral of Osono, her little son said that his mamma had come back and was in the room upstairs. She had smiled at him, but would not talk to him, so he became afraid and ran away. Then some of the family went upstairs to the room which had been Osono's, and they were startled to see, by the light of a small lamp which had been kindled before a shrine in that room, the figure of the dead mother. She appeared as if standing in front of a tansu, or chest of drawers, that still contained her ornaments and her wearing apparel. Her head and shoulders could be very distinctly seen, but from the waist downwards the figure thinned into invisibility. It was like an imperfect reflection of her, and transparent as a shadow on water. Then the folk were afraid and left the room. Below they consulted together, and the mother of Osono's husband said, "A woman is fond of her small things, and Osono was much attached to her belongings. Perhaps she has come back to look at them. Many dead persons will do that, unless the things be given to the parish temple. If we present Osono's robes and girdles to the temple, her spirit will probably find rest." It was agreed that this should be done as soon as possible. So on the following morning the drawers were emptied, and all of Osono's ornaments and dresses were taken to the temple. But she came back the next night and looked at the tansu as before. And she came back also on the night following, and the night after that, and every night. And the house became a house of fear. The mother of Osono's husband then went to the parish temple and told the chief priest all that had happened, and asked for ghostly counsel. The temple was a Zen temple, and the head priest was a learned old man known as Daigen Osho. He said, "There must be something about which she is anxious, in or near that tansu." "But we emptied all the drawers," replied the woman. "There is nothing in the tansu." "Well," said Daigen Osho, "tonight I shall go to your house and keep watch in that room. You must give orders that no person shall enter the room while I am watching, unless I call." After sundown, Daigen Osho went to the house and found the room made ready for him. He remained there alone, reading the sutras, and nothing appeared until after the hour of the rat. Then the figure of Osono suddenly outlined itself in front of the tansu. Her face had a wistful look, and she kept her eyes fixed upon the tansu. The priest uttered the holy formula prescribed in such cases, and then, addressing the figure by the kaimyo of Osono, said, "I have come here in order to help you. Perhaps in that tansu there is something about which you have reason to feel anxious. Shall I try to find it for you?" The shadow appeared to give assent by a slight motion of the head, and the priest, rising, opened the top drawer. It was empty. Successively he opened the second, the third, and the 4th drawer. He searched carefully, behind them and beneath them. He carefully examined the interior of the chest. He found nothing, but the figure remained gazing as wistfully as before. "What can she want?" thought the priest. Suddenly it occurred to him that there might be something hidden under the paper with which the drawers were lined. He removed the lining of the first drawer. Nothing. He removed the lining of the second and third drawers. Still nothing. But under the lining of the lowermost drawer he found a letter. "Is this the thing about which you have been troubled?" he asked. The shadow of the woman turned toward him, her faint gaze fixed upon the letter. "Shall I burn it for you?" he asked. She bowed before him. "It shall be burned in the temple this very morning," he promised, "and no one shall read it, except myself." The figure smiled and vanished. Dawn was breaking as the priest descended the stairs to find the family waiting anxiously below. "Do not be anxious," he said to them. "She will not appear again." And she never did. The letter was burned. It was a love letter written by Osono in the time of her studies at Kyoto. But the priest alone knew what was in it, and the secret died with him. End of A Dead Secret by Lafcadio Hearn. Diplomacy by Lafcadio Hearn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrated by Tony Scheinman. Diplomacy by Lafcadio Hearn. It had been ordered that the execution should take place in the garden of the yashiki, so the man was taken there and made to kneel down in a wide, sanded space crossed by a line of tobi-ishi, or stepping stones, such as you may still see in Japanese landscape gardens. His arms were bound behind him. Retainers brought water in buckets and rice bags filled with pebbles, and they packed the rice bags round the kneeling man, so wedging him in that he could not move. The master came and observed the arrangements. He found them satisfactory, and made no remarks. Suddenly the condemned man cried out to him, "Honored sir, the fault for which I have been doomed I did not wittingly commit. It was only my very great stupidity which caused the fault. Having been born stupid by reason of my karma, I could not always help making mistakes. But to kill a man for being stupid is wrong, and that wrong will be repaid. So surely as you kill me, so surely shall I be avenged. Out of the resentment that you provoke will come the vengeance, and evil will be rendered for evil." If any man be killed while feeling strong resentment, the ghost of that person will be able to take vengeance upon the killer. This the samurai knew. He replied very gently, almost caressingly, "We shall allow you to frighten us as much as you please, after you are dead. But it is difficult to believe that you mean what you say. Will you try to give us some sign of your great resentment, after your head has been cut off?" "Assuredly I will," answered the man. "Very well," said the samurai, drawing his long sword. "I am now going to cut off your head. Directly in front of you there is a stepping stone. After your head has been cut off, try to bite the stepping stone. If your angry ghost can help you to do that, some of us may be frightened. Will you try to bite the stone?" "I will bite it!" cried the man in great anger. "I will bite it! I will bite—" There was a flash, a swish, a crunching thud. The bound body bowed over the rice sacks, 2 long blood jets pumping from the shorn neck, and the head rolled upon the sand. Heavily toward the stepping stone it rolled. Then, suddenly bounding, it caught the upper edge of the stone between its teeth, clung desperately for a moment, and dropped inert. No one spoke, but the retainers stared in horror at their master. He seemed to be quite unconcerned. He merely held out his sword to the nearest attendant, who, with a wooden dipper, poured water over the blade from haft to point, and then carefully wiped the steel several times with sheets of soft paper. And thus ended the ceremonial part of the incident. For months thereafter, the retainers and the domestics lived in ceaseless fear of ghostly visitation. None of them doubted that the promised vengeance would come, and their constant terror caused them to hear and to see much that did not exist. They became afraid of the sound of the wind in the bamboos, afraid even of the stirring of shadows in the garden. At last, after taking counsel together, they decided to petition their master to have a segaki service performed on behalf of the vengeful spirit. "Quite unnecessary," the samurai said, when his chief retainer had uttered the general wish. "I understand that the desire of a dying man for revenge may be a cause of fear, but in this case there is nothing to fear." The retainer looked at his master beseechingly, but hesitated to ask the reason of the alarming confidence. "Oh, the reason is simple enough," declared the samurai, divining the unspoken doubt. "Only the very last intention of the fellow could have been dangerous, and when I challenged him to give me the sign, I diverted his mind from the desire of revenge. He died with the set purpose of biting the stepping stone, and that purpose he was able to accomplish. But nothing else. All the rest he must have forgotten, so you need not feel any further anxiety about the matter." And indeed, the dead man gave no more trouble. Nothing at all happened. End of Diplomacy by Lafcadio Hearn.
The Dream Snake by Robert E. Howard. This is a LibriVox recording. All recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barbara Youngstrom. The Dream Snake by Robert E. Howard. The night was strangely still. As we sat upon the wide veranda, gazing out over the broad shadowy lawns, the silence of the hour entered our spirits, and for a long while no one spoke. Then far across the dim mountains that fringed the eastern skyline, a faint haze began to glow, and presently a great golden moon came up, making a ghostly radiance over the land and etching boldly the dark clumps of shadows that were trees. A light breeze came whispering out of the east, and the unmowed grass swayed before it in long, sinuous waves, dimly visible in the moonlight. And from among the group upon the veranda there came a swift gasp, a sharp intake of breath that caused us all to turn and gaze. Faming was leaning forward, clutching the arms of his chair, his face strange and pallid in the spectral light, a thin trickle of blood seeping from the lip in which he had set his teeth. Amazed, we looked at him, and suddenly he jerked about with a short, snarling laugh. "There's no need of gawking at me like a flock of sheep," he said irritably, and stopped short. We sat bewildered, scarcely knowing what sort of reply to make, and suddenly he burst out again. "Now I guess I'd better tell the whole thing, or you'll be going off and putting me down as a lunatic. Don't interrupt me, any of you. I want to get this thing off my mind. You all know that I am not a very imaginative man. But there's a thing, purely a figment of imagination, that has haunted me since babyhood. A dream." He fairly cringed back in his chair as he muttered, "A dream, and God, what a dream! The first time, no, I can't remember the first time I ever dreamed it. I've been dreaming the hellish thing ever since I can remember. Now it's like this. There is a sort of bungalow set upon a hill in the midst of wide grasslands. Not unlike this estate, but this scene is in Africa, and I am living there with a sort of servant, a Hindu. Just why I am there is never clear to my waking mind, though I am always aware of the reason in my dreams. As a man of a dream, I remember my past life, a life in which no way corresponds to my waking life, but when I am awake, my subconscious mind fails to transmit these impressions. However, I think that I am a fugitive from justice, and the Hindu is also a fugitive. How the bungalow came to be there, I can never remember, nor do I know in what part of Africa it is, though these things are all known to my dream self. But the bungalow is a small one, of very few rooms, and is situated on the top of a hill, as I said. There are no other hills about, and the grasslands stretch to the horizon in every direction, knee-high in some places, waist-high in others. Now the dream always opens as I am coming up the hill, just as the sun is beginning to set. I am carrying a broken rifle, and I've been on a hunting trip. How the rifle was broken and the full details of the trip I clearly remember dreaming, but never upon waking. It is just as if a curtain were suddenly raised and the drama began, or just as if I were suddenly transferred to another man's body and life, remembering past years of that life and not cognizant of any other existence. And that is the hellish part of it. As you know, most of us, dreaming, are at the back of our consciousness, aware that we are dreaming. No matter how horrible the dream may become, we know that it is a dream, and thus insanity or possible death is staved off. But in this particular dream, there is no such knowledge. I tell you, it is so vivid, so complete in every detail, that I wonder sometimes if that is not my real existence, and this a dream. But no, for then I should have been dead years ago. As I was saying, I come up the hill, and the first thing I'm cognizant of is that out of the ordinary is a sort of track leading up the hill in an irregular way. That is, the grass is mashed down, as if something heavy has been dragged over it. But I pay no especial attention to it, for I am thinking with some irritation that the broken rifle I carry is my only arm, and now I must forgo hunting until I can send for another. You see, I remember thoughts and impressions of the dream itself, of the occurrences of the dream. It is the memories of that dream I have, of that other dream existence that I cannot remember. So, I come up the hill and enter the bungalow. The doors are open and the Hindu is not there. But the main room is in confusion. Chairs are broken, a table overturned. The Hindu's dagger is lying on the floor, but there is no blood anywhere. Now, in my dreams, I never remember the other dreams, as sometimes one does. Always it is the first dream, the first time. I always experience the same sensations in my dreams with as vivid a force as the first time I ever dreamed. So, I am not able to understand this. The Hindu is gone, but, thus I ruminate, standing in the center of the disordered room, what did away with him? Had it been a raiding party of Negroes, they would have looted the bungalow and probably burned it. Had it been a lion, the place would have been smeared with blood. Then suddenly I remember the track I saw going up the hill, and a cold hand touches my spine, for instantly the whole thing is clear. The thing that came up from the grasslands and wrought havoc in the little bungalow could be naught else except a giant serpent. And as I think of the size of the spoor, cold sweat beads my forehead and the broken rifle shakes in my hand. Then I rush to the door in a wild panic, my only thought to make a dash for the coast. But the sun has set, and dusk is stealing across the grasslands. And out there somewhere, lurking in the tall grass, is that grisly thing, that horror. God! The ejaculation broke from his lips with such feeling that all of us started, not realizing the tension we had reached. There was a second's silence, then he continued. So I bolt the doors and windows, light the lamp I have, and take my stand in the middle of the room. And I stand like a statue, waiting, listening. After a while, the moon comes up, and her haggard light drifts through the windows. And I stand still in the center of the room. The night is very still, something like this night, The breeze occasionally whispers through the grass, and each time I start and clench my hands until the nails bite into the flesh and the blood trickles down my wrists, and I stand there and wait and listen, but it does not come that night. The sentence came suddenly and explosively, and an involuntary sigh came from the rest, a relaxing of tension. I am determined, if I live the night through, to start for the coast early the next morning, taking my chance out there in the grim grasslands with it. But with morning I dare not. I do not know in what direction the monster went. I dare not risk coming upon him out in the open, unarmed as I am. So as in a maze, I remain at the bungalow, and ever my eyes turn toward the sun lurching relentlessly down the sky toward the horizon. Oh, God, if I could but halt the sun in the sky. The man was in the clutch of some terrific power. His words fairly leaped at us. Then the sun rocks down the sky, and the long gray shadows come stalking across the grasslands. Dizzy with fear, I have bolted the doors and windows and lighted the lamp long before the last faint glow of the twilight fades. The light from the windows may attract the monster, but I dare not stay in the dark. And again, I take my stand in the center of the room, waiting. There was a shuddersome halt. Then he continued, barely above a whisper, moistening his lips. There is no knowing how long I stand there. Time has ceased to be, and each second is an eon. Each minute is an eternity stretching into endless eternities. Then God, but what is that? He leaned forward, the moonlight etching his face into such a mask of horrified listening that each of us shivered and flung a hasty glance over our shoulders. Not the night breeze this time, he whispered. Something makes the grasses swish, swish, as if a great, long, pliant weight were being dragged through them. Above the bungalow it swishes, then ceases. In front of the door, then the hinges creak, creak. The door begins to bulge inward, a small bit, then some more. The man's arms were held in front of him, as if braced strongly against something, and his breath came in quick gasps. And I know I should lean against the door and hold it shut, but I do not. I cannot move. I stand there like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. But the door holds. Again that sigh, expressive of pent-up feeling. He drew a shaky hand across his brow, and all night I stand in the center of that room, as motionless as an image, except to turn slowly as the swish-swish of the grass marks the fiend's course about the house. Ever I keep my eyes in the direction of that soft, sinister sound. Sometimes it ceases for an instant, or for several minutes, and then I stand scarcely breathing. For a horrible obsession has it that the serpent has in some way made its entrance into the bungalow, and I start and whirl this way and that, frightfully fearful of making a noise, though I know not why, but ever with the feeling that the thing is at my back. Then the sounds commence again, and I freeze motionless. Now here is the only time that my consciousness, which guides my waking hours, ever in any way pierces the veil of dreams. I am in the dream in no way conscious that it is a dream, but in a detached sort of way, my other mind recognizes certain facts and passes them on to my sleeping, shall I say, ego. That is to say, my personality is for an instant truly dual and separate to an extent, as the right and left arms are separate while making up parts of the same entity. My dreaming mind has no cognizance of my higher mind. For the time being, the other mind is subordinated, and the subconscious mind is in full control, to such an extent that it does not even recognize the existence of the other. But the conscious mind, now sleeping, is cognizant of dim thought waves emanating from the dream mind. I know that I have not made this entirely clear, but the fact remains that I know that my mind, conscious and subconscious, is near to ruin. My obsession of fear as I stand there in my dream is that the serpent will raise itself and peer into the window at me, and I know in my dream if this occurs I shall go insane. And so vivid is the impression imparted to my conscious, now sleeping mind, that the thought waves stir in the dim seas of sleep, and somehow I can feel my sanity rocking as my sanity rocks in my dream. Back and forth it totters and sways until the motion takes on a physical aspect, and I in my dream am swaying from side to side. Not always is the sensation the same, but I tell you, if that horror ever raises its terrible shape and leers at me, if I ever see the fearful thing in my dream, I shall become stark, wild, insane. There was a restless movement among the rest. God, but what a prospect, he muttered. To be insane and forever dreaming that same dream night and day. But there I stand, and centuries go by. But at last a dim gray light begins to steal through the windows. The swishing dies away in the distance, and presently a red, haggard sun climbs the eastern sky. Then I turn about and gaze into a mirror, and my hair has become perfectly white. I stagger to the door and fling it wide. There is nothing in sight but a wide track leading down the hill through the grasslands, in the opposite direction from that which I would take toward the coast. And with a shriek of maniacal laughter, I dash down the hill and race across the grasslands. I race until I drop from exhaustion. Then I lie until I can stagger up and go on. All day I keep this up with superhuman effort, spurred on by the horror behind me. And ever as I hurl myself forward on weakening legs, ever as I lie gasping for breath, I watch the sun with a terrible eagerness. How swiftly the sun travels when a man races it for life! A losing race it is, as I know when I watch the sun sinking toward the skyline, and the hills which I'd hoped to gain ere sundown seemingly as far away as ever. His voice was lowered, and instinctively we leaned towards him. He was gripping the chair arms, and the blood was seeping from his lip. Then the sun sets, and the shadows come, and I stagger on and fall and rise and reel on again, and I laugh, laugh, laugh. Then I cease, for the moon comes up and throws the grasslands in ghostly and silvery relief. The light is white across the land, though the moon itself is like blood. And I look back the way I have come, and far back. All of us leaned farther towards him, our hair a prickle. His voice came like a ghostly whisper. Far back, I see the grass waving. There is no breeze, but the tall grass parts and sways in the moonlight in a narrow, sinuous line. Far away, but nearing every instant. His voice died away. Somebody broke the ensuing stillness, and then I awake. Never yet have I seen the foul monster, but that is the dream that haunts me, and from which I have awakened in my childhood screaming, in my manhood in a cold sweat. At irregular intervals I dream it, and each time lately. He hesitated, then went on. Each time lately, the thing has been getting closer, closer. The waving of the grass marks his progress, and he nears me with each dream. And when he reached me, then he stopped short, then without a word rose abruptly and entered the house. The rest of us sat silent for a while, then followed him, for it was late. How long I slept I do not know, but I woke suddenly with the impression that somewhere in the house someone had laughed, long, loud, and hideously, as a maniac laughs. Starting up, wondering if I had been dreaming, I rushed from my room just as a truly horrible shriek echoed through the house. The place was now alive with other people who had been awakened, and all of us rushed to Faming's room, whence the sounds had seemed to come. Faming lay dead upon the floor, where it seemed he had fallen in some terrific struggle. There was no mark upon him, but his face was terribly distorted, as the face of a man who had been crushed by some superhuman force, such as some gigantic snake. End of the Dream Snake.
The Ghoul and the Corpse by G.A. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. This is Chris Bonner's tale, not mine. Please remember that. I positively will not stand sponsor for it. I used to have a deal of faith in Chris Bonner's veracity, but that is a thing of the past. He is a liar without conscience. I as good as told him so to his face. I wonder what kind of fool he thinks I am. Attend now, and you shall hear that remarkable tale he told me. It was, and is, a lie. I shall always think so. He came marching into my igloo up there at Aurora Bay. That is in Alaska, no, on the Arctic Sea. I had in the back country trading for pelts for a New York concern, and due to bad luck I didn't reach the coast until the third day after the last steamer out had gone. And there I was marooned for the winter without chance of getting out until spring, with a few dozen ignorant Indians for companions. Thank heaven I had plenty of white man's grub in tins. As I said, here came Chris Bonner marching in on me the same as you would go down the block a few doors to call on a neighbor. "And where the devil did you drop in from?" I demanded, helping him off with a stiff parka. "Down there," he answered, jerking an elbow toward the south. "Let's have something to eat, McNeil. I'm hungry as hell. Look at the pack, will you?" I had already looked at the pack he had cast off his shoulders to the fur-covered floor of the igloo. It was as lean as a starved hound. I heated a can of beef bouillon and some beans and made a pot of coffee over the blubber-fat fire that served for both heat and light, and put these and some crackers before my guest. He tore into his meal wolfishly. "Now, a pipe and some tobacco, McNeil," he ordered, pushing the empty dishes aside. I gave him one of my pipes and my tobacco pouch. He filled and lighted up. He seemed to relish the smoke. I imagine he hadn't had one for some time. He sat silent for a while staring into the flickering flame. "Say, McNeil," he spoke at length, "what do you know about a theory that says once on a time this old world of ours revolved on its axis in a different plane? I've heard it said the earth tipped up about 70 degrees. What do you know about it?" That was a queer thing for Chris Bonner to ask. He was Simon Pure Prospector, and I had never known him to get far away from the subject of mining and prospecting. He had been hunting gold from Panama to the Arctic Circle for the past 30 years. "No more than you do, probably," I answered his question. "I've heard of that theory too. I'd say it is any man's guess. This theory holds that the North Pole used to be where the equator is now," he said. "Do you believe that?" "I don't know anything about it, Chris," I replied. "But I do know that they had found things up this way that are now generally recognized as being peculiarly tropical in nature." "What, for instance?" "Palms and ferns, a species of parrot, saber-toothed tigers, and also mastodons, members of the elephant family. All fossils and parts of skeletons, you understand?" "No human beings, McNeil? Any skeletons or fossils of those up this way?" "Never heard of it. Prehistoric people are being found in England and France, however." "Huh," he said. He pondered, puffing at his pipe, his eyes on the fire. He looked perplexed about something. "Look here, McNeil," he said suddenly. "Say a man dies. He's dead, ain't he?" "No doubt of it," I laughed, wondering. "Couldn't come to life again, eh?" "Hardly. Not if he were really dead. I've heard of cases of suspended animation. The heart apparently quits beating for 1, 2, or possibly 10 minutes. It doesn't, in fact, though. It's simply that its beating can't be detected. When a man's heart stops beating, he's dead." Bonner nodded. "Suspended animation," he muttered, more to himself than to me. "That must be it. That's the only thing that'll explain it. Nothing else will. If it could cover a period of 10 minutes, why not a period of 20 or even 100,000 years? If you'd like to turn in and get some rest, Chris, I'll fix you up," I broke in. He caught the significance of my tone and grinned. "You think I'm crazy, eh?" he said. "I'm not. It's a wonder, though, considering what I've seen and what I've... Here, Let me show you something." He thrust a hand into his lean pack and brought forth an object that at first glance I thought to be a butcher's knife. He handed it to me, and I at once saw that it was not a butcher's knife as I knew such knives. It was a curious sort of knife, and one for which a collector of the antique would have paid a good money. It was a very dark color, almost black, corroded, it seemed to me, as if it had lain for a long time in a damp cellar. It was in one piece, the handle about 5 inches long and the blade perhaps 10 inches. Both edges of the blade were sharp and the end was pointed like a dagger. And it certainly wasn't steel. I scratched one side of the blade with my thumbnail and exposed a creamy yellow under the veneer of black. "Part of that's blood you scraped away, McNeil," Bonner said. "Now, what's that knife made of?" I examined the yellow spot closely. The knife was made of ivory. Not the kind of ivory I was acquainted with, however. It was a very much coarser grain than any ivory I had ever seen. "That came out of a mastodon's tusk, McNeil," Bonner said. I looked at him. He was nodding seriously. He apparently believed what he said at any rate. "Nice curio, Chris," I commented, handing the thing back to him. "Heirloom, no doubt. Picked it up in one of the Indian villages, eh?" He did not speak at once. He sat puffing, looking at the fire. Once he puckered his brows in a deep frown, waited. "I've been prospecting as usual," he said at length. "Down there, around the headquarters of the Tukuvuk. It's an awful place. Nobody ever goes there. The Indians tell me the spirits of the dead live there. I can believe it. It's an ideal place for imps and devils. And I was right through the heart of it. I believe I'm the first. No matter how I got there. I came up from the south last summer. You see, I had an idea there was gold in the country. The place where I finally settled down was in a little valley on one of the branches of the Tukuvuk between two ranges of hills, running from 500 to maybe 3,000 feet high. Messy-looking place it was, all littered up, as if the Lord had a few sizable chunks of stuff left over and just threw them down there to be out of the way. But the gold was there. I could almost smell it. I've been getting some mighty nice color in my pan. That's what made me decide to stay there. I got it there about the middle of July and spent the rest of the summer sinking holes in the edge of the creek and along the benches above. What I found indicated that there was a mighty rich vein of the yellow metal thereabouts, with one end of it laying in a pocket of the stuff. If I could locate that pocket, I thought, I'd have the United States Treasury backed off the map. But I wasn't able to run the pocket down by taking bearings from my holes because the holes didn't line up in any particular direction. What with my interest in trying to get a line on that pocket, I didn't notice that the season was getting late, but I'd brought in enough grub to last the winter through, so that didn't matter. Just the same, it was up to me to get some sort of shelter over my head. So I hustled up a one-room shack about 12 by 12 I cut from the timber on the slopes with my hand axe. Nothing fancy, but tight enough. I put in a fireplace and cut and stacked a lot of wood outside. That done, winter was on me. I simply couldn't resist the temptation to have one more try at finding the pocket that spewed the yellow metal all around there. As I said, I got no information from the holes sunk, and it was pure guesswork. I guessed I'd find my pocket on the side of a certain hill, about 200 feet above the creek level. A glacier followed down the side of that hill through a little gully, and my idea was that the ice ground away at the pocket and brought the metal down to the creek, and the creek scattered it. This theory was borne out to some extent by the fact that my best showings of color always came from a point a little below the conjunction of the creek and the glacier. It was snowing the morning I took my pan and shovel and started up the side of the hill, keeping to the edge of the glacier. It wasn't much of a glacier for size, say about 15 feet wide. I could see it winding up the side of the hill until it went out of sight through a cleft about 1,000 feet up, fed by a lake up there probably. I had climbed the hill maybe 100 feet, following the edge of the glacier, when I caught sight of a dark blotch in the edge of the ice. It was about 2 feet under the surface. I brushed away the film of snow to have a look. The ice was as clear as crystal, of a blue color. And what do you know, McNeil? It was a man's body. He paused and gave me a quick glance. He wanted to see how I took that, I presume. The body of a man, he went on. and the queerest looking man I ever saw in my life. He was lying on his belly, and I didn't get a look at the front of him just then, but I knew it was a man all right. He was covered all over with long hair, like a bear, say. Not a stitch of clothes. "What did you do?" I asked. Why, I was that surprised I let my pan and shovel drop and stared at the damn thing with the eyes near popping out of my head. What would anybody do finding a hair-covered thing like that frozen in a glacier? I won't deny I was a bit scared, McNeil. Well, I stood there staring at the thing for I don't know how long. It didn't occur to me then to ask myself how the thing got there. Certainly the idea of fossils or prehistoric men didn't enter my head. I didn't think much about anything. I just stood there gaping. You know me, McNeil. I guess I'm pretty soft-hearted in some respects. I'd stopped to bury a dead dog I found on the road. I knew I wouldn't rest easy until I'd cut that thing out of the glacier and given it decent burial. Moreover, I didn't want it where I'd be seeing it when I went to work on the hillside in the spring. And it would surely be there in the spring, because I imagined that glacier didn't move an inch a year. So I went back to the shack and got my axe, and with none too good a heart for the job, turned to and made the chips fly. It took me about 3 hours to get the thing out of the glacier. You see, as I came down to it, I went slow. I don't care to hack even a dead man. Say, McNeil, can you imagine what it meant to me, digging a corpse out of the glacier, down there on the side of a hill in that devil-ridden country? No, you can't, and that's the truth. You have to go through it to know. It was hell. I don't want any more of it in mine, nor what followed either. What was that? I asked when he deliberated. You'll hear, he answered and went on. I got the thing out at last, little chunks of ice clinging to it, and dragged it ashore, if a glacier was ashore. It froze me to look at the thing with those little chunks of ice sticking to the long hair. Once, at Dawson, I'd seen a man pulled out of the Yukon, ice clinging to him. That was different, though. At Dawson, there was a crowd to sort of buck a man up. I turned the thing over on its back to see what it looked like in front. Well, said I. You have seen apes, McNeil? This thing looked like that? I countered, beginning to connect up his first queer question with what he was telling me. You don't mean it, Chris. I'm telling you, he nodded solemnly. An ape man, that's what it was. More man than ape, if you ask me. For instance, the face was flatter than an ape's, and the forehead and chin were more pronounced. The nose was flat, but it wasn't an ape's nose. And the hands and feet were like those of a man. Oh, it was a man all right. The thing that convinced me, I think, was a knife gripped in its hand. The knife you have there? I inquired. The very knife, he answered. What then, Chris? I urged him to go on. I had a good look at the thing and started for my shack. Yes, McNeil, I ran. And I'm not ashamed to say so. It scared me. Ugliest thing I ever saw. Eyes wide open, glaring and glinting, and the thick lips parted to show the nastiest set of fangs I ever saw in the mouth of a man or beast. Why, I tell you, the damn thing looked alive. No wonder I scooted. You would have done the same. Anybody would. Back in the shack, I sat down on my bunk to think it over. And it was while I sat there trying to puzzle it out that I remembered that theory about the earth tipping over. That gave me a hint of what I had run up against. Of course, I had heard about fossils and parts of the skeletons of prehistoric men being found. Had I found not a fossil or part of a skeleton, but the prehistoric man himself? That knocked the wind out of me. If that were the case, my name would go down in history, and I would be asked to give lectures before scientific societies and such. Consider it, McNeil. I tell you, I couldn't quite grasp the thing. It was incredible. There I was in this year of our Lord, with the intact corpse of a man who had lived God only knows how many centuries ago. That body, understand, could well be the key to the mystery of the origin of mankind. It might possibly settle the Darwinian theory forever, one way or the other. It was a pretty serious business for me, don't you see? Well, I decided to preserve the thing until I could get out and make a report of the find. But how to preserve it? Of course, if I had left it in the glacier, it would have kept indefinitely, like a side of beef in cold storage. I was afraid to put it back in the hole in the glacier and freeze it in again with the water I carried from the creek. The creek water might exert some chemical action that would ruin the thing, and if I let it lay where it was, the snow would cover it, form a warm blanket, and probably cause it to decompose. Then I'd have nothing left but the skeleton. I wanted to save the thing just as I had found it. Maybe the scientist would find a way to embalm it. I finally hit on the plan of keeping it in an ice pack. That would turn the trick until the weather took on the job. It hadn't turned bitter cold yet, I tell you. It was a nasty job keeping that thing iced with chunks I chopped from the glacier. And to make it worse, the weather stayed moderate for a couple of weeks. Then suddenly the mercury in my little thermometer went down with a rush, and it got stinging cold. I carried the thing to the shack and stood it up against the wall outside where it couldn't be covered with snow, and lashed it there. Can you imagine me going to sleep in my bunk in the shack every night after that, with that thing standing against the wall outside, not 2 feet away? Of course you can't. It frazzled my nerves, and more than once I was tempted to cut a hole in the ice on the creek and chuck the damn thing in where I'd never see it again. But no, I had to save it for the scientist and get my name in history. That idea got an obsession with me. I knew well enough that if I ever told people the tale I'm telling you now without some proof of it, I'd get laughed at. No doubt of it, I sneered. The days went by, he continued, ignoring my sneer, and more the thing outside kept getting on my nerves. The sun went south, and from one day to another I never saw it. The never-ending night was bad enough, but when you add the northern lights and the howling of the wolves, you've got a condition that breaks a man if he is not careful. Furthermore, there was that ugly-looking devil outside to think about. I was thinking about that thing constantly, and so I couldn't sleep. If I shut my eyes, I'd see it anyhow, and if I went to sleep, I'd have a nightmare over it. Now and then I'd go out and stand there in the starlight or the aurora looking at it. It fascinated me, yet the sight of the thing gave me the creeps. Finally, I began taking a club or my rifle along when I went to look at it. Got afraid the thing would come alive and try to murder me with that knife. And that's the way of things for maybe 3 months and more. My thoughts all the time on that thing outside. Well, that couldn't go on, you know. One morning I woke up with the worst headache a man ever had. I thought my head would split wide open. My blood was like molten iron flowing through my veins. I knew what it was. Fever. I had thought and worried about the thing outside until it got me, and I was in for a brainstorm. I was as weak as a cat, but managed to build up a good fire and pack my bunk with all the blankets and furs I had and crawl in. I only hoped I wouldn't freeze to death when the fire went out. I no sooner got all set in the bunk than things let go. I went completely off. I can't say positively what happened for a few days after that. Seems like I remember, though, periods when I was semi-rational. I think once I got up to put more wood on the fire. Another time I saw that thing standing in the doorway, grinning at me like the devil it was. I shot at it with my rifle and later found a bullet in the door. My shooting couldn't have been a delusion at any rate. But the door was still fastened against the wolves and there were no tracks on the snow outside. Bonner paused to light his pipe and then went on. I don't know exactly how long I was out of my head. I had wound my watch before I crawled into the bunk for the first time, and I half remember I wound it again when I got up to put wood on the fire. And it was pretty well run down. It goes 40 yards without winding. Yet when my head cleared, it had stopped. I must have been off my nut about 4 days. Well, you can bet your bottom dollar I'd had enough of the prehistoric men hanging around the shack by that time. Let the scientists be damned. I was determined to get rid of that thing the quickest way possible. The quickest way, I thought, would be to get the corpse warm so it would decompose rapidly. Then I'd put it outside where the wolves and ravens would pick the bones clean. The scientists would have to be satisfied with the skeleton. So I made a big fire in the fireplace and got the shack good and hot, then went out and brought in the corpse. I got sick at the stomach on that job, but it was the only way. I didn't have the heart to leave the thing outside and build a fire over it out there. I try to respect the dead, even if the corpse is that of a man who had been dead several thousand years and looked more like an animal than a human being. I laid the thing on the door before the fireplace, then sat down on the bunk to wait. I watched it pretty close because, being dead so long, I thought when it got warm and started to decompose, it would go like butter. I didn't want the shack to be all smelled up with the stink of it. Probably half an hour went by. Then all of a sudden, I saw the thing quiver. "Your brainstorm returning," I interposed. "Wait," said Bonner sharply. "It quivered. Not much, but enough to notice. That sort of caught me." Then I reasoned that anything thawing out like that would naturally quiver a little. Maybe another 15 or 20 minutes passed. Then one of the legs moved, jerked sort of. It startled me. Remember, there I was, down there in those hills alone with that thing. I was pretty susceptible to weird influences, understand? Anyhow, the leg moved, and it sat up and asked for a drink of water, I could not help putting in. Bonner continued, paying no attention to my sarcasm. He seemed to be talking aloud to himself. I watched it like a hawk for some time after that. Then, as I didn't see it move any more, I stepped outside to get some more wood for the fire and to pull a few good breaths of cold air into my lungs. That shack was like the inside of an oven. When I went in again, I saw the damn thing had turned over on its back. Turned over on its back, I say. And there was a change in the eyes, too. They had a half-awake sort of look in them. A more alive look, understand. And breathing. Yes, sir, breathing. Why the thing didn't see me when I came in and shut the door, I don't know. But apparently it didn't. And believe me or not, the hand that held the knife was open, and the knife was lying on the floor apart from the body. Crazy? I tell you, no. I was as sane as I am now. I tell you, I saw these things with my own 2 eyes. Saw them just as plain as I see you now. I see you don't believe me, McNeil. Oh, well, I don't blame you. I hardly believe it myself sometimes. He uttered a little laugh. But there it was, just as I am telling you. And I was that gone when I saw that the thing had turned over on its back that I dropped the wood I had in my arm. The crash of it on the floor brought the thing to its feet on the jump. You needn't look at me like that. I tell you it did. I take my oath it did. There it was, crouched like a panther, readied for the spring, the eyes of it flashing like fire, its lips pulled back tight across the gums and the yellow fangs showing. Can you see that? No, you can't. Bonner made an expressive gesture with one hand. Remarkable. But the thing hadn't seen me yet. It was looking at the fire. It was half turned toward me so I could see that. Suddenly it screamed in an outlandish gibberish and leaped to the fireplace and tried to gather in an armful of flames. I take it the thing had never seen fire before, didn't know what it was, probably imagined it some kind of wild animal. Naturally, the only thing it got out of that play was burned arms and hands, and the long hair sizzled and curled. It leaped back with a snarl, spitting that funny gibberish. Talk, I guess it was. It came from way down in the belly and sounded like pigs grunting. I tell you, McNeil, I was fair dead, but I had the sense left to try to help myself. My rifle was leaning against the bunk, and I made a quick dive for it. Then apparently the thing saw me for the first time. The way it glared at me with those glittering eyes was a caution. I didn't stop to argue. I snatched up the rifle, cocked it, and made a snapshot. The bullet caught the thing in the left breast, and the blood gushed. Of course you don't believe it, but blood, I tell you, gushed from the breast of a thing that had been frozen in a glacier for thousands of years. Well, here it came like a cyclone. I didn't have time to shoot again. Smell? That thing smelled like carrion. Almost strangled me. Maybe you know how the cage of a wild animal stings if it ain't cleaned out for a week or two. This thing smelled like that, only worse. I can smell it yet. Lord. Bonner wrinkled his nose and shivered. But there we were at grips, the thing making those belly noises and smellings like 1,000 garbage piles. It had the strength of 10 men, I sensed that. It jerked the rifle from me and bent the barrel of it double with a twist of the wrist. The barrel of a .38 caliber Winchester rifle bent it as easy as you or I would bend a piece of copper wire. Then we were at it, fighting like a couple of wildcats all over the shack. I'm no slouch of a man myself, McNeil, when it comes to a rough and tumble, but that thing handled me like a baby. I could see my finish. We threshed about the floor, me fighting like a devil, it fighting like 40 devils. We kicked into the fire and out again and scattered live coals all over the place, and the shack took fire. I was just about gone when my hand accidentally fell on the handle of the knife the thing had dropped on the floor. I hung on to it and poked away at that thing for all I was worth, driving the blade clean up to the hilt with every punch. "That knife?" I broke in. "This knife," answered Bonner. "There's a dried blood on it yet, but I think it was really the bullet that did the work. It must have cut an artery. Anyhow, the blood kept gushing out of the thing's breast. It got on my hands and made them slippery. I knew the thing couldn't pour out blood like that and keep going. That's what put the heart in me to keep on fighting. And as I say, I think it was a bullet that did the work in the long run. A lucky shot, otherwise I wouldn't be here now." I felt the thing sagging and going limp in my hands, and its grip began to relax. I saw my chance and put up a knee and broke the grip and kicked it away. It staggered around a moment or two, clutching its breast with its bloody paws, gnashing its fangs and glaring murder at me. Then it crashed down on the floor and fell smack into the flames. I saw plain enough there was no chance of saving the shack, so I snatched up what I could lay my hands on in the way of food and clothing and blankets and tore out. I don't remember putting the knife in my pocket, but that's where I found it later. The shack burned down to nothing, and that thing burned with it. Probably not a bone of it left. The scientists were out of luck, and the mystery of mankind would remain unsolved. I didn't stop to investigate, of course. My job was to make tracks. I knew about this village and came on. How I got here, I don't know. This is a terrible country to cross afoot in the winter. I turned my 10 huskies adrift to shift for themselves when I reached the valley where all this happened. I didn't have the grub to keep them going. I had to walk here. And that's all, McNeil. You can say what you please. I know what I saw with my own eyes, and you can't change my mind about it. Suspended animation? Yes, for a period of covering many centuries. It would be a mighty fine thing if we could picture what happened away back there when this old earth tipped over. Perhaps we'd see a man that was half ape, crossing a creek with a knife in his hand on the way to murder an enemy sleeping on the opposite bank. Then suddenly the earth tipped over. Climatic conditions in those days were such as to freeze things up in a flash. Things are held in the grip of the ice just as the dust and lava held them up in the days of Pompeii. And, well, who's to say what happened? Anything was possible. We don't know the conditions of those days. Anyhow, here I come thousands of years later and dig a man with a knife in his hand out of a glacier. I heat his body in order to decompose the flesh. Instead of decomposing, he comes to life and I have to kill him. He's been hibernating in a glacier for centuries. I don't know what to think about it. Bonner refilled and lighted his pipe, then looked at me questioningly. "Chris," I said, "I tell you frankly that I don't believe a word you have said. You tell me you were out of your head for a few days. That accounts for it. You had the jim jams and imagined all that. Then try to spring it on me as actual fact." He looked hurt. He looked at the knife in his hand steadily for several long moments, then thrust it toward me, his eyes boring into mine. "Then where in the hell," he demanded, "did I get this knife?" The End of The Ghoul and the Corpse by G.A. Wells.
The House on the Highway by August W. Derleth. From Weird Tales, June 1929. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. A brief ghost story is The House on the Highway by August Derleth. Well, I guess we're here to stay. Where are we? Somewhere in Wisconsin, between Madison and Sauk City, wherever that is. How far? About halfway, I take it. There's a hill marked on the map, Springfield Hill. That must be the place. Yes, Highway 12, Springfield Hill. I wonder if we could phone in somewhere. There doesn't seem to be a house in sight. Yes, there's one. Deserted? Guess so. No, there's a light. A lamp. They haven't got a phone. No, I guess not. Well, what'll we do? It's pretty near midnight. I suppose we'll have to try to get bunks for the night. Just as you say, Doc. The man called Doc climbed out of the car. He stood there in the drizzling rain while his companion followed him out. We'd better push the car off to the side. All right. The two men picked their way carefully through the muddy ruts of the road to the rear of the machine. In a few moments, the car was safely placed to the side of the road. Then the men made for the house. It was very dark, and the light of a lamp threw a dim glow around the solitary window through which it shone. Presently, they were knocking at the door. At first, there was no answer. They had to repeat the knock a second time. Then an old man opened the door and shambled out to them, peering at them closely from under bushy white eyebrows. "Hello," said Doc. "We're sorry to have to disturb you this time of night, but our car's broken down. We'd like to know if we can bunk here tonight." The old man shaded his eyes and looked out toward the road. "Yes," he said, "I suppose you can." "We'll be glad to pay you for the accommodation." "Oh, don't mind that," the old man was saying as he led them into a large room upon which the front door opened. "I'm used to company at all hours. No trouble at all. Glad to have you." In the light, the travelers had a better view of their host. He appeared very old. The white hair on his head was straggly, but his beard was full. His cheeks were sunken, but in his eyes there was a feverish gleam. He coughed violently once or twice. "Consumption, last stages," Doc whispered to his companion. "Do you live alone?" he asked the old man in a louder voice. "Yes," he answered, "for 7 years now. That was when my daughter left me." "Ran away?" "No," he shook his head, "just left. Got married, I expect." "Oh," said Doc, somewhat disconcerted. His companion cleared his throat and looked around vacantly. "Ever come to see you?" "No, hasn't got time. She's too busy nowadays." "Don't you miss her?" "Sometimes. Not much. I'm pretty used to living alone now." The man called Doc glanced around the room. It was almost devoid of furniture. A dilapidated table and 2 or 3 very old chairs stood about. That was all. Through the half-open door, he looked into the next room. There he could see a low couch, evidently the old man's bed. "I expect you will want to sleep." The old man rose and threw open the door to the next room, pointing to the couch. "There you are, if you can use it. I'd like to sleep myself, but I have always got lots of company during the night." "Company?" "Yes, along about this time. My wife and my sister, they've both been dead going on 14 years now." Doc looked at his companions. "Hallucinations," he muttered in an undertone. The old man coughed into a handkerchief that he had suddenly produced from somewhere. "Then there's my parents. They always come to me about 2 o'clock. And my son, who died 10 years ago. He comes pretty regular." "Well," said Doc, "I guess we'll turn in now." "Go right ahead. I know how it is to be sleepy all night. And if we disturb you, just rap on the door." Alone in their room, the two men looked at each other a moment in strained silence. "Is he crazy or what?" "Mildly, I suppose," answered Doc. "Delusions and hallucinations are pretty common in people in the last stages of consumption. Paranormal hallucinatory, one might call it. Too bad about his daughter leaving him." "That was funny. Did you notice the way he talked about her? Didn't seem to hold anything against her." "He's a specimen. Doesn't even seem to know what became of her, and doesn't care. Got married, I expect," he said. "And getting company at night. At first it made me wonder, But then he began to talk about his dead wife and sister. I knew he was somewhat unbalanced. Maybe he does get company. Neighbors dropping in on him just to humor him along. Possibly, at any rate. Well, I'm going to sleep. It's none of my business. He went over to the couch and sat down on it. Good Lord! This couch is damp. His companion went over to him. No wonder he's got consumption. The whole place smells musty as a deuce. It'll just take him a couple of months sooner, that's all. It was almost dawn when Doc woke up. He stretched himself and nudged his companion. I'm awake, Doc. Have been since 2 o'clock. What's the matter? Place too damp? No, I was trying to hear what the old man and his visitors were talking about. Visitors? Yes, he had all of a dozen or more. Neighbors or not, I don't know. They were all old codgers like himself. I looked out on them once. They're gone now, and the old man with them. All night they were talking and mumbling in some godforsaken language. I couldn't get a word. Doc began to laugh. That's the best ever. I can just see you losing sleep just to hear what the old fellow was talking about. Well, it's true, believe it or not. The old man was not in the room when they emerged from their damp chamber. Somehow, everything seemed older than it had looked in the light of the lamp. At sight of a patch of sunlight on the floor, Doc began to whistle. Though they looked, they could not find the old man. They left at last to find some place from which to telephone to the nearest town. From the road, they looked back at the house. It was very ramshackle, much more so than they had thought, and had all the marks of a deserted house. Somewhat off to the side, Doc noticed a for sale sign. Half an hour later, they came upon a farmhouse on the northern slope of the hill. Hello, they called to the man in the yard. The farmer looked up. Got a telephone we could use? Come in, called the farmer in return. You go right up to the house, he continued, as the travelers came closer, and my wife will show you where it is. Our car broke down last night, said Doc affably while his companion went on up to the house. That so? You look as if you slept in a car. Oh, we stayed at your neighbor's. Which neighbor? The old man who lives down the road a piece. Old, white-haired fellow? He's pretty sick, it looks to me. The farmer looked at him intently. You stayed at that place? He said, at last, in an incredulous voice. Yes, it's pretty damp, believe me, and musty. Ugh! Well, by God, the farmer was staring at him in frank disbelief. By God, I never would have believed it. From out of the house came the farmer's wife and Doc's companion. By God, said the farmer for the third time, and turned and saw his wife. That's his daughter, stranger. But that old man died of consumption 7 years ago, come next week. The end of The House on the Highway by August Derleth. The Inheritors by August W. Derleth. From Weird Tales, December 1929. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Story of a Lethal Curse. The Inheritors by August W. Derleth. There is no longer any valid reason for withholding the true facts of the tragedy at Hudson Heights from the public, and I chronicle these facts now in response to the pressure of public opinion. The matter really began with Mommsen's note of the 7th, asking me down for the 17th, or before if possible. Mommsen was an old chap, but always intensely interesting. Our mutual interest in archaeology had brought us together some years before. From the first, Mommsen had been interested in old houses. A mere interest had developed into a passion, and within a half-year preceding the note of the 7th, I heard from a mutual friend that he had finally acquired an old colonial mansion somewhere along the Hudson. He had named it, aptly enough, Hudson Heights. It was at this place that Mommsen met me at midday of the 17th. He was little changed except for the faint lines that appeared around his mouth and eyes. His hair, too, was graying at the temples. "I thought you weren't coming, old man. I'd about given up hope." He laughed as he took my suitcase, and again when I explained that I had been detained at the office. "I might have suspected that." He disappeared into another room with my belongings. When he returned, I began to question him. Could it be his birthday? I dare say I amused him, for he brushed my questions aside, explaining that he had called me down because he thought me the most reliable of all his acquaintances for the thing we were to go through. This was a point gained, and I urged him on. "You notice there's a striking lack of servants?" he asked. I nodded. I had noticed it and had intended to ask about it. In a house like this, and with the money that Mommsen made no secret of having, the absence of servants was inexcusable. Every year the servants take off on the 17th of this month. Prior to this year, even the owners of the place were out on that day. "Why?" I asked, in ill-conceived wonder. He shrugged his shoulders. "On the 17th of February, this place is turned over to the ghost, or ghosts, whichever it is. Only on this date is the house haunted." With this he rose, refused to answer my questions, and promised to take the matter up in detail at dinner that evening. Dusk was coming on when we seated ourselves at the table in the old dining room. Mommsen began his story without hesitation, though I noticed that he was vaguely disconcerted by the absence of the servants, for more than once his hand stole out toward a bell cord, as if to ring a bell in the servants' quarters. Beyond that, he was perfectly at ease. "The whole thing started in 1792, on the night of the 17th of February. One Hendrik Van Dam, then owner of this place, much the same at that time as it is now, was fatally stabbed with a rapier while he was at the table. He was stabbed in the back, so the story goes, and did not know who stabbed him. Nor would anyone tell him, for I understand he was cordially hated. He cursed all in the house on that day in the double breath that remained to him before he died. A great many versions of the curse got about, of course, but everyone seemed to agree that the curse would pass off only when the oldest of 4 generations of the murderer's descendants had been killed. That much sounds as if it might have happened, doesn't it?" I nodded. It struck me that I had read of the incident in some old history of New York, but as of the moment I found it impossible to trace my source. "What follows doesn't sound so plausible. It seems that everyone in the house on the 17th died within a year. Quite naturally. However, I understand it was thought somewhat unusual that all those people should die before the following February, but coincidence is not ruled out. Some people put the whole aftermath down to coincidence, but most of the natives candidly profess the belief that the deaths had occurred through the diabolism of the dead Van Dam. After that, the place stood vacant for a good many years. In 1827, a well-to-do New Yorker took the place, remodeled it somewhat, and prepared to live in it. In the house, this man found a packet of letters that proved conclusively that Matilda Van Dam's lover had killed the old man. It had been prearranged, and on the basis of general hatred of old Van Dam, it was carried out without even the protest from his wife. At any rate, nothing remained to make anyone hesitate about living in the house. In 1828, on the first 17th of February that he was in the house, the new owner died. The doctor said that there had been some heart trouble, but it got around that there was a curious burnt mark on the man's breast. A year later, the man's son and heir died in precisely the same way. Then the family decamped, and, of course, the curse and its history were bruited about once more. On the strength of the letters found, an addition was made to the curse, that those who lived in the house before the time the curse had expired would inherit the curse and all its evil. But the real inheritors were to remain the oldest in each of the 4 successive generations of the murderer's line. At this point, too strong a coincidence to be disregarded enters into the story. You have been aware of my eccentricities, among them the peculiar and inexplicable dread that I undergo on the 17th of February. I recall that Mommsen had once said something, and said as much. He went on. Well, the letters found in 1827 give the name of the murderer as Mommsen, which is not entirely like mine, but similar enough to be taken as an old form of my name. That fact in itself means nothing, of course, but when you add to that the knowledge of my grandfather's sudden death after the birth of his only son, my father, and my father's tragic accident on the night of my birth, the coincidence begins to take a definite form. On top of it, I might add that we know absolutely nothing about our ancestry beyond my grandfather. It is entirely possible, you see, that the lover of Milady Van Dam was a lineal ancestor of mine, my great-grandfather, most probably. Right, I exclaimed. In that case, he went on without hesitation, he would have been the first of the inheritors, and I will be the 4th. I ridiculed the suggestion, and he freely accepted the ridicule. He considered the chance remote, and had only mentioned it as such. But to go back to the story of the house, he said at last, in 1872 it was again occupied. Since the region was saturated with the legends concerning the house, it was thought advisable to vacate it on the 17th of February. This was done regularly until 1877, when the head of the house excused the servants, but stayed in the building himself, together with his family. He was found dead in the morning of the 18th. The doctors again said, heart trouble, but no doctor could explain the burnt mark on the man's breast. After that, the house was faithfully vacated on successive 17ths of February. Thus, in time, the legend got about that old Henrik Van Dam returns on the night of February 17th to kill the head of the house. Psychic investigators say that the house is merely the abode of forces of evil, which manifest themselves on that particular night, and it is true that no one has ever seen a ghost here. It is my opinion that all of this is a vast coincidence. You and I are up here to prove the statement tonight, and I hope we'll do it. But there are several things that bother me, and one in particular. When I first got into this house, something happened that I've never quite forgotten. In a moment when my mind was wandering, I got up one day from the table and walked into a wall as if to pass through a door. Later, when I looked over old plans of the house, I found that there had originally been a door in that place, but that it had been sealed over in 1827. I said nothing, for I frankly did not know how to take the story. It was considerably outside my ken. You can imagine the reaction of a staid businessman in such a position. Well, I said at last, I'm willing to face the ghost if you are. He nodded and set about to clear the table. What happened after that, I'm not certain. I know that Mommsen and I sat and drank his good liquor until both of us were feeling somewhat unnecessarily gay under the circumstances. It all started when Mommsen got up from the table and went to the door. He stuck his head out into the hall and came back to the table. "I say," he said, "do you smell anything?" "No," I answered, but even as I said it, a faint whiff of smoke came to my nostrils. "Sulphur, isn't it?" asked Mommsen. I agreed with him. "Got any in the house?" I asked. "None, and nothing that would smell like that, I'm sure. It must come from outside. Just notice how the drapes of the windows billow inward. Where'd that wind come from so suddenly?" Perhaps the liquor had made us both rather hazy. The lights seemed suddenly dim. Mommsen stood opposite me. His eyes were raised somewhat. They were fixed on the window opening on the terrace. I turned. There was nothing there, save the drapes which whipped to and fro in the wind. The atmosphere was heavy, with the odor of some obnoxious drug that seemed to deaden us. A swirl of fog seemed to fill one room. Mommsen raised an arm suddenly and pointed. "Look!" he screamed. "Look!" But I could see nothing. The air was cold with a ghastly chill, and from a distance came the sound of feet running. It was as if they were coming toward us with the wind that had suddenly arisen from some eldritch source, and was sweeping now through the old dining room. Then there sounded far away a cry, rising and falling, demonic, shrill, fraught with horror. At the same moment Mommsen's face twisted utterly. In the dim light that fell on him, he looked grisly. The shadows on his face stood out like great black holes in his white skin. "Look!" his voice whispered eerily. "Look!" He flung out his arms as if to ward off something, then he fell flat on his face. At once the eerie disturbance was stopped. The rushing, whistling wind was gone. The drapes at the windows swayed gently. There were no sounds of running feet, nor weird cries from the sky. The lights became brighter. For a moment I stood there, trying to recover myself. I remember that I reached for the decanter of liquor before I thought of Mommsen. Then I ran to him. The shock had been too much for him, I thought, and bent to pick him up. His hand was cold as ice. It needed no expert to tell that he was dead. I turned him over on his back. His eyes were wide and staring. His face was a picture of abject terror. But it was his breast that attracted my immediate attention. His dinner coat and vest were virtually burned away, so that his breast lay exposed. Just below the breastbone was a dark brownish discoloration, as if a long dead wound had burned itself to the surface. It looked for all the world as if the point of a rapier had come through from the back, leaving the flesh burned in this unholy manner. "The fourth inheritor," I murmured half to myself. Even as I said it, there came a whirling breath of ice-cold air that struck me full in the face, passed, and was gone. I turned. The long drapes at the window were shuddering, but above the horror of it all, I felt a vast, brooding sense of peace. The end of The Inheritors by August W. Derleth.
Jikininki by Lefcadio Hearn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrated by Tony Scheinman. Jikininki by Lafcadio Hearn. Once, when Muso Kokushi, a priest of the Zen sect, was journeying alone through the province of Mino, he lost his way in a mountain district where there was nobody to direct him. For a long time he wandered about helplessly, and he was beginning to despair of finding shelter for the night, when he perceived, on the top of a hill lighted by the last rays of the sun, one of those little hermitages called anjitsu, which are built for solitary priests. It seemed to be in ruinous condition, but he hastened to it eagerly, and found that it was inhabited by an aged priest, from whom he begged the favor of a night's lodging. This the old man harshly refused, but he directed Muso to a certain hamlet in the valley adjoining, where lodging and food could be obtained. Muso found his way to the hamlet, which consisted of less than a dozen farm cottages, and he was kindly received at the dwelling of the headman. 40 or 50 persons were assembled in the principal apartment at the time of Muso's arrival, but he was shown into a small separate room, where he was promptly supplied with food and bedding. Being very tired, he lay down to rest at an early hour. But a little before midnight, he was roused from sleep by a sound of loud weeping in the next apartment. Presently the sliding screens were gently pushed apart, and a young man, carrying a lighted lantern, entered the room, respectfully saluted him, and said, "Reverend Sir, it is my painful duty to tell you that I am now the responsible head of this house. Yesterday I was only the eldest son, but when you came here, tired as you were, we did not wish that you should feel embarrassed in any way. Therefore we did not tell you that father had died only a few hours before. The people whom you saw in the next room are the inhabitants of this village. They all assembled here to pay their last respects to the dead, and now they are going to another village about 3 miles off, for by our custom no one of us may remain in this village during the night after a death has taken place. We make the proper offerings and prayers, then we go away, leaving the corpse alone. Strange things always happen in the house where a corpse has been thus left, so we think that it will be better for you to come away with us. We can find you good lodging in the other village. But perhaps, as you are a priest, you have no fear of demons or evil spirits, and, if you are not afraid of being left alone with the body, you will be very welcome to the use of this poor house. However, I must tell you that nobody, except a priest, would dare to remain here tonight." Muso made answer, "For your kind intention and your generous hospitality, I am deeply grateful. But I am sorry that you did not tell me of your father's death when I came, for, though I was a little tired, I certainly was not so tired that I should have found difficulty in doing my duty as a priest. Had you told me, I could have performed the service before your departure. As it is, I shall perform the service after you have gone away, and I shall stay by the body until morning. I do not know what you mean by your words about the danger of staying here alone, but I am not afraid of ghosts or demons, therefore please to feel no anxiety on my account." The young man appeared to be rejoiced by these assurances, and expressed his gratitude in fitting words. Then the other members of the family and the folk assembled in the adjoining room, having been told of the priest's kind promises, came to thank him, after which the master of the house said, "Now, Reverend Sir, much as we regret to leave you alone, we must bid you farewell. By the rule of our village, none of us can stay here after midnight. We beg, kind sir, that you will take every care of your honorable body, while we are unable to attend upon you. And if you happen to hear or see anything strange during our absence, please tell us of the matter when we return in the morning." All then left the house, except the priest, who went to the room where the dead body was lying. The usual offerings had been set before the corpse, and a small Buddhist lamp, tomyo, was burning. The priest recited the service and performed the funeral ceremonies, after which he entered into meditation. So meditating, he remained through several silent hours, and there was no sound in the deserted village. But when the hush of the night was at its deepest, there noiselessly entered a shape, vague and vast, and in the same moment Musso found himself without power to move or speak. He saw that shape lift the corpse as with hands, devour it more quickly than a cat devours a rat, beginning at the head and eating everything, the hair and the bones and even the shroud. And the monstrous thing, having thus consumed the body, turned to the offerings and ate them also. Then it went away, as mysteriously as it had come. When the villagers returned next morning, they found the priest awaiting them at the door of the headman's dwelling. All in turn saluted him, and when they had entered and looked about the room, no one expressed any surprise at the disappearance of the dead body and the offerings. But the master of the house said to Musso, "Reverend sir, you have probably seen unpleasant things during the night. All of us were anxious about you, but now we are very happy to find you alive and unharmed. Gladly we would have stayed with you if it had been possible, but the law of our village, as I told you last evening, obliges us to quit our houses after a death has taken place, and to leave the corpse alone. Whenever this law has been broken heretofore, some great misfortune has followed. Whenever it is obeyed, we find that the corpse and the offerings disappear during our absence. Perhaps you have seen the cause." Then Musso told of the dim and awful shape that had entered the death chamber to devour the body and offerings. No person seemed to be surprised by his narration, and the master of the house observed, "What you have told us, reverend sir, agrees with what has been said about this matter from ancient time." Musso then inquired, "Does not the priest on the hill sometimes perform the funeral service for your dead?" "What priest?" the young man asked. "The priest who yesterday evening directed me to this village," answered Musso. "I called at his anjitsu on the hill yonder. He refused me lodging, but told me the way here." The listeners looked at each other as if in astonishment, and after a moment of silence, the master of the house said, "Reverend sir, there is no priest, and there is no anjitsu on the hill. For the time of many generations, there has not been any resident priest in this neighborhood." Musso said nothing more on the subject, for it was evident that his kind hosts supposed him to have been deluded by some goblin. But after having bidden them farewell and obtained all necessary information as to his road, he determined to look again for the hermitage on the hill, and so to ascertain whether he had really been deceived. He found the anjitsu without any difficulty, and this time its aged occupant invited him to enter. When he had done so, the hermit humbly bowed down before him, exclaiming, "Ah, I am ashamed! I am very much ashamed! I am exceedingly ashamed!" "You need not be ashamed for having refused me shelter," said Musso. "You directed me to the village yonder, where I was very kindly treated, and I thank you for that favor." "I can give no man shelter," the recluse made answer, "and it is not for the refusal that I am ashamed. I am ashamed only that you should have seen me in my real shape, for it was I who devoured the corpse and the offerings last night before your eyes. Know, reverend sir, that I am a Jikininki, an eater of human flesh. Have pity on me, and suffer me to confess the secret fault by which I became reduced to this condition. A long, long time ago, I was a priest in this desolate region. There was no other priest for many leagues around. So, in that time, the bodies of the mountain folk who died used to be brought here, sometimes from great distances, in order that I might repeat over them the holy service. But I repeated the service and performed the rites only as a matter of business. I thought only of the food and the clothes that my sacred profession enabled me to gain. And because of this selfish impiety, I was reborn immediately after my death into the state of a Jikininki. Since then, I have been obliged to feed upon the corpses of the people who die in this district. Every one of them I must devour in the way that you saw last night. Now, reverend sir, let me beseech you to perform a segaki service for me. Help me by your prayers, I entreat you, so that I may be soon able to escape from this horrible state of existence." No sooner had the hermit uttered this petition than he disappeared, and the hermitage also disappeared at the same instant, and Muso Kokushi found himself kneeling alone in the high grass, beside an ancient and moss-grown tomb of the form called Go-rin-ishi, which seemed to be the tomb of a priest. End of Jikininki by Lafcadio Hearn.
The Killer by Harold Ward. From Weird Tales, February 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Killer by Harold Ward. The Oath of Hippocrates. An oath embodying an admirable code of medical ethics, taken by young men about to begin medical practice. Webster's. The killer halted at the window of the tar paper covered shack, and, nose pressed against the glass, sought to penetrate the gloomy interior. Satisfied that the place was unoccupied, he fought his way against the force of the storm to the spot where his eyes had marked the outline of a door. The thermometer showed a temperature of 20 below. The storm was increasing in violence every minute. The killer was half frozen, yet he stood with hand on the knob, making no effort to enter until his stiffened fingers had sought out the gun, which nestled snugly against his outside pocket. With his teeth he drew the mitten from his right hand, and, with an effort that caused him to groan aloud with pain, crooked his benumbed forefinger around the trigger. Cautiously turning the knob, he threw open the door and stumbled across the threshold in a tumultuous gale of wind and whirling of snow. For an instant he stood there listening, every faculty alert. Then, satisfied that he was alone, he put his back against the panel and closed the door against the violence of the storm. The room was cold and tomb-like, yet to the killer, driven from place to place like a mad dog, it offered a haven for the night. He was tired, dead weary from traveling for what seemed centuries, through snow waist-deep in the face of the worst blizzard of the season. Every muscle, every nerve ached with exhaustion. For the last mile he had fought against the ever-increasing desire to succumb to the feeling of drowsiness which crept over him. He was lost. Only his powerful will kept him on his feet thus far. Sliding his gun back into his pocket, he whipped his hands against his chest and stamped his feet until circulation was partly restored. Then, shaking the accumulation of snow from his shoulders, he unbuttoned his overcoat and fumbled with the vest pocket until he found a match. Striking it against the door, he held it aloft to view his surroundings. It flickered weakly, nearly went out, then burned brightly. By its yellow glow he distinguished a nearby table on which stood a kerosene lamp. It took but an instant to apply the stump of the match to the wick. He was in what appeared to be a combined kitchen and living room. The light dimmed and threw grotesque shadows on the walls, covered with pictures out of newspapers. Shelving, filled with dishes, covered with papers where the edges scalloped and crimped behind the cook stove in the corner, a slab of bacon hanging over a can of flour, a box beside the stove filled with great chunks of wood, all told of the comforts that were his for the taking. A pair of slippers, run down at the heels, and an apron thrown across the back of a chair showed that a woman's presence had graced the room not long before. The killer's eyes fell upon the opening leading to another room. Cautiously, he drew his gun and tiptoed toward the faded curtain that served as a door. A board creaked beneath his weight. He stopped short, every nerve tingling. From behind the curtain came a groan. Then a woman's voice, plaintive, pain-racked. "Is that you, William?" The killer made no answer. With body hunched forward, poised on the balls of his feet, his glittering black eyes never left the curtain opening. His gun was well in front of him, his thumb on the hammer. "Why don't you answer me, William?" came the voice again. "Please hurry. You have been gone so long, and I am so sick." The killer twisted his body to one side of the opening, where he would be partly out of range. "It's not William," he answered gruffly. "I am a stranger lost in the storm. Are you alone?" The woman gave a startled cry. "Yes. Oh, God, yes," she answered. "And I'm sick. Awful sick. Please help me." "Are you armed?" asked the killer. Without waiting for an answer, he picked up the lamp and stuffed the gun back into his pocket, but the fingers still locked around the butt. He pushed the curtains and entered. The woman who lay between the coverlets was young. Just now her face was drawn with pain and pinched with cold. A startled look appeared in her eyes as the grim visage of the killer appeared within the range of her vision, and she shrank back closer to the wall. The killer stepped closer to the bed and eyed her questioningly. "Hump," he grunted. "Fire. Hot water. Hands. Where are they?" He lighted a lamp which stood on the stand near the bed. The woman's eyes followed every move, filled with wonder and fear. "Are you a doctor?" she asked weakly. The killer smiled wryly. Then he shrugged his shoulders, as if to shake off some memory. "Used to be, years ago," he answered gruffly. "Guess I have not forgotten all I know. Got nothing to work with, though. But how the devil did you come to be here alone in this condition?" "My husband, William Stevenson, he's the sheriff," she explained between twinges of pain. "He went away yesterday after a bad man, a man named Henshaw. They call him the Killer. Right away he went, the storm broke, and then this." She halted lamely for an instant. Then, as if seeking to defend her absent husband, she continued. The Killer, has an awful record. Murdered a man in cold blood a week ago in Erie. Killed another several months ago. When William heard that he had been seen in Mildredgeville, that's 30 miles away over the mountain, he felt he had to go. He hated to leave me, but he didn't think this would happen. And the killer turned his back so that she might not see the look of amazement on his face. "Bad snow slide down the canyon," he answered. "Happened right after I came through. That's what's holding him. And now, madam, Mrs. Stevenson, quit fretting and let me get to work." He picked up a lamp and bore it back to the kitchen. Setting it on the table, he scratched his head with a puzzled expression on his face. "Now, ain't this a hell of a fix?" he muttered to himself. "Bill Stevenson's wife, the wife of Sheriff Bill, and he swore to get me, dead or alive." Slowly his eyes filled with a faraway look, and he buttoned his overcoat and drew down the flaps of his hat. Outside, the storm was still raging. The wind was growing higher. It howled and whistled around the corners, rattled the windows and shaking the doors. The snow would cover his tracks in 5 minutes. Of course, the woman would die, she and the kid. But what difference? She was the wife of his worst enemy, and the kid wouldn't be his brat. I furthermore swear that, damn these memories of other days, wraith-like, they insisted on appearing before him. For some reason he could not get them out of his mind. And damn what an old fool Hippocrates and his nonsensical oath. What business was it of his? He had long ago given up medicine. Let the woman die if she wanted to. But the baby! Curse the baby! Of course, if it was the sheriff's flesh and blood, but it was innocent. Why did the thoughts of the baby come to torture him, to keep him from making his escape? Slowly, as if reluctant to go, he crept to the door and laid his hand upon the knob. "Oh, doctor, please, please hurry!" It was the woman's voice, sobbing, pain-filled. The killer hesitated a second longer. Then he turned and, hurling the mittens and overcoat into the corner, he commenced heaping kindling into the stove. The end of The Killer by Harold Ward.
The Living Nightmare by Anton M. Oliver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Living Nightmare by Anton M. Oliver. "You mean to tell me," demanded Jim Brown, "that those people left town and expect you to stay in that house alone tonight?" "Why, yes," said Macmillan, preparing to leave. "They've gone to Virginia and will be back Thursday, when the funeral will take place." "And they left the body lying in the living room?" "Of course. Where did you expect them to leave? On the porch?" "Are you going to sleep in that house alone, with the corpse?" "Yes. What of it? There's nothing to be afraid of." Taking his hat and coat, Macmillan departed. "Pleasant dreams," called Brown as the door slammed behind him. The night was cold and the atmosphere was clear and hard. The snow crackled under his feet as he walked. "Silly idea," he muttered, but he couldn't help wondering why the Mitchells, with whom he made his home, had left the house on the same day that Mrs. Mitchell's grandmother had passed away. In his mind he went over Mrs. Mitchell's explanation. She had told him that they were going to Wheeling, the deceased lady's old home, where a sister lived, and would remain there until the funeral. And she had asked, "You're not afraid to stay here alone, are you?" No, of course, he was not afraid. But it was strange that they should leave the corpse in his charge and depart. Then it came to him. Funny he hadn't thought of it before. The Mitchells must be superstitious. They probably had some silly notion about a house being haunted while a corpse was in it, or something of that sort. That must be it. But how ridiculous! Still, the Mitchells were a little queer anyway, reflected Mac, as he turned up the ice-covered path of the Mitchell residence. It stood surrounded by high buildings and stores in a section of town which in days gone by had been the very heart of the city's social life. It was one of the largest and oldest homes in the city, and now it was an outcast, so to say, among the monuments to industry and progress. Built years ago by the husband of the woman who now lay dead within its walls, it was in a style of architecture long since abandoned. Everything about it was high and narrow. The building itself, the windows and doors, the porch columns, and the roof high up among the tree branches. Mac walked unhesitatingly towards the big dark house, but somehow the formidable brick walls that always looked so inviting seemed cold and inhospitable tonight. Strange shadows were playing in the windows. He looked up at his own window. He didn't exactly fancy the idea of going past a room where lay the dead woman, he admitted to himself, but he certainly was not afraid. Not he. With grim resolution he thrust the key which he had taken from his pocket while coming up the walk into the lock of the front door. The huge glass-panelled door squeaked as he did so, and he was almost startled by his own reflection in the shining glass. He turned the key in its lock and threw the door wide open with unnecessary vigor. A hot wave of air greeted him. The house was warm, surprisingly so, considering that it had been unoccupied all day. His heart, for some unexplainable reason, was beating rather fast as he entered the dark hall. He turned sharply to the left and reached for the electric light switch. His hand had often turned that switch, had often found it instantly in the dark, but tonight he had to feel for it. He turned it once, twice, 3 times, but the hall remained dark. The dark suddenly seemed to give him almost physical pain. Listening acutely, he tried to account for this. Why were the lights out? The street lights were on, and there was light in several of the houses he had passed. He stood motionless. There was no sound. The dark house was buried in death-like silence. Then, with nerve-shattering suddenness, came a sound as real as that of his heart, which was beating so that the blood was throbbing in his ears. He whirled to face it, but as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. With clenched teeth and damp forehead, Max stood motionless. Then it came again, a sound like the distant scream of a siren. Gradually he collected his senses, and reason took the place of bewilderment. He reached for his matches, and striking one, he stepped over to the gas chandelier, turned the valve, and presently a blue flame leaped high from the lamp, which had not been adjusted for months. With somewhat trembling hands he turned the air adjustment, then the gas, until finally the familiar yellow light illuminated the hallway. Then he again heard the noise, this time a little louder and nearer. His decision to investigate suddenly left him. He stood motionless, unable to move, for he not only heard, he also felt. Then, with a sudden resolve, he stepped swiftly to his room, which was on the same floor and adjoined the library. The light from the hall cast a long, distorted shadow on the floor before him. It was so still now that the silence surged in his ears. Lighting his own gas lamp, he locked and bolted his door. His pipe lay on the dresser, and he lit it nervously. Then he looked at himself in the mirror. "How ridiculous," he said, half aloud with a forced laugh. Then he began slowly to undress. All was quiet and peaceful here in his own room. How foolish to let himself get so excited. The lights had probably gone out all over the city since he had entered the house, and as for that noise, it was probably outdoors somewhere, and in his mind he had associated with the perfectly harmless corpse lying in the next room. "Darn Brown," he murmured. "He got me all wrought up over nothing with his kidding." And having finished undressing, he retired, leaving his light on full, however. In spite of the fact that his own explanation of the origin of the strange sounds had, in a measure, satisfied him, he lay awake for a considerable length of time. He was drifting off on the first soft currents of sleep when he suddenly sat up with a jerk. He had heard a noise. His lamp was flickering weirdly, and he could hear its faint singing, barely audible, yet it seemed to his ears like the mighty rush of steam from a boiler, for his ears were strained to hear a different sound, a sound he must hear again, the source of which he must locate. His body began to ache from sitting rigidly in one position. Still all was silent. Suddenly, with a sense of being jerked to consciousness, he again heard the noise, like the shriek of a siren. It seemed distant, yet close. His heart labored so hard that he could feel its beat all through his body. The shriek continued for several moments, and then all was silent again. He wanted to rise, but he could not. He was not afraid, he told himself, and yet suddenly he heard the sound of footsteps, steps that seemed to come from the interior of the wall, pass through his room and die away gradually. Holding his breath, he listened. The big clock in the front room struck the hour of midnight. He counted each beat as it rang through the house. He was wide awake now. The white curtains seemed to glimmer like sunlit snow, and the clock chimes, in the deathly silence, sounded like those of a mighty tower clock. As the last note died away, Max suddenly remembered that the clock had been stopped by Mrs. Mitchell as a mark of respect to her, who in the adjoining room was awaiting burial. A sudden feeling of relief came over Mac. It was clear now. Somebody had come back. Mr. Mitchell, perhaps. That explained everything. Confidently, Mac got out of bed and, unlocking his door, stepped into the hall. How different everything looked! How natural and homelike! The light that had had such a ghost-like appearance a short time ago seemed friendly and quite natural now. At the foot of the stair, Mac stopped and called. He called louder and louder, but all remained silent. Suddenly, for some inexplicable reason, he approached the door of the room next to his, seized the doorknob resolutely, and with a sudden push swung the door open. The rays of the gaslight in the hall fell directly into the room, and what they revealed sent a cold shudder of horror through him. Before him stood 2 empty pedestals. The body had disappeared. Turning violently, he almost ran to the front door and pulled it open. An icy gust of wind hit his thinly clad body. For several moments he stood breathing the cold night air. Then, with a sudden determination, he slammed the big oak door shut. As the door slammed, there came a sharp report like the snapping of a wire, followed by a thunder and crashing and wailing. The electric light came on, and the same footsteps that had sounded through the house before came closer and closer. He felt a sharp pain like the thrust of a knife between his shoulder blades, and then he fell in a swoon. Weeks passed before Mac was well again. Excessive exposure had brought on pneumonia. As soon as he recovered, he summoned me to the hospital and begged me to find a new lodging for him and remove his belongings from the Mitchell home. I tried in vain to explain that he had misunderstood Mrs. Mitchell regarding the disposal of the corpse, for they had taken the body with them for burial in Wheeling, and it was not in the house at any time after their departure. But Mac was resolute. He listened indulgently, patiently, then, laying his white, hot hand upon my shoulder, he looked earnestly into my eyes, and with a voice that carried conviction, he said, "I know what I felt in that room that night. It had a hold on me, and it is waiting for me, and I am not going back. Mac is well again now, and one can see him at the club most any night. But whenever anybody starts to speak of the hereafter, he rises and hurriedly leaves the room." The End of the Living Nightmare by Anton M. Oliver.
Medusa by Royal W. Jimerson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by yourfriendfeli. Medusa by Royal W. Jimerson. In defiance of fashion and her husband, Marion Bardwell nursed the yard-long tropical luxuriance of her blue-black hair, steadfastly refusing to have it bobbed. No coiffeuse ever profaned its twinning, serpentine profusion. No hands but her own were equal to the ritual of the 4 o'clock brushing that Marion performed with the dreamy-eyed reverence of a devotee who, with mystic, ceremonious pass and gesture, invokes the deity of some dusky shrine. Before the dressing-table of her boudoir she sat, confronted by boxes of powders, pots of rouge, lotions, and rarely blended essences, but these she ignored, having selected from a bewildering assortment of brushes her favorite, amber-handled, amber-backed, and cunningly carved in the nude, gracious curves of a Medusa, whose serpentine tresses crept about and enclosed the oval that the Gorgon's upraised slender arms supported. Bardwell entered through the door connecting his room to Marion's. "At it again! That damned hair!" Bardwell shrugged his shoulders, grimaced at the thought of his wife's oblivion to his presence, then with an effort erased the somber frown that lined his lean, handsome features. He turned as if to leave, but paused, fascinated by that ceremonial brushing. The lustrous amber disk and its golden bristles gleamed and stirred like a gigantic beetle as she moved it slowly through the abysmal darkness of her hair. Her movements were rhythmic, supple, richly rounded. In some unbelievable way, her arm glided in a series of convolutions whose sinister grace made Bardwell shudder. "That damned hair," he repeated as he wrenched himself from the fascination of the ritual. And then, "Why don't you cut out all this nonsense and be human? Have your hair bobbed. Buy up a bunch of new clothes, and we'll take a second honeymoon in Florida next month. We can afford it now, you know. And we both need a change of scene," concluded Bardwell irrelevantly, knowing well that no change of scene could ever veil the aura of age-old evil that clung to the serpentine blackness of Marian's hair. The chilly, repellent opulence of that somberly gleaming, iridescent coiffure haunted Bardwell, distracting his hours of waking and making his sleep a confusion of reptilian nightmares. The living, creeping coldness of those profuse tresses had, in 4 years, frozen an indefinable terror into his soul. An age-old horror nightly twined itself on Marian's pillow, separating them as might a limitless expanse of steaming, evil-haunted jungle. "I'll never cut my hair," declared Marian with the passionless certitude of one pronouncing a law of nature. "Never again mention such a thing." Then she set aside her mirror and, after a final lingering reverent caress with the Medusa-handled brush, turned in her low chair to face Bardwell. "Wynne, can't you take me as I am and be content to leave me as I am? You knew when you married me that there was something strange about me. I loved you, Wynne. Still do. Always shall. But I can't—" "But you must," flared Bardwell. "No, I cannot. Please don't be unkind to me," she pleaded. "All my life I've been different from other women. I worried my mother into her grave, and now I'm in line," despaired Bardwell. "Marian—" But even as she spoke, the animation faded from the exquisite oval of her face. She picked up the amber brush and again languidly stroked the coiling darkness that hung heavily on her white shoulders, spelling the wordless syllable of an everlasting prayer to the deity Bardwell hated and feared. "We'll take a second honeymoon in Florida," he had said. But he knew that it was no honeymoon, but rather the fantastic hope that the warmth and unfailing sunlight of Florida might sear to extinction the living, chilly blackness before whose shrine Marian worshipped with measured, languid passes of an amber brush. Drawn by a compelling sorcery, attracted in spite of himself, Bardwell drew closer, catching the sound of the brush that caressed Marian's waist-long hair, strands that blended and writhed, curled and intertwined independently of the golden bristles. He gently laid his fingers on a strand, hoping against hope, shivered, muttered, and then turned and strode from the room. Marian's movements became slower, more and more torpid, more languid, until finally, succumbing to the tropical, overheated atmosphere of her Riverside Drive boudoir, she carefully placed the amber brush on the table and, mustering her ebbing vitality, picked her way to bed. The black, tentacular strands disposed themselves about the pillow, dark serpents basking on silver-white sand. 2. Sarasota, rather than glittering Miami or Palm Beach, appealed to Bardwell as being the most suitable field on which to make his final play against that which hung over him like the mantle of an oppressive doom. And there he sought to inveigle Marian into play and festivity, to entice her from the somnolent ritual of everlasting hair combing, to revive the gaiety of their earlier days. He succeeded for a few days, but on the first morning of the second week he found Marian before her mirror, amber Medusa in hand, and lost in the impenetrable sorcery that had made his life a vortex of madness. That same afternoon found her asleep at the edge of a steaming lagoon, her hair spread fanwise about her, basking in that fierce, damp heat. "Now, by the Lord, this is too much," he snarled as he seized her by the hand, thrust her into the car, and carried her, still dazed and half asleep, back to their hotel. Once in the privacy of their suite, he continued, "This damn nonsense must stop, and I'll stop it here and now." Bardwell seized a pair of scissors and, stifling his repugnance, grasped a handful of that serpentine black hair, and then he dropped the gleaming steel, recoiling before the chilly flame that came to life in Marian's smoldering eyes. "Win Bardwell," she began in a calm voice whose deadliness matched the light in her eyes. "This is going too far. Whatever else you may wish to do, at least stop short of mutilating me and killing yourself." "What?" demanded Bardwell. "Mutilate you? Kill myself? Good Lord, Marian, this is getting worse every day. What's going to become of us?" The venom faded from her voice and the fire from her eyes as she replied, "Win, I've told you 1,000 times I can't help being what I am. Can't you remember the old days when my strange ways didn't annoy you?" And Bardwell recalled the first weeks of their marriage. Mad, ecstatic nights and dream-filled days. The chill contact of Marian's hair, even then, had carried the faint suggestion of some ancient evil that always blended in their lovemaking, adding piquancy to Bardwell's pleasure, suggesting to him that he had found Eve and Lilith in one person. He had loved the dank chill of her hair, cold strands that burned like creeping living fire, and a curious pagan fascination lay in that queer gesture, so like an archaic, dimly remembered ritual with which Marian would toss the great braids about her back and shoulders, where they clung and twined. "Win," continued Marian, "have you changed, or have I? Leave me if you wish. You needn't stay. I'll play fair with you if you wish to leave me. Only promise me you'll never again attempt to cut my hair. Promise me, and I'll forgive you. And if you can, try to remember." Bardwell remembered and promised. And that night, and many nights thereafter, Bardwell held stony-eyed communion with bottles branded with 3 stars and marked with the name of Martel. Yet hope was not entirely gone, for Bardwell would occasionally vary his routine, emerge from the haze, and in the calmness of evening seek anew the means of overcoming that which oppressed him. And thus it was that, wandering at random, he met old Dr. Berg, who during the many years previous to his retirement from active practice had attended Marian and Marian's parents. "Dr. Berg, strike me blind, but it's good to see you." In the pleasure of this unexpected encounter, Win Bardwell for the moment forgot that which the undying sun of Florida had not eradicated. "And just as good to see you, Win. What in the world brings you to Sarasota?" The doctor paused, hesitating to inquire as to Bardwell's wife, yet knowing that such an inquiry must be forthcoming from him. Bardwell's next remark bridged the gap. "I know you're retired, Doctor," he began, "but I want to have a word with you, in private, and at once, if you're not engaged." Dr. Berg nodded acquiescence. A cab carried them to the doctor's apartment. "Either I'm utterly loco," declared Bardwell, "or else—" "No, lad," interrupted the white-haired medico. "You're not loco. It killed her mother, and it has made me wonder, and pass quite beyond the borders of reason and science. In a word, Win, it's that deadly poisoned coldness of Marian's hair." The doctor shivered. "Yes," agreed Bardwell. "It's driving me nutty. She won't have it cut. She spends hours brushing it, like some fakir sitting before a heathen god and thinking himself into the silence. Lord in heaven, but I often wonder if she's human. The touch of a single strand of it drives me wild. And at the same time, I think the world of her. That's the worst of it." The old doctor poured a slug of Bacardi. Bardwell swallowed the amber flame and continued. Either I'm absolutely bughouse or something is totally wrong with Marion. One of us should be sewed up in a sack and dropped in the Gulf. If she's okay, then I'm due for a padded cell, or if I'm right, then that girl is a monstrosity. Ah, hell. What do you make of it, Doc? I make exactly nothing of it, replied Dr. Berg. Nothing that any sane man of science could accept. Her parents told me a similar story when she was about 6 years old. Told me of the ghastly, snaky coldness and clamminess of Marion's heavy hair. I laughed and called it nerves. But when I touched the kid's unusually long hair, I nearly passed out, used as I was to grotesque and repellent deformities. It was as though I had thrust my hand into the nest of serpents all clinging together for warmth. Bardwell lifted his face from his hands. This madness has to stop. I'll clip that poisonous jungle she nurses day and night. Promised her I wouldn't, but promises be damned. No, Win, don't do that. Her mother tried it once. Leave her if you can't stand it any longer, but don't kill her, or yourself. What, you too? What in my thunder do you mean? Kill her? Or myself? Demanded Bardwell, recovering himself and drawing animation from the incredible words the doctor had just spoken in paraphrase of Marion's outlandish speech. Are you as nutty as she is, and shall I be? For God's sake. Steady, lad. She isn't, and I'm not, and you're not yet. Listen. The doctor drew from his desk a leather-bound, loose-leaf notebook, turned a few pages, remarking as he did so, Hereditary is a curious thing. Marion's outlandish hair inspired me to study the matter in general and in particular. I've never dared publish my thoughts and findings. Like Rabelais, I prefer to die before I am cremated. But I'll tell you as much as I can. It may help you, for we lose fear of that which we understand, even if but partly. The doctor paused, pinched the end from a long black cigar, sought, found, but forgot to strike his match, and then he read, intoning solemnly, like a judge pronouncing a sentence. Atavism is an outcropping of tendencies and characteristics that have skipped 2 generations or more. Such outcroppings are rare enough, though usually not startling. But what of tendencies that have lain dormant, skipping thousands of generations, reappearing only after hundreds of centuries of extinction? Your wife, Win. For 20 years I've studied this matter, ever since, at her mother's insistence, I touched that living, snaky hair. For God's sake, Doctor, what do you mean? Just what I said. One thing at a time. You'll finally grasp what you're up against. The doctor struck his match, touched light to the lean, dark cigar, and then continued. You've played polo, and witnessed many polo matches. Remember Captain Erich von Fostenberg? Yes, fierce heathen sort of fellow. Wonderful player. But what the devil? One thing at a time, Win. Have patience and let me put it across bit by bit, groping with you even as I myself have groped in the dark. He resembles not one of his relatives, distant or near, nor does he resemble any of his ancestors for 10 generations back. If the private rogues gallery, as he calls the family portraits, mean anything at all, that fellow is a Tartar, pure and simple, who rode in the trace of Genghis Khan. Look at him. Look at those eyes, those cheekbones, the contour of his skull, and see the stamp of the Mongol. Look at the way he sits on his horse, crouched like some squat demon riding into battle. He might be the Grand Khan himself. That is atavism, but on a small scale. Merely a dozen odd generations. Bardwell was much too puzzled to interrupt. Some Tartar of the hordes of Genghis Khan grafted himself onto the family tree of the House of Ostenburg. And now, centuries later, we have Captain Erich. But this, repeated the doctor, is atavism on a small scale. Listen again. And from his notes the doctor read, it was Herbert Spencer, greatest of all rationalists, who pointed out that there is a foundation of fact for every legend and superstition of mankind. Was there then a race, back in the mists that shroud the emergence of humanity from prehistoric reptilian slime, whose physical attributes supplied the fact basis for the Medusa myth, the legend of the Gorgons? Bardwell stared, blinked, wondered whether or not he had heard all right with the madness which dripped from the white mustached lips of the old doctor. Then Bardwell remembered all too well the serpentine, clinging coldness of Marian's hair, and knew that he had indeed married a Medusa, whose type for 1,000 centuries had been, and would today, but for some ghastly jest of nature, be extinct. 3. Day after day, the amber brush with its carved Medusa flickered like some monstrous golden beetle as Marian, secure in the shelter of Bardwell's promise, devoted more and more of her time to the now endless caressing of the coiling midnight madness that crowned her pallid features, enshrouded her shoulders, and reached almost to her knees. Small, swift boats brought Bardwell solace from Bimini. Martel and Bacardi, and the deadly pale green Pernod, wormwood distilled with madness. Substitution, serpents for serpents. And through the haze gleamed a pair of long-bladed coupon shears. Martel and Pernod and promises mingle curiously. Dr. Berg watched from his distance, resigned himself to the futility of further effort, and confined his pity to a slow, sorrowful shake of his white head. His words were unvarying. Don't attempt to cut her hair. Her mother tried it once. Grin and bear it, or else leave her. But forget those scissors and remember your promise. Martel and Pernod and promises mingle curiously. Yet through it all persisted the memory of ancient days, of mad, ecstatic nights and dream-filled days, and of a lovely, pallid girl whose great dark braids of hair clung and twined about his shoulders, adding piquancy to his pleasure, so that one night Bardwell, deciding that while he could not grin, he might at least bear it, thrust aside the pale green madness that turned milky white as the melting ice diluted it, and sought Marian's boudoir. A shaft of moonlight filtered in through the thinly draped French window and enriched the pale features and argentine shoulders of his sleeping wife. Her long hair somberly enshrouded the loveliness of her face and spread fan-wise across both pillows. A faint, acrid odor mingled itself with the perfume of the sleeping Madonna, and apart from, but somehow a part of her even breathing, came the vague sound of things that crept not quite noiselessly, and their sibilant hissing. As Bardwell stared fixedly, the sable strands moved, stirred, animated by an independent life, black serpents awakening from their slumber on silver-white sands. For the first time he saw that which he suspected and feared. From the pocket of his brocaded lounge robe he drew the final solution, the companion of endless nights of grief, a pair of long-bladed coupon shears. 4. Just across the hall from 614, yes, sir, I'll look right into it right away, replied the night clerk. And then, slamming the receiver, he addressed the house detective. Dawson, for the love of Mike, see who's got the heebie-jeebies in 640. Whereat, the night clerk yawned and prepared to resume his nap while awaiting Dawson's report as to the case of the prolonged scream of anguish. The voice of a man and woman mingled in an awful cry of horror and despair, the ghastly disturbance whereof the guest in 614 had complained. But that nap was interrupted ere it resumed. I'll be eternally damned, gasped the night clerk, paused a moment, then started in pursuit of the house detective, who had in 3 bounds cleared the lobby and gained the street. A patrolman on a beat several blocks from the hotel collared the frenzied man and clubbed him into a state of comparative calmness. Investigation verified the house detective's outrageous story, thus keeping him clear of a padded cell, but investigation came to a dead standstill when confronted by the scarlet, excoriated mask of what had once been Win Bardwell's lean, handsome features, and the 1,000 tiny, livid punctures which had pierced the skin. Nor was it any easier to account for the monstrous black coil, wrist thick, which encircles Bardwell's body and stranglingly closed about his throat. Frosty cold, midnight black, iridescent hair, the like of which came from no man or beast, but which must have come from the head of the woman who lay dead on the bed beside Bardwell. Dr. Berg saw, but wisely refrained from venturing an opinion. On returning to his apartment, he withdrew from his desk a loose-leaf, index notebook, turned to a page ending, "Was there a race in the mists that shroud the emergence of humanity from prehistoric reptilian clime, whose physical attributes supplied the fact basis for the Medusa myth?" and completed in a few words his commentary on atavism. End of Medusa by Royal W. Jimerson. Recorded by yourfriendfeli, 2024.
The Music of Erich Zann by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Music of Erich Zann by H.P. Lovecraft. I have examined maps of the city with the greatest care, yet have never again found the Rue d'Aussay. These maps have not been modern maps alone, for I know that names change. I have, on the contrary, delved deeply into all the antiquities of the place, and have personally explored every region, of whatever name, which could possibly answer to the street I knew as the Rue d'Aussay. But despite all I have done, it remains an humiliating fact that I cannot find the house, the street, or even the locality where during the last months of my impoverished life as a student of metaphysics at the university, I heard the music of Erich Zann. That my memory is broken I do not wonder, for my health, physical and mental, was gravely disturbed throughout the period of my residence in the Rue d'Aussay, and I recall that I took none of my few acquaintances there. But that I cannot find the place again is both singular and perplexing, for it was within a half-hour's walk of the university, and was distinguished by peculiarities which could hardly be forgotten by anyone who had been there. I have never met a person who has seen the Rue d'Aussay. The Rue d'Aussay lay across a dark river bordered by precipitous brick, blear-windowed warehouses, and spanned by a ponderous bridge of dark stone. It was always shadowy along that river, as if the smoke of neighbouring factories shut out the sun perpetually. The river was also odorous with evil stenches, which I have never smelled elsewhere, and which may some day help me to find it, since I should recognise them at once. Beyond the bridge were narrow cobbled streets with rails, and then came the ascent, at first gradual but incredibly steep, as the Rue d'Aussay was reached. I have never seen another street as narrow and steep as the Rue d'Aussay. It was almost a cliff, closed to all vehicles, consisting in several places of flights of steps, and ending at the top in a lofty ivied wall. Its paving was irregular, sometimes stone slabs, sometimes cobblestones, and sometimes bare earth with struggling greenish-grey vegetation. The houses were tall, peaked-roofed, incredibly old and crazily leaning backward, forward, and sideways. Occasionally an opposite pair, both leaning forward, almost met across the street like an arch, and certainly they kept most of the light from the ground below. There were a few overhead bridges from house to house across the street. The inhabitants of that street impressed me peculiarly. At first I thought it was because they were all silent and reticent, but later decided it was because they were all very old. I do not know how I came to live on such a street, but I was not myself when I moved there. I had been living in many poor places, always evicted for want of money, until at last I came upon that tottering house in the Rue d'Aussay, kept by the paralytic Blandot. It was the third house from the top of the street, and by far the tallest of them all. My room was on the 5th story, the only inhabited room there, since the house was almost empty. On the night I arrived, I heard strange music from the peaked garret overhead, and the next day asked old Blunder about it. He told me it was an old German viol player, a strange dumb man who signed his name as Erich Zann, and who played evenings in a cheap theatre orchestra, adding that Zann's desire to play in the night after his return from the theatre was the reason he had chosen this lofty and isolated garret room, whose single gable window was the only point on the street from which one could look over the terminating wall at the declivity and panorama beyond. Thereafter I heard Zann every night, and although he kept me awake, I was haunted by the weirdness of his music. Knowing little of the art myself, I was yet certain that none of his harmonies had any relation to music I had heard before, and concluded that he was a composer of highly original genius. The longer I listened, the more I was fascinated, until, after a week, I resolved to make the old man's acquaintance. One night, as he was returning from his work, I intercepted Zann in the hallway and told him that I would like to know him and be with him when he played. He was a small, lean, bent person, with shabby clothes, blue eyes, grotesque, satyr-like face, and nearly bald head, and at my first words seemed both angered and frightened. My obvious friendliness, however, finally melted him, and he grudgingly motioned to me to follow him up the dark, creaking, and rickety attic stairs. His room, one of only 2 in the steeply pitched garret, was on the west side, towards the high wall that formed the upper end of the street. Its size was very great, and seemed the greater because of its extraordinary bareness and neglect. Of furniture there was only a narrow iron bedstead, a dingy washstand, a small table, a large bookcase, an iron music rack, and 3 old-fashioned chairs. Sheets of music were piled in disorder about the floor. The walls were of bare boards and had probably never known plaster, whilst the abundance of dust and cobwebs made the place seem more deserted than inhabited. Evidently Erich Zann's world of beauty lay in some far cosmos of the imagination. Motioning me to sit down, the dumb man closed the door, turned the large wooden bolt, and lighted a candle to augment the one he had brought with him. He now removed his viol from its moth-eaten covering, and taking it, seated himself in the least uncomfortable of the chairs. He did not employ the music rack, but, offering no choice and playing from memory, enchanted me for over an hour with strains I had never heard before, strains which must have been of his own devising. To describe their exact nature is impossible for one unversed in music. They were a kind of fugue, with recurrent passages of the most captivating quality, but to me were notable for the absence of any of the weird notes I had overheard from my room below on other occasions. Those haunting notes I had remembered, and had often hummed and whistled inaccurately to myself, so when the player at length laid down his bow, I asked him if he would render some of them. As I began my request, the wrinkled, satyr-like face lost the bored placidity it had possessed during the playing, and seemed to show the same curious mixture of anger and fright which I had noticed when first I accosted the old man. For a moment I was inclined to use persuasion, regarding rather lightly the whims of senility, and even tried to awaken my host's weirder mood by whistling a few of the strains to which I had listened the night before. But I did not pursue this course for more than a moment, for when the dumb musician recognized the whistled air, his face grew suddenly distorted, with an expression wholly beyond analysis, and his long, cold, bony right hand reached out to stop my mouth and silence the crude imitation. As he did this, he further demonstrated his eccentricity by casting a startled glance towards the lone curtained window, as if fearful of some intruder, a glance doubly absurd since the garret stood high and inaccessible above all the adjacent roofs, this window being the only point on the steep street, as the concierge had told me, from which one could see over the wall at the summit. The old man's glance brought Blandot's remark to my mind, and with a certain capriciousness I felt a wish to look out over the wide and dizzying panorama of moonlit roofs and city lights beyond the hilltop, which, of all the dwellers in the Rue de Sey, only this crabbed musician could see. I moved toward the window and would have drawn aside the nondescript curtains when, with a frightened rage even greater than before, the dumb lodger was upon me again, this time motioning with his head toward the door as he nervously strove to drag me thither with both hands. Now, thoroughly disgusted with my host, I ordered him to release me and told him I would go at once. His clutch relaxed, and as he saw my disgust and offence, his own anger seemed to subside. He tightened his relaxing grip, but this time in a friendly manner, forcing me into a chair. Then, with an appearance of wistfulness, crossing to the littered table, where he wrote many words with a pencil in the laboured French of a foreigner. The note which he finally handed me was an appeal for tolerance and forgiveness. Zann said that he was old, lonely, and afflicted with strange fears and nervous disorders connected with his music and with other things. He had enjoyed my listening to his music, and wished I would come again and not mind his eccentricities, but he could not play to another his weird harmonies, and could not bear hearing them from another, nor could he bear having anything in his room touched by another. He had not known until our hallway conversation that I could overhear his playing in my room, and now asked me if I would arrange with Blando to take a lower room where I could not hear him in the night. He would, he wrote, defray the difference in rent. As I sat deciphering the execrable French, I felt more lenient toward the old man. He was a victim of physical and nervous suffering, as was I, and my metaphysical studies had taught me kindness. In the silence there came a slight sound from the window. The shutter must have rattled in the night wind, and for some reason I started almost as violently as did Erich Zann. So when I had finished reading, I shook my host by the hand and departed as a friend. The next day Blando gave me a more expensive room on the 3rd floor, between the apartments of an aged money-lender and the room of a respectable upholsterer. There was no one on the 4th floor. It was not long before I found that Zann's eagerness for my company was not as great as it had seemed while he was persuading me to move down from the 5th story. He did not ask me to call on him, and when I did call, he appeared uneasy and played listlessly. This was always at night. In the day he slept, and would admit no one. My liking for him did not grow, though the attic room and the weird music seemed to hold an odd fascination for me. I had a curious desire to look out of that window, over the wall and down the unseen slope, at the glittering roofs and spires which must lie outspread there. Once I went up to the garret during theatre hours when Zann was away, but the door was locked. What I did succeed in doing was to overhear the nocturnal playing of the dumb old man. At first I would tiptoe up to my old 5th floor. Then I grew bold enough to climb the last creaking staircase to the peaked garret. There, in the narrow hall outside the bolted door with the covered keyhole, I often heard sounds which filled me with an indefinable dread, the dread of vague wonder and brooding mystery. It was not that the sounds were hideous, for they were not, but that they held vibrations suggesting nothing on this globe of earth, and that at certain intervals they assumed a symphonic quality which I could hardly conceive as produced by one player. Certainly Erich Zann was a genius of wild power. As the weeks passed, the playing grew wilder, whilst the old musician acquired an increasing haggardness and furtiveness, pitiful to behold. He now refused to admit me at any time, and shunned me whenever we met on the stairs. Then one night, as I listened at the door, I heard the shrieking viol swell into a chaotic babel of sound, a pandemonium which would have led me to doubt my own shaking sanity, had there not come from behind that barred portal a piteous proof that the horror was real, the awful, inarticulate cry which only a mute can utter, and which rises only in moments of the most terrible fear or anguish. I knocked repeatedly at the door, but received no response. Afterward I waited in the black hallway, shivering with cold and fear, till I heard the poor musician's feeble effort to rise from the floor by the aid of a chair. Believing him just conscious after a fainting fit, I renewed my rapping, at the same time calling out my name reassuringly. I heard Zann stumble to the window and close both shutter and sash, then stumble to the door, which he falteringly unfastened to admit me. This time his delight at having me present was real, for his distorted face gleamed with relief, while he clutched at my coat as a child clutches at his mother's skirts. Shaking pathetically, the old man forced me into a chair, whilst he sank into another, beside which his viol and bow lay carelessly on the floor. He sat for some time inactive, nodding oddly, but having a paradoxical suggestion of intense and frightened listening. Subsequently he seemed to be satisfied, and, crossing to a chair by the table, wrote a brief note, handed it to me, and returned to the table, where he began to write rapidly and incessantly. The note implored me, in the name of mercy and for the sake of my own curiosity, to wait where I was while he prepared a full account in German of all the marvels and terrors which beset him. I waited, and the dumb man's pencil flew. It was perhaps an hour later, while I still waited, and while the old musician's feverishly written sheets still continued to pile up, that I saw Zann start, as from the hint of a horrible shock. Unmistakably, he was looking at the curtained window, and listening shudderingly. Then I half fancied I heard a sound myself, though it was not a horrible sound, but rather an exquisitely low and infinitely distant musical note, suggesting a player in one of the neighbouring houses, or in some abode beyond the lofty wall over which I had never been able to look. Upon Zann the effect was terrible, for, dropping his pencil, suddenly he rose, seized his viol, and commenced to rend the night with the wildest playing I had ever heard from his bow, save when listening at the barred door. It would be useless to describe the playing of Erich Zann on that dreadful night. It was more horrible than anything I had ever overheard, because I could now see the expression of his face, and could realize that this time the motive was stark fear. He was trying to make a noise, to ward something off or drown something out. What, I could not imagine, awesome though I felt it must be. The playing grew fantastic, delirious, and hysterical, yet kept to the last the qualities of supreme genius which I know this strange old man possessed. I recognized the air. It was a wild Hungarian dance, popular in the theatres, and I reflected for a moment that this was the first time I had ever heard Zann play the work of another composer. Louder and louder, wilder and wilder mounted the shrieking and whining of that desperate viol. The player was dripping with an uncanny perspiration, and twisted like a monkey, always looking frantically at the curtained window. In his frenzied strains I could almost see shadowy satyrs and bacchanals dancing and whirling insanely through seething abysses of clouds and smoke and lightning, and then I thought I heard a shriller, steadier note that was not from the viol, a calm, deliberate, purposeful, mocking note from far away in the west. At this juncture the shutter began to rattle in a howling night wind which had sprung up outside, as if in answer to the mad playing within. Zann's screaming viol now outdid itself, emitting sounds I had never thought a viol could emit. The shutter rattled more loudly, unfastened, and commenced slamming against the window. Then the glass broke shiveringly under the persistent impacts, and the chill wind rushed in, making the candles sputter, and rustling the sheets of paper on the table where Zann had begun to write out his horrible secret. I looked at Zann and saw that he was past conscious observation. His blue eyes were bulging, glassy and sightless, and the frantic playing had become a blind, mechanical, unrecognizable orgy that no pen could even suggest. A sudden gust, stronger than the others, caught up the manuscript and bore it toward the window. I followed the flying sheets in desperation, but they were gone before I reached the demolished panes. Then I remembered my old wish to gaze from this window, the only window in the Rue d'Aussay from which one might see the slope beyond the wall and the city outspread beneath. It was very dark, but the city's lights always burned, and I expected to see them there amidst the rain and wind. Yet when I looked down from that highest of all gable windows, looked while the candles sputtered and the insane viol howled with the night wind, I saw no city spread below, and no friendly lights gleamed from remembered streets, but only the blackness of space, illimitable, unimagined space, alive with motion and music, and having no semblance of anything on earth. And as I stood there, looking in terror, the wind blew out both the candles in that ancient peaked garret, leaving me in savage and impenetrable darkness, with chaos and pandemonium before me, and the demon madness of that night-baying viol behind me. I staggered back in the dark, without the means of striking a light, crashing against the table, overturning a chair, and finally groping my way to the place where the blackness screamed with shocking music. To save myself and Erich Zann, I could at least try, whatever the powers opposed to me. Once I thought some chill thing brushed me, and I screamed, but my scream could not be heard above that hideous viol. Suddenly, out of the blackness, the madly sawing bow struck me, and I knew I was close to the player. I felt ahead, touched the back of Zann's chair, and then found and shook his shoulder in an attempt to bring him to his senses. He did not respond, and still the viol shrieked on without slackening. I moved my hand to his head, whose mechanical nodding I was able to stop, and shouted in his ear that we must both flee from the unknown things of the night, but he neither answered me nor abated the frenzy of his unutterable music, while all through the garret strange currents of wind seemed to dance in the darkness and babble. When my hand touched his ear, I shuddered, though I knew not why, till I felt of the still face, the ice-cold, stiffened, unbreathing face, whose glassy eyes bulged uselessly into the void. And then, by some miracle finding the door and the large wooden bolt, I plunged wildly away from that glassy-eyed thing in the dark, and from the ghoulish howling of that accursed viol, whose fury increased even as I plunged. Leaping, floating, flying down those endless stairs through the dark house, racing mindlessly out into the narrow, steep, and ancient street of steps and tottering houses, clattering down steps and over cobbles to the lower streets and the putrid canyon-walled river, panting across the great dark bridge to the broader, healthier streets and boulevards we know. All these are terrible impressions that linger with me, and I recall that there was no wind, and that the moon was out, and that all the lights of the city twinkled. Despite my most careful searches and investigations, I have never since been able to find the Rue d'Aussay, but I am not wholly sorry, either for this or for the loss in undreamable abysses of the closely written sheets, which alone could have explained the music of Erich Zann. End of The Music of Erich Zann.
The Mystery of Black Jean by Julian Kilman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Mystery of Black Jean by Julian Kilman. Aye, sir. Since you have asked, there has been many a guess about where Black Jean finally disappeared to. He was a French-Canadian and a weed of a man, 6'5" in his socks. His eyes were little and close together and black. He wore a long, thin moustache that drooped, and he was as hairy as his 2 bears. He just drifted up here to the north, I guess, picking up what scanty living he could by wrestling with the bears and making them wrestle each other. It was in the King William Hotel that many's a time I've seen Black Jean drink whiskey by the cupful and feed it to the bears. Yes, he was interesting, especially to us boys. Along about the time the French-Canadian and the strict animals were getting to be an old story, there came, begging your pardon, a Yankee who said he would put up a windmill at Morgan's Cove if he could get the quicklime to make the mortar with. Black Jean said he knew how to make lime, and if they would give him time, he would put up a kiln. So the French-Canadian went to work and built that lime kiln you see standing there. I was a youngster then, and I know how Black Jean, a little later, built his cabin. I used to hide and watch him and his bears. They worked like men together with an ugly-looking woman that had joined them. They put up the cabin, the bears doing most of the heavy lifting work. The place he picked for the cabin? Over there, where that clump of trees? No, not that way. More to the right, half a mile about. That place is called Split Hill, because there is a deep crack in the rock made by some earthquake. The French-Canadian built his cabin across the crack, and as a woman quarreled with him about the bear sleeping in the cabin, he made a trap door in the floor of the building and stuck a small log down it so the bears could climb up and down from their den below. The kiln, you see for yourself, is a pit kiln, so called because it is in the side of a hill and the limestone is fed from the top and the fuel from the bottom. Like a big chimney it works, and when Black Jean got the fire started and going good, it would roar up through the stone and cook it. You could see the blaze for a mile. One day Black Jean came to the King William looking for that Yankee. Seems that individual hadn't paid for his lime. When Black Jean didn't find him at the tavern, he started for the cove. I've never known who struck first, but they say the Yankee called Black Jean a damn frog-eater and there was a fight. And that afternoon the French-Canadian came to the tavern with his bears and all three of them got drunk. Black Jean used to keep a muzzle on the larger of the bears, but by tilting the brute's head he could pour whiskey down his throat. They got pretty drunk, and then someone dared Black Jean to wrestle the muzzled bear. There was a big tree standing in front of the tavern, and close by was a worn-out pump having a big iron handle. Black Jean and the bear went at it under the tree, the two of them clinching and hugging and swearing until they both gasped for air. This day the bear was rougher than usual, and Black Jean lost his temper. It was his custom when he got in too tight a place to kick the bear in the stomach, and this time he began using his feet. Suddenly we heard a rip in clothing. The bear had unsheathed his claws. They were sharp as razors and tore Black Jean's clothing into shreds and brought blood. Black Jean broke loose, his eyes flashing, his teeth gritting. Like lightning he grabbed his dirk and leaped at the brute and jabbed the knife into his eye and gave a quick twist. The eyeball popped out and hung down by shreds alongside the bear's jaw. Never can I forget the human-sounding shriek that bear gave, and how my father caught me up and scrambled behind the tree as the bear started for Black Jean. But the animal was near blinded, and Black Jean had time to jerk the iron handle out of the pump. And then, using it as if it didn't weigh any more than a spider's thought, he beat the bear over the head. He knocked it cold. Then my father said, "That bear will kill you some day, Jean." Black Jean stuck the iron pump handle back into its place. "Bagosh, you think that true?" he sneered. "Maybe I kill her, eh?" Our place was next to the piece where Black Jean lived, and it was early next morning we heard a loud yelling over the Split Hill. I was a little fellow, but spry, and when I reached Black Jean's cabin I was ahead of my father. I saw the French-Canadian leaning against a stump all alone, the blood streaming from his face. "By God, monsieur," he blurted when my father came up, "she scratched my eye out." My father thought he meant the woman. "Who did?" he asked. "That damn bear," said Black Jean. "She just walk up and stick her foots in my eye." Father caught hold of Black Jean and helped him to the cabin. "Which bear was it?" he asked. Black Jean slumped forward without answering. He had fainted. I helped father get him into the house. He was more than one man could carry, and just as we went inside there was a growling and snarling, and the big muzzled bear went sliding down the pole to her nest. Well, we looked all round for the woman, expecting to get her help, but we couldn't find her, which was the first we knew that she had left Black Jean. It took the French-Canadian's eye 2 or 3 months to heal, and then he came to a place to get something to wear over the empty socket. So father hammered out a circular piece of copper about twice the size of a silver dollar and bored a hole in opposite sides for a leather thong to hold it in place. Black Jean always wore it after that. He seemed vain of that piece of copper, for he used to keep it polished and shined until it glowed on a bright day like a bit of fire. That fall the settlers opened up the first school in the district and imported a woman teacher from the States. I must tell you about the teacher. She was a thin little mite of a thing that you would think the wind would blow away. Some said she was pretty, and some that she wasn't. I could have called her pretty if her eyes hadn't been so black. Hereabouts you don't see many eyes that are black. Brown maybe, and blue and grey, but not black. Fact is, there were just two people in these parts having those black eyes. Black Jean and the little mite of a school teacher. Well, she came, and she hadn't been here a month before it was noticed that Black Jean was coming to town more regular. And what's more, he was coming down by the school and waiting round there with his bears. This went on. They say that at first she didn't pay any attention to him, but I can't speak for that as he was too young. But in time there was talk, and it came to me. Then I watched. And I remember one afternoon after the teacher let us out, we all went over to where the bears were. The teacher followed. Black Jean was grinning and showing his white teeth. "Beautiful laddie," says he. "Such eyes, much black like the black of a water bug." Teacher smiled and said something I couldn't understand. It must have been French. I had never seen a Frenchman around women before, and Black Jean's manners were new to me. He was a big weed of a man, bowing and scraping and standing with his cap in his hand. We boys laughed at that, holding his cap in his hand. The long and short of it was the French Canadian was sparking the school teacher, and everybody talked about it, of course. They said it was a shame. They said if she didn't have sense enough to see what kind of a man he was, someone should tell her. I've often wondered since what would have happened if anybody had gone to that woman with stories of Black Jean. I know I'd never dared to because without knowing why I was afraid of her. I guess maybe that's why the others didn't either. There was no mistaking she was encouraging to Black Jean. She didn't seem to object in the slightest to his attentions, and I can see them yet. Her, little and pretty in a white dress, and Black Jean lingering there with his beards, dirty and towering head and shoulders above her. Black Jean kept coming and people went on talking, and finally somebody said she had been to Split Hill. And one day I began to understand it too. It was the time she was punishing some pupils. 3 of them were lined up before her, and she started along, whacking the outstretched hands with a stout ruler. Right in front of where I was sitting stood Ben Anger. He was the smallest of the lot and was trembling like a leaf. A first clip at him must have raised a welt on his hands because he whimpered. She hit him again, and he closed his fingers. At that she caught up the jackknife he had been whittling at his desk with and pried at his fingers until the blood came. Sitting where I was, I saw her face while she was at it. It had the expression of a female devil. I didn't say anything to my folks about that. But I wasn't surprised when word came next week that we were to have a new teacher. The little one had gone to live with Black Jean. Well, there was more talk of rail riding the pair of them out of the district. But nothing was done, and one evening, a month later, there was a rap at her door and the French Canadian staggered in. He was carrying the schoolteacher in his arms. "What has happened?" my father demanded. "That damn little bear," snarled Black Jean. "She tried to kill Madam." He laid the woman on the bed. She looked pretty badly cut up, and we sent for the doctor. Mother would only let her stay in the house that night, being shocked at the way she was living with the French Canadian. It turned out she wasn't much hurt, and father kept trying to find out just what had happened, but he couldn't. I knew, however. Most of my time when I wasn't in school or running errands with the folks, I was spending watching that couple, and only that afternoon I had seen her stick a hot poker into the side of the smaller bear and wind it up into his fur until he screamed, and the bear must have bided his time and gone for her. Those brutes were just like folks. Next morning Black Jean came and got his woman, and I stole out and followed. I knew there would be more to it. I was right. The 2 of them went into the cabin, and pretty soon I heard a rumpus, and out comes Black Jean with the smaller bear, and behind them the woman. She was carrying a cowhide whip. The French Canadian had a chain roped about each forepaw of the animal, and pulling it under a tree, he tossed the free end of the chain over a stout branch and yanked the bear off his feet. Then he wound the end of the chain about the trunk of the tree and sat down. So the bear hung, his feet trussed, and squirming and helpless. And there, in that clear day and warm sunshine, the woman started at the bear with the whip. She lashed it until it cried like a child. Black Jean watched the proceedings and grinned. "Bah!" he shouted after the woman had begun to tire. "She think you're fooling. Hit harder. Hit the ice! Again the woman went at it and kept it up until the bear quit moaning and his head drooped and its body got limp. I was feeling sick at the sight and I stole away. But next morning when I crawled back, there was the bear still hanging. It was dead. The woman was a fair mate for Black Jean. She kept him working steady over here to this kill. Most any night you could see the reflection of the blaze, and it was something to watch Black Jean when he was feeding his fire with the light playing on that copper piece and making it look like a big red eye flashing in the night. I saw it many times. And it was noticed that Black Jean wasn't getting drunk anymore, and he wasn't wrestling the one-eyed bear anymore. He had good reason for that. I began to believe Black Jean was afraid of that brute. But he made it work for him in the kill using the whip, and it was a curious animal, growling and snarling most of the time as it pulled and lifted big sticks of wood and lugged them to the kill. When Black Jean wasn't working, he was over at the cabin where he would follow the woman around like a dog. She could make him do anything. She was getting thinner and crosser, and I was more afraid of her than ever I was of Black Jean. Once she caught me watching her from my spying place in a tree. She had been petting the one-eyed bear, rubbing his snout and feeding him sugar. She ran to the house and got a rifle, and my friends, I came down out of the tree lickety-split. When I reached the ground, she didn't say a word, just let her eyes rest on mine. After that, I was more careful. Then something happened. I was hoeing corn one afternoon in a field next the road when I spied a woman coming along from the village. She was big and blousy and was wearing a shawl. I knew she was headed for Black Jean's because she climbed through the fence on his side of the road. Keeping her in sight, I followed along my side and crossed over when I came to a place where she couldn't see me. I followed her because I knew she was a woman who had come to Black Jean when he first landed in the district. She walked up to the cabin, and I was wondering who she would find home when out comes Black Jean. "Sack her!" he exclaimed, putting one hand to his eye. "Speak quick! Is it Mary?" "Yes," the woman said. "I've come back." Black Jean looked round fearfully. "What you want?" he demanded. "I'd like to know who knocked your eye out," she laughed. Black Jean did not laugh. "You steal $100 from me and run away," he snarled. "Bagosh! You give me that money." "You fool," said the woman. "You think I don't know where you got the money? You killed—" A sound of rustling leaves in the wood nearby interrupted. "Shh!" hissed Black Jean, his face blanching. "For the love of God, not so loud." He listened a moment, then his expression grew crafty. His teeth showed, and he went close to the woman and said something and started into the cabin. The next instant I knew someone else had seen them. It was no other than the little ex-school teacher, and she was running away. I lay still a moment, scared out of my wits. Then I went home. "Did you see Black Jean's wife?" my mother asked. "You mean the school teacher woman?" I said. "Yes," my mother said. "Who else?" "I did," I said. "A while ago." "I mean just now," said my mother, breathing quickly. "She rushed in here, right into the house, and before I could stop her, she snatched your father's rifle from the wall and ran out." I didn't wait to hear more. I set off through the fields for Black Jean's. Before I had run half the distance, I heard shooting, and it was father's rifle. I knew the sound of her only too well. When I got to my spying place, it was all quiet at Black Jean's. I could not see a thing stirring about the cabin. Then I thought of mother and started home. Father had gone over to the cove that morning with a load of wheat for the Yankees' mill and wasn't to get back until late. So mother and I waited. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning when we heard father's wagon, and I rushed out. "Hello, son," he exclaimed. "You're up late." "And yes, mother too." Father listened to what we told him without saying a word. "Well," he said when we had finished, "I don't really see anything to worry about. Black Jean can take care of himself. Look there." He was pointing over here to this lime kiln. "Jean's had her loaded for a week," said father, waiting for better weather. Later in the house, my father said, "It's none of her business anyway." And in a little, he added, as if worried some, "But I'm going over there after my rifle." The following Sunday, 3 days later, father and I went to Black Jean's to get the rifle. The door of the cabin opened and the little woman came out. She was carrying the rifle. Somehow she looked thin and old and her hands were like claws, but her eyes were bright and as sharp as the teeth of a weasel trap. "I suppose," she said, "as cool as a cucumber and as sweet as honey, you have come after the rifle." "That's what," said my father sternly. She handed it over. "Please apologize to your wife for me," she said, "for the sudden way I took it. I was in a hurry. I saw a deer down by the marsh." "Did you get the deer?" I piped in. "No," she said. "I missed it." Father and I started away, but he stopped and called, "Where's Black Jean this morning?" "Black Jean," she laughed. "Oh, he's got another sweetheart. He's gone away with her." "Good day," said Father. "Good day," said she. And that was the end of that. Neither Black Jean nor the black blousy woman was ever seen again, nor hide nor hair of them. But there was lots of talk. You see, there hadn't been any deer in these parts for many years, and besides, it just was not possible for so well known a character as Black Jean to vanish so completely without leaving a single trace. Well, finally someone laid information in the county seat, and over comes a smart young chap. He questioned father and mother and made me tell him all I knew and took it all down in writing. Then he gets a constable and goes over and they arrest the little black-eyed woman. There was no trouble about it. They say she just smiled and asked what she was being arrested for, and they told her for the murder of Black Jean. She didn't say anything to that. Only asked that someone feed the big one-eyed bear during the time she was locked up. Then the people started coming. They came on horseback. They came afoot, they came in canoes, they came in lumber wagons, no matter how far they lived, and brought their own food along. I calculate near every soul in the district turned out and made it a sort of general holiday and lay-off, for certain it is that no one cared anything about Black Jean himself. Every inch of the land hereabouts was searched. They poked along the entire length of that earthquake crack, and in the clearings, and in the bush, looking for fresh turned earth, but they could not find a thing. Not a thing. Now you gentlemen know that you can't convict a person for murder unless you have got positive proof that murder's been done. The dead body itself, which was the case here, and that smart youth from the county seat had to let the little woman go free. So she came back to the cabin, living there as quiet as possible and minding her own precise business. Here's a pocket piece I've had for some time. You see for yourself that it is copper. It's a thing my father made for Black Jean to wear over his bad eye. I found that piece of copper 2 years after the little woman died, near 12 years after Black Jean disappeared. And I found it in the ashes and stone at the bottom of the lime kiln standing there, half tumbled down. A lot of people hereabouts say it doesn't follow that Black Jean's body was burned in the kiln, cremated, I guess you city chaps would call it. They can't figure out how the mischief a little 90-pound woman could have lugged those two bodies after she shot them with my father's rifle, the distance from the cabin to the kiln, a good half-mile and more. They point out that the body of Black Jean must have weighed over 200 pounds, not to mention that the other woman was big and fat. But they make me weary. It's as simple as a nose on your face. The big one-eyed bear did the job for her. The End of the Mystery of Black Jean by Julian Kilman.
Nyarlathotep by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nyarlathotep by H.P. Lovecraft. Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos. I am the last. I will tell the audient void. I do not recall distinctly when it began, but it was months ago. The general tension was horrible. To a season of political and social upheaval was added a strange and brooding apprehension of hideous physical danger, a danger widespread and all-embracing, such a danger as may well be imagined only in the most terrible phantasms of the night. I recall that the people went about with pale and worried faces and whispered warnings and prophecies which no one dared consciously repeat or acknowledge to himself that he had heard. A sense of monstrous guilt was upon the land, and out of the abysses between the stars swept chill currents that made men shiver in the dark and lonely places. There was a demonic alteration in the sequence of the seasons. The autumn heat lingered fearsomely, and everyone felt that the world, and perhaps the universe, had passed from the control of known gods or forces to that of gods or forces which were unknown. And then it was Nyarlathotep came out of Egypt. Who he was, none could tell, but he was of the old native blood, and looked like a pharaoh. The fellaheen knelt when they saw him, yet could not say why. He had said he had risen up out of the blackness of 27 centuries, and that he had heard messages from places not on this planet. Into the lands of civilization came Nyarlathotep, swarthy, slender and sinister, always buying strange instruments of glass and metal and combining them into instruments yet stranger. He spoke much of the sciences, of electricity and psychology, and gave exhibitions of power which sent his spectators away speechless, yet which swelled his fame to exceeding magnitude. Men advised one another to see Nyarlathotep, and shuddered. And where Nyarlathotep went, rest vanished, for the small hours were rent with the screams of nightmare. Never before had the screams of nightmare been such a public problem. Now, the wise men almost wished they could forbid sleep in the small hours, that the shrieks of cities might less horribly disturb the pale, pitying moon as it glimmered on green waters gliding under bridges and old steeples crumbling against a sickly sky. I remember when Nyarlathotep came to my city, the great, the old, the terrible city of unnumbered crimes. My friend had told me of him, and of the impelling fascination and allurement of his revelations, and I burned with eagerness to explore his uttermost mysteries. My friend said they were horrible, and impressive beyond my most fevered imaginings. That what was thrown on a screen in the darkened room prophesied things none but Nyarlathotep dared prophesy, and that in the sputter of his sparks there was taken from men that which had never been taken before, yet which shewed only in the eyes. And I heard it hinted abroad that those who knew Nyarlathotep looked on sights which others saw not. It was in the hot autumn that I went through the night with the restless crowds to see Nyarlathotep, through the stifling night and up the endless stairs into the choking room, and shadowed on a screen. I saw hooded forms amidst ruins and yellow, evil faces peering from behind fallen monuments. And I saw the world battling against blackness, against the waves of destruction from ultimate space, whirling, churning, struggling around the dimming, cooling sun. Then the sparks played amazingly around the heads of the spectators, and hair stood up on end, while shadows more grotesque than I can tell came out and squatted on their heads. And when I, who was colder and more scientific than the rest, mumbled a trembling protest about imposture and static electricity, Nyarlathotep drove us all out, down the dizzy stairs into the damp, hot, deserted midnight streets. I screamed aloud that I was not afraid, that I never could be afraid, and others screamed with me for solace. We swore to one another that the city was exactly the same and still alive, and when the electric lights began to fade, we cursed the company over and over again, and laughed at the queer faces we made. I believe we felt something coming down from the greenish moon, for when we began to depend on its light, we drifted into curious, involuntary formations, and seemed to know our destinations, though we dared not think of them. Once we looked at the pavement, and found the blocks loose and displaced by grass, with scarce a line of rusted metal to shew where the tramways had run. And again we saw a tramcar, lone, windowless, dilapidated, and almost on its side. When we gazed around the horizon, we could not find the third tower by the river, and noticed that the silhouette of the second tower was ragged at the top. Then we split up into narrow columns, each of which seemed drawn in a different direction. One disappeared in a narrow alley to the left, leaving only the echo of a shocking moan. Another filed down a weed-choked subway entrance, howling with a laughter that was mad. My own column was sucked toward the open country, and presently felt a chill which was not of the hot autumn, for as we stalked out on the hellish moor, we beheld around us the hellish moon glitter of evil snows. Trackless, inexplicable snows, swept asunder in one direction only, where lay a gulf all the blacker for its glittering walls. The column seemed very thin indeed as it plodded dreamily into the gulf. I lingered behind, for the black rift in the green-litten snow was frightful, and I thought I had heard the reverberations of a disquieting wail as my companions vanished, but my power to linger was slight. As if beckoned by those who had gone before, I half floated between the titanic snowdrifts, quivering and afraid into the slightless vortex of the unimaginable. Screamingly sentient, only delirious, only the gods that were can tell. A sickened, sensitive shadow, writhing in hands that had not hands and whirled blindly past ghastly midnights of rotten creation, corpses of dead worlds with swords that were cities, charnel winds that brush the pallid stars and make them flicker low. Beyond the world's vague ghosts of monstrous things, half-seen columns of unsanctified temples that rest on nameless rocks beneath space and reach up to dizzy vacua above the spheres of light and darkness. And through this revolting graveyard of the universe, the muffled, maddening beating of drums and thin, monotonous whine of blasphemous flutes from the inconceivable, unlighted chambers beyond time, the detestable pounding and piping whereunto dance slowly, awkwardly, and absurdly the gigantic, tenebrous ultimate gods. The blind, voiceless, mindless gargoyles whose soul is Nyarlathotep. End of Nyarlathotep.
Other-World Encounters by A Senator's Wife, from Ghost Story Magazine, October 1929. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Other-World Encounters by A Senator's Wife. I have been deeply interested in psychic phenomenon for some time, and am an enthusiastic member of a psychical research society. Years ago, I received my first thirst for this knowledge through the manifestations of my mother. At one time, a young artist had joined the circle in which my mother was interested, and for some reason or other, it was thought that his hand would be controlled to write if he would but try. At last he was persuaded to take up a pencil. Each one of the circle of young people would ask mental questions, and see if this young man would answer any of their questions intelligently. His hand began to move, and the pencil wrote rapidly. "Heaven is a happy place. Come to me, my child." No one understood the message, and the artist said that he would never try it again. A few days later, the landlady's daughter, who had been present at this meeting, rapped at the artist's door. "I want you to do me a favor," she began. "You answered my question the other night, and I hadn't the courage to tell you. I want you to promise me that you will sit down and write again under spirit direction." He refused. She begged him so piteously that at last he consented to try. He did not know what he wrote this time, as he did not read the message, but he folded it up and handed it to her, and she left the room without reading it. 3 days later she committed suicide. No one of her acquaintances knew that she had married and was living unhappily, and no one ever read that last message. Mother had an experience of her own that has always been an interesting psychic problem. Just before my grandfather's death, my mother had taken her turn to watch by the sick bed, while the other members of the family were resting. She sat quietly beside my father while he appeared to be asleep. Suddenly, she heard the appeal, "Up, up, up." She jumped to her feet and ran to the window and looked out. It was not yet daylight, and no one was in sight. There was no explanation for what she heard until a few years later, when the family was gathered at Greenwood Cemetery, where some bodies were being moved from the country for internment near my grandfather's grave. One of these bodies was that of her little nephew, a child of 5 years, who had died before my grandfather. The tombstone, which had marked his grave in the other cemetery, had been brought to Greenwood, and suddenly it attracted my mother's attention, as it bore an extraordinary epitaph. Up, up, up was the simple inscription, and it set in motion a train of memories that my mother had almost forgotten. "What does this mean?" she asked her sister, the mother of the boy. "Why," answered her sister, "when we were visiting father, the child used to go to his grandfather's door early in the morning, and as he knocked upon the panel he would say, 'Up, up, up,' until his grandfather would answer him, and somehow I thought of that when trying to decide upon an inscription for the tombstone, and so I selected the only words the child knew how to utter at that time. Mother felt then that this child's spirit voice was calling my grandfather at the time she was so mystified the night of his death, and had used the command with which he familiarly awakened him when he was there." The end of Other World Encounters by a Senator's Wife.
The Outsider by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Outsider by H.P. Lovecraft. Unhappy is he to whom the memories of childhood bring only fear and sadness. Wretched is he who looks back upon lone hours in vast and dismal chambers with brown hangings and maddening rows of antique books, or upon awed watches in twilight groves of grotesque, gigantic and vine-encumbered trees that silently wave twisted branches far aloft. Such a lot the gods gave to me, the dazed, the disappointed, the barren, the broken, and yet I am strangely content, and cling desperately to those sere memories when my mind momentarily threatens to reach beyond to the other. I know not where I was born, save that the castle was infinitely old and infinitely horrible, full of dark passages and having high ceilings where the eye could only find cobwebs and shadows. The stones in the crumbling corridors seemed always hideously damp, and there was an accursed smell everywhere as of the piled-up corpses of dead generations. It was never light, so that I used sometimes to light candles and gaze steadily at them for relief. Nor was there any sun outdoors, since the terrible trees grew high above the topmost accessible tower. There was one black tower, which reached above the trees into the unknown outer sky, but that was partially ruined. It could not be ascended save by a well-nigh impossible climb up the sheer wall, stone by stone. I must have lived years in this place, but I cannot measure the time. Beings must have cared for my needs, yet I cannot recall any person except myself, or anything alive but the noiseless rats and bats and spiders. I think that whoever nursed me must have been shockingly aged, since my first conception of a living person was that of something mockingly like myself, yet distorted, shriveled, and decaying like the castle. To me, there was nothing grotesque in the bones and skeletons that strode some of the stone crypts deep down among the foundations. I fantastically associated these things with everyday events, and thought them more natural than the coloured pictures of living beings which I found in many of the mouldy books. From such books, I learned all that I need to know. No teacher urged or guided me, and I do not recall hearing any human voice in all these years, not even my own, for although I had read of speech, I had never thought to try speak aloud. My aspect was a matter of equally unthought of, for there were no mirrors in the castle, and I merely regarded myself by instinct as akin to the youthful figures I saw drawn and painted in the books. I felt so conscious of youth, because I remembered so little. Outside, across the putrid moat, and under the dark mute trees, I would often lie and dream for hours about what I read in the books, and would longingly picture myself amidst gay crowds in the sunny world beyond the endless forest. Once I tried to escape from the forest, but as I went farther from the castle the shade grew denser and the air more filled with brooding fear, so that I ran frantically back, lest I lose my way in a labyrinth of nighted silence. So through endless twilights I dreamed and waited, though I knew not what I waited for. Then, in the shadowy solitude, my longing for light grew so frantic that I could rest no more, and I lifted entreating hands to the single black, ruined tower that reached above the forest into the outer, unknown sky. And at last I resolved to scale that tower, fall though I might, since it were better to glimpse the sky and perish than to live without ever beholding day. In the dank twilight, I climbed the worn and aged stone stair till I reached the level where they ceased, and thereafter clung perilously to the small footholds leading upward. Ghastly and terrible was that dead, stairless cylinder of rock, black, ruined and deserted, and sinister with startled bats whose wings made no noise. But more ghastly and terrible still was the slowness of my progress, for climb as I might, the darkness overhead grew no thinner, and a new chill as of haunted and venerable mould assailed me. I shivered as I wondered why I did not reach the light, and would have looked down had I dared. I fancied that night had come suddenly upon me, and vainly groped with one free hand for a window embrasure, that I might peer out and above, and try to judge the height I had attained. All at once, after an infinity of awesome, sightless crawling up that concave and desperate precipice, I felt my head touch a solid thing, and knew I must have gained the roof, or at least some kind of floor. In the darkness, I raised my free hand and tested the barrier, finding it stone and immovable. Then came a deadly circuit of the tower, clinging to whatever holds the slimy wall could give, till finally my testing hand found the barrier yielding, and I turned upward again, pushing the slab or door with my head. I used both my hands in my fearful ascent. There was no light revealed above. As my hands went higher, I knew that my climb was for the nonce ended, since the slab was the trapdoor of an aperture leading to the level stone surface of the greater circumference than a lower tower. No doubt, the floor of some lofty and capacious observation chamber. I crawled through carefully, and tried to prevent the heavy slab from falling back into place, but failed in the latter attempt. As I lay exhausted on the stone floor, I heard the eerie echoes of its fall, but hoped when necessary to pry it open again. Believing I was now at a prodigious height, far above the accursed branches of the wood, I dragged myself up from the floor and fumbled about for windows that I might look for the first time upon the sky and the moon and the stars of which I had read. But on every hand I was disappointed, since all that I found were vast shelves of marble, bearing odious oblong boxes of disturbing size. More and more I reflected, and wondered what hoary secrets might abide in this high apartment so many aeons cut off from the castle below. Then unexpectedly my hand came upon a doorway, where hung a portal of stone, rough, with strange chiselling. Trying it, I found it locked. With a supreme burst of strength, I overcame all obstacles and dragged it open inward. As I did so, there came to me the purest ecstasy I have ever known. For shining tranquilly through an ornate grating of iron and down a short stone passageway of steps that ascended from the newly found doorway, was the radiant full moon, which I had never seen before save in my dreams and in vague visions I dared not call memories. Fancying now that I had attained the very pinnacle of the castle, I commenced to rush up but the few steps beyond the door. But the sudden veiling of the moon by a cloud caused me to stumble, and I felt my way more slowly in the dark. It was still very dark when I reached the grating, which I tried carefully and found unlocked, but which I did not open for fear of falling from the amazed height to which I had climbed. Then the moon came out. Most demoniacal of all shocks is that of the abysmally unexpected and grotesquely unbelievable. Nothing I had before undergone could compare in terror with what I saw now, with the bizarre marvels that sight implied. The sight itself was as simple as it was stupefying, for it was merely this: instead of a dizzying prospect of treetops seen from a lofty eminence, there, stretched around me on a level through the grating, nothing less than the solid ground, decked and diversified by marble slabs and columns, and overshadowed by an ancient stone church whose ruined spire gleamed spectrally in the moonlight. Half unconscious, I opened the grating and staggered out upon the white gravel path that stretched away in two directions. My mind, stunned and chaotic as it was, still held the frantic craving for light, and not even the fantastic wonder which had happened could stay my course. I neither knew nor cared whether my experience was insanity, dreaming, or magic, but was determined to gaze on the brilliance and gaiety at any cost. I knew not who I was, or what my surroundings might be, though as I continued to stumble along I became conscious of a kind of fearsome latent memory that made my progress not wholly fortuitous. I passed under an arch out of that region of slabs and columns and wandered through the open country, sometimes following the visible road but sometimes leaving it curiously to tread across meadows which only occasionally ruins bespoke the ancient presence of a forgotten road. Once I swam across a swift river where crumbling mossy masonry told of a bridge long vanished. Over 2 hours must have passed before I reached what seemed to be my goal, a venerable, ivied castle in a thickly wooded park, maddeningly familiar, yet full of perplexing strangers to me. I saw that the moat was filled in, and that some of the well-known towers were demolished, whilst new wings existed to confuse the beholder. But what I observed with chief interest and delight were the open windows, gorgeously ablaze with light and sending forth sound of the gayest revelry. Advancing to one of these, I looked in and saw an oddly dressed company indeed, making merry and speaking brightly to one another. I had never, seemingly, heard human speech before, and could guess only vaguely what was said. Some of the faces seemed to hold expressions that brought up incredibly remote recollections. Others were utterly alien. I now stepped through the low window into the brilliantly lighted room, stepping as I did so from my single bright moment of hope to my blackest convulsion of despair and realization. The nightmare was quick to come, for as I entered there occurred immediately one of the most terrifying demonstrations I had ever conceived. Scarcely had I crossed the sill when there descended upon the whole company a sudden and unheralded fear of hideous intensity, distorting every face and evoking the most horrible screams from nearly every throat. Flight was universal, and in the clamour and panic several fell in a swoon and were dragged away by their madly fleeing companions. Many covered their eyes with their hands, and plunged blindly and awkwardly in their race to escape, overturning furniture and stumbling against the walls before they managed to reach one of the many doors. The cries were shocking, and as I stood in the brilliant apartment alone and dazed listening to their vanished echoes, I trembled at the thought of what might be lurking near me unseen. At a casual inspection the room seemed deserted, but when I moved towards one of the alcoves I thought I detected a presence there, a hint of motion beyond the golden arched doorway leading to another and somewhat similar room. As I approached the arch, I began to perceive the presence more clearly, and then with the first and last sound I ever uttered, a ghastly elation that revolted me with almost as poignantly as its noxious cause. I beheld in full the frightful vividness, the inconceivable, indescribable, and unmentionable monstrosity which had by its simple appearance changed a merry company to a herd of delirious fugitives. I cannot even hint what it was like, for it was a compound of all that is unclean, uncanny, unwelcome, abnormal, and detestable. It was the ghoulish shade of decay, antiquity, and desolation, the putrid dripping Lilian of unwholesome revelation, the awful bearing of that which the merciful earth should always hide. God knows it was not of this world, or no longer of this world, yet to my horror, I saw its eaten away and bone-revealing outlines a leering, abhorrent travesty in the human shape, and in its mouldy, disintegrating apparel an unspeakable quality that chilled me even more. I was almost paralysed, but too much so to make a feeble effort towards flight, a backward stumble which failed to break the spell in which the nameless, voiceless monster held me. My eyes, bewitched by the glassy orbs which stared loathsomely into them, refused to close, though they were mercifully blurred, and shewed the terrible object but indistinctly after the first shock. I tried to raise my hand to shut out of sight, yet so stunned were my nerves that my arm could not fully obey my will. The attempt, however, was enough to disturb my balance, so that I had to stagger forward several steps to avoid falling. As I did so, I became suddenly and agonizingly aware of the nearness of the carrion thing, whose hideous hollow breathing I half fancied I could hear. Nearly mad, I found myself yet able to throw out a hand to ward off the fetid apparition which pressed so close, when in one cataclysmic second of cosmic nightmarishness and hellish accident, my fingers touched the rotting, outstretched paw of the monster beneath the golden arch. I did not shriek, but all the fiendish ghouls that ride the night wind shrieked for me as in that same second there crashed down upon my mind a single and fleeting avalanche of soul-annihilating memory. I knew in that second all that had been. I remembered beyond the frightful castle and the trees, and recognised the altered edifice which I now stood. I recognised, most terrible of all, the unholy abomination that stood leering before me as I withdrew my sullied fingers from its own. But in the cosmos there is a balm as well as bitterness, and that balm is nepenthe. In the supreme horror of that second I forgot what had horrified me, and the burst of black memory vanished in a chaos of echoing images. In a dream, I fled from that haunted and accursed pile and ran swiftly and silently in the moonlight. When I returned to the churchyard place of marble and went down the steps, I found the stone trapdoor immovable, but I was not sorry, for I had hated the antiqueness castle and the trees. Now I ride with the mocking and friendly ghouls on the night wind, and play by day amongst the catacombs of Nefrin-Ka in the sealed and unknown valley of Hadoth by the Nile. I know that light is not for me, saved any of the moon over the rock tombs of Neb, nor any gaiety save unmanned feasts of Nycteris beneath the Great Pyramid. Yet in my new wilderness and freedom, I almost welcomed the bitterness of alienage. For although Nepenthes calmed me, I know always that I am an outsider, a stranger in this century and among those who are still men. This I have known ever since I stretched out my fingers to the abomination within that great gilded frame. Stretched out my fingers and touched a cold and unyielding surface of polished glass. End of The Outsider.
The Promise by Walter de la Mare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Promise by Walter de la Mare. A doctor hears many strange stories, which must forever remain a secret confidence between himself and his patients. But the story that my old friend, whom we will call Purcell, told me cannot, I think, be so considered. We were sitting one evening in his long garden, just after the fall of dusk, smoking together. His wife had been dangerously but quite triumphantly ill, and this was the first evening afterwards. "You know, of course," he said half apologetically, "that she has always been very nervous and high-strung. At least—" He broke off and puffed softly on, narrowing his eyes, his hands resting one over the other on his knee. A robin was chattering in the lilac bushes. "I don't think I ever told you how we actually met. There's no harm in telling, is there?" "Well, that's best answered when I've heard," I replied, and we laughed. "Well, you remember, years ago, when I used to live with my mother at Whitchelham. It was an absurdly long journey from town, but she liked the country. My father was buried there, and so nearly 2 hours every day of my life, except Saturdays and Sundays, were spent in rumbling up and down on that antediluvian branch line. I believe they bought their carriages second-hand. We had an amazing collection of antiques. The stations, too, were that kind of stranded Noah's Ark in a garden, which make it rather jolly to look out the window in the summer with their banks of flowers and martins in the eaves. A kind of romance hung over the very engines. You felt in some of the carriages like a savant confronted with a papyrus he can't read. It was all very vague, of course, but there it was. One evening, a Tuesday in December, I left my office rather later than usual. There had been a lofty fog most of the day. All the lights flared yellow and amber, and the traffic was muffled to a woolly roar. The station was nearly empty. An early train, the 5:3, coming in late, had carried off most of the usual passengers, and only just wee few long-distance ones were left. I walked slowly along the platform past the silent illuminated carriages, and got into number 3399, a second. The number, of course, I noticed afterwards. It was cushioned in deep crimson, lit unusually clearly with oil. Half a window strap was gone, and the strings of the luggage bracket hung down in one corner. It was haunted, too, by the very faintest of fragrances, as if it had stood all the summer with windows open in a rose garden. I sat down in the right-hand corner facing the engine, and began to read. Footsteps passed now and again. Fog signals detonated out of space. A whistle sounded, and then, rather like an indolent and timid centipede, we crept out of the station. I read on until I presently found that I hadn't for quite some little while been following the sense of what I was reading. Back I went a page or two, and failed again. Then I put the book down and found myself in this rather clearly lit old crimson carriage alone, quite curiously alone. You know what I mean, just as when one is alone in a ballroom when the guests have said goodbye after a dance, just as one's alone after a funeral. It pressed on me. I was rather tired and perhaps a little run down, so that I quite keenly welcomed all such vague psychological nuances. The carriage was vacant then, richly, delicately, absorbingly vacant. Who had gone out? I know this sounds like utter nonsense. I assure you, though, it was just as it affected me then. There was first this very faint suggestion of flowers in this almost amber lamplight. That was nothing in itself. But there was also an undefined presence of someone, a personality of someone here, too, as obviously reminiscent of a reality as the perfume was reminiscent of once real flowers. The 529 did not stop near town, loitered straight on to Thornwood, missed Upland Boyce, and launched itself into Wychelham. All that interminable journey, for the fog had fallen low with nightfall, I sat and brooded on this curious impression, on all such impressions, however faint and illusory. So deep did I fall into reverie that when I again came to myself and looked up, I was first conscious that the train was at a standstill, and next that I was no longer alone. In the further and opposite corner of the carriage a lady was sitting. The air between us was the least bit dimmed with fog, but I saw her none the less quite clearly, a lady in deep black. Her right hand was gloveless and lay in her lap. On her left hand her chin was resting, so that the face was turned away from me towards the black glass of the window. Whether it was her deep mourning, her utter stillness, something in her attitude, I cannot say. I only know that I had never seen such tragic and complete dejection in any human creature before. And yet something was wanting, something was absent. How can I describe it? I can only say it was as if I was dreaming her there. She was absolutely real to my mind, to myself, and yet I knew by some extraordinary inward instinct that if I did but turn my head, withdraw my eyes, she would be gone. I watched her without stirring, simply watched her, overwhelmed with interest and pity, and a kind of faint anxiety or fear. And suddenly, I cannot more exactly express it, I became conscious that my eyes were out of focus, that they were fixed with extreme attention on nothing at all. I cannot say I was alarmed, nor even astonished. It was rather vexation, disappointment. But as I looked, I suddenly became conscious of a small, oblong, brown paper package, lying part hid under the armrest of the seat, only just now so mysteriously occupied, and as mysteriously vacated. Directly I became aware of it, it seemed, of course, extraordinarily conspicuous. Could I, by the faintest chance in the world, have overlooked it on first entering the carriage? Of course, I see now that it must have been so, but at the time I was convinced it was impossible. I took up the package, felt it, shook it, and then, without the least excuse or compunction in the world, untied the string and opened the plain wooden case within. It contained a small 6-chambered revolver. I scrutinized it for a moment, almost in confusion. Then I flung down the carriage window just in time to see the face of the station-master, momentarily illumined in the fog, as we crept out of Thornwood. I hastily shut the box and packed it, paper and all, into my pocket. It was entirely intuitive, simply the irresistible caprice of the moment, but I felt I could not surrender it. I felt certain that I should sooner or later meet with its owner. I would surrender it then. The next day seemed interminable. Fog still hung over the city. I longed to get back to my haunted carriage. I felt vaguely expectant, as if some very distant, scarcely audible voice were calling to me, questioningly, appealingly. I was convinced that my ghost was really a ghost, a phantasm, an apparition, not an hallucination. Surely an event so rare and inexplicable must have a sequel. Out into the misty street, which in the mist indeed seemed thronged with phantoms, I turned once more that evening with an excitement I cannot describe. Such an excitement as one feels when one is about to meet again a long absent, a very close and intimate friend. Again the 5-3 had befriended me. The platform was nearly empty when the 527 backed slowly into the station. I had expected no obstacle, had encountered none. Here was my 3399, its lamp perhaps not quite so lustrous, its crimson a little dimmed. I entered and sat down in my corner like a spider in its newly spun web. What prompted such certainty, such conviction, I cannot conceive. The few minutes passed. Passengers walked deliberately by. Some glanced in. One old lady with a reticule and gold spectacles peered hesitatingly, peered again, all but entered, and, as if suddenly alarmed, hastily withdrew. We were already late. and then, just at the last moment, as the doors were beginning to slam, I heard with extraordinary distinctness what it seemed I had for long been waiting for. A light and hurried footfall. It paused, came nearer, paused again, and then, although I simply could not turn my head to look, I knew that there, looking in on me, searchingly, anxiously, stood framed in the misty doorway, my ghost. Still she hesitated, but it was too late to retreat. She entered, for I heard the rustling of her gown, and then at once the train began to move. At last, when we were really rumbling on, I managed to turn my head. There she sat, completely in black, her left hand in her lap, her chin lightly resting on the other, her eyes gazing gravely and reflectively, yet with a curious fixity out the window. She did not stir. So slim, so unreal, she looked in her dead black, it seemed almost that this might be illusion too. This, too, an apparition. Almost, but how surely, how convincingly, not quite. It sounds absurd, but so absorbed again I grew in watching her, so lost in thought, I think I sighed. Whether or no, she suddenly turned her head and looked at me with startled eyes and parted lips, and I think the faintest red rose in her cheeks. I leaned forward. You won't please misunderstand me, my speaking, I mean. I think perhaps if I might explain, you would forgive me. I blundered on. She raised her eyebrows, faintly and distantly smiling, but I felt vaguely certain that somehow she had dimly foreseen my being there. I don't quite see why one should have to explain, she said indifferently. You could not ask me to forgive anything that would need forgiveness. But tonight you must please excuse me. I am so very tired, I don't really think I could listen. I know I couldn't answer. It's only this, just this, I replied in confusion. Something has happened. I can't explain now. Only if I should seem inexcusably inquisitive, horribly so perhaps, you will understand when I do explain. You need but answer yes or no to 3 brief questions. I cannot tell you how deeply interested I am in their answers. May I? She frowned a little and turned again to the window. What is the first question? She asked coldly. The first is, please don't suppose that I do not already know the answer instinctively, as it were, en rapport. Have you ever traveled in this carriage before, number 3399? Could you imagine a more inane way of putting it? I knew that she had with absolute certainty. But none the less, she feigned to be unsure. Her eyes scrutinized every corner, but indifferently, and finally settled on the broken netting. Yes, she said simply, but as for the number, I don't think I knew railway carriages were numbered. She turned her eyes again directly on mine. Were you alone? I said, and held my breath. She frowned. I don't see, she began. But yes, she broke off obstinately. It was the night before last. I was alone. I turned for a moment to the window. The last question, I went on slowly, could only possibly be forgiven one who was a very real, or hoped to be a very real, faithful friend. We looked gently and calmly, and just in that curious, instantaneous way, immortally, as it were, into each other's eyes. Well, she said, you were in extreme trouble? She did not at once reply. Her beautiful face grew not paler, more shadowy. She leaned one narrow hand on the crimson seat and still looked with utterly frank, terribly miserable, desolate eyes into mine. I think I had got beyond, she said. What sane thing could I offer for a confidence so generous and so childlike? Well, I said, it's the same world for all. She shook her head and smiled. I remember one quite different, but still, she continued gravely as if speaking to herself, and still leaning on her hand. It is nearly over now, and I can take an interest, a real interest in what you might tell me. I mean as to how you came to know and why you ask. I told her simply of my dream, the hallucination, psychic experience, or whatever you may care to call it. "Yes," she said, "I did sit here. It is very, very strange. And then she stopped, as if waiting, as if fearing to go on. I said nothing for a moment, knowing not what to say. At last I took out the little wooden case just as it was. "I cannot ask forgiveness now," I said, "but this, is it yours?" She nodded with a slight shudder. Every trace of color left her face. "You left it in the train on Monday?" She nodded. "And today?" It was a wild and improbable guess. "Today you came to town to look for it, to inquire about it." She did not answer, merely sat transfixed with hard, unmoving eyes and trembling lip. "I can't help what you may think, how you may resent my asking. I can't shirk responsibility. I know this is not an accident. I cannot believe it was an accident which sent me here last night. I cannot believe God ever meant any trouble, any grief to have this for an end. If I give it you, will you promise me something?" She did not answer. "You must promise me," I said. "What am I to promise you?" she said, her eyes burning in her still, white, furious face. "Need I say?" She leaned her elbows on her knees, did not look at me again, merely talked on, as if to her reflection, in that dim crimson fronting her eyes. "It is just as it happens, I suppose," she said. "It's just this miserable thing we call life all the world over. You hadn't the ghost of a right to open it, not the faintest right in the world. It is all sheer inference, that is all. As for believing, there's not the faintest proof, not the faintest. Who can care now? But no, somehow you got to know, without the least mercy or compunction. Who would believe you? It is simply a blind, pitiless ruse, I suppose. And so, you have compelled me, forced me to confess, to explain what no one on earth dreams of or suspects. You, a complete stranger. Isn't my life my own, then? Oh, yes, I know all that. I know all that. I refuse. You will understand, please. I will not promise. Who," she cried bitterly, flinging scoffingly back her head, "who gave you my life? Who gave you the right to question, to persecute me?" And then suddenly she hid her face in her hands. "What am I saying? What am I saying?" she almost whispered. "I don't know what I am saying." "Please, please," I said, "don't think of me. It doesn't in the least matter what you think or say of me. Listen, only listen. You must promise." I can't, she cried, rising to her feet and facing me once more. The train was slowing down. Here, then, was her station. Was I, after all, to be too late? I, too, stood up. "Think what you will of me," I said. "I am only your friend, now and always. I do believe that I was sent here. I don't understand why or how, but I cannot, I mustn't leave you until you promise." Something seemed to stoop, to look out of her eyes into mine. How can I possibly put the thought into words? A fear, a haunting, terrible sorrow and despair, simply, I suppose, her soul's, her spirit's last glance of utter weariness, utter hopelessness, a challenge, a defiance. I know not what I prayed or to whom, but pray I did, gazing blindly into her face. And then it faded, fainted, died away, that awful presence in those dark, beautiful eyes. She put out her hand with a sob like a tired-out, beaten child. "I promise," she said. My friend stopped speaking. Night had fallen deep around us. The garden lay silent, tree and flower obscure and still, beneath the feeble, shining stars. We turned towards the house. A white blind in an upper window glimmered faintly in the darkness, and we heard a tiny, impatient, angry, inarticulate voice, crying. "Well," I said, taking his arm and waving my hand with my best professional smile towards the window. "She has kept her promise, hasn't she?" End of The Promise by Walter de la Mare.
The Quest of Iranon by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Quest of Iranon by H.P. Lovecraft. Into the granite city of Teloth wandered the youth, vine-crowned, his yellow hair glistening with myrrh, and his purple robe torn with briars of the mountain Sidrak that lies across the antique bridge of stone. The men of Teloth are dark and stern, and dwell in square houses, and with frowns they asked the stranger whence he had come, and what were his name and fortune. So the youth answered, "I am Iranon, and come from Aria, a far city that I recall only dimly, but seek to find again. I am a singer of songs that I learned in the far city, and my calling is to make beauty with the things remembered of childhood. My wealth is in little memories and dreams, and in hopes that I sing in gardens when the moon is tender and the west wind stirs the lotus buds." When the men of Teloth heard these things, they whispered to one another, for though in the granite city there is no laughter or song, the stern men sometimes look to the Carthian hills in the spring, and think of the lutes of distant Unai, whereof travellers have told, and thinking thus they bade the stranger stay and sing in the square before the Tower of Mlin, though they liked not the colour of his tattered robe, nor the myrrh in his hair, nor his chaplet of vine leaves, nor the youth in his golden voice. At evening Iranon sang. And while he sang, an old man prayed, and a blind man said he saw a nimbus over the singer's head. But most of the men of Teloth yawned, and some laughed, and some went away to sleep, for Iranon told nothing useful, singing only his memories, his dreams, and his hopes. "I remember the twilight, the moon, and soft songs, and the window where I was rocked to sleep. And through the window was the street where the golden lights came, and where the shadows danced on houses of marble. I remember the square of moonlight on the floor that was not like any other light, and the visions that danced in the moonbeams when my mother sang to me. And too I remember the sun of morning bright above the many-coloured hills in summer, and the sweetness of flowers born on the south wind that made the trees sing. O Aria, city of marble and beryl, how many are thy beauties! How loved I the warm and fragrant groves across the highland Nithra, and the falls of the tiny Kra that flowed through the verdant valley. In those groves and in that vale the children wore wreaths for one another, and at dusk I dreamed strange dreams under the yath trees on the mountain, as I saw below me the lights of the city, and the curving Nithra reflecting a ribbon of stars. And in the city were palaces of veined and tinted marble, with golden domes and painted walls, and green gardens with cerulean pools and crystal fountains. Often I played in the gardens and waded in the pools, and lay and dreamed among the pale flowers under the trees. And sometimes at sunset I would climb the long hilly street to the citadel and the open place, and look down upon Aria, the magic city of marble and beryl, splendid in a robe of golden flame. Long have I missed thee, Aria, for I was but young when we went into exile, but my father was thy king, and I shall come again to thee, for it is so decreed of fate. All through 7 lands have I sought thee, and some day shall I reign over thy groves and gardens, thy streets and palaces, and sing to men who shall know whereof I sing, and laugh not. For I am Iranon, who was a prince in Aria." That night the men of Teloth lodged the stranger in a stable, and in the morning an Archon came to him and told him to go to the shop of Athok the cobbler, and be apprenticed to him. "But I am Iranon, a singer of songs," he said, "and have no heart for the cobbler's trade." "All in Teloth must toil," replied the Archon, "for that is the law." Then said Iranon, "Wherefore do ye toil? Is it not that ye may live and be happy? And if ye toil only that ye may toil more, when shall happiness find you? Ye toil to live, but is not life made of beauty and song? And if ye suffer no singers among you, where shall be the fruits of your toil? Toil without song is like a weary journey without an end. Were not death more pleasing? But the Archon was sullen, and did not understand, and rebuked the stranger. Thou art a strange youth, and I like not thy face or thy voice. The words thou speakest are blasphemy, for the gods of Teloth have said that toil is good. Our gods have promised us a haven of life beyond death, where there shall be rest without end, and crystal coldness, amidst which none shall vex his mind with thought, or his eyes with beauty. Go thou then to Athok the cobbler, or be gone out of the city by sunset. All here must serve, and song is folly. So Iranon went out of the stable, and walked over the narrow stone streets between the gloomy square houses of granite, seeking something green, for all was of stone. On the faces of men were frowns, but by the stone embankment along the sluggish river Zuro sate a young boy with sad eyes, gazing into the waters to spy green budding branches washed down from the hills by the freshets. And the boy said to him, Art thou not indeed he of whom the Archons tell, who seekest a far city in a fair land? I am Romnod, and born in the blood of Teloth, but am not old in the ways of the granite city, and yearn daily for the warm groves and the distant lands of beauty and song. Beyond the Carthian hills lieth Unai, the city of lutes and dancing, which men whisper of, and say is both lovely and terrible. Thither would I go, were I old enough to find the way, and thither shouldst thou go, and thou wouldst sing, and have men listen to thee. Let us leave the city Teloth, and fare together among the hills of spring. Thou shalt show me the ways of travel, and I will attend thy songs at evening, when the stars, one by one, bring dreams to the minds of dreamers. And peradventure it may be that Unai, the city of lutes and dancing, is even the fair area thou seekest, for it is told that thou hast not known area since old days, and a name often changeth. Let us go to Unai, O Iranon of the golden head, where men shall know our longings, and welcome us as brothers, nor ever laugh or frown at what we say. And Iranon answered, Be it so, small one. If any in this stone place yearn for beauty, he must seek the mountains and beyond, and I would not leave thee to pine by the sluggish Zuro. But think not that delight and understanding dwell just across the Carthian hills, or in any spot thou canst find in a day's or a year's or a lustrum's journey. Behold, when I was small like thee, I dwelt in the valley of Narthos by the frigid Zari, where none would listen to my dreams. And I told myself that when older I would go to Sinara on the southern slope, and sing to smiling dromedary men in the marketplace. But when I went to Sinara, I found the dromedary men all drunken and ribald, and saw that their songs were not as mine. So I travelled in a barge down the Zari to onyx-walled Jarin. And the soldiers at Jarin laughed at me and drave me out, so that I wandered to other cities. I have seen Stethalos, that is below the great cataract, and have gazed on the marsh where Sarnath once stood. I have been to Thra, Ilarnec, and Cadatheron on the winding river Ai, and have dwelt long on Olathi in the land of Lomar. But though I have had listeners sometimes, they have ever been few, and I know that welcome shall wait me only in Area, the city of marble and beryl, where my father once ruled as king. So for Area shall we seek, though it were well to visit distant and lute-based Unai across the Carthian hills, which may indeed be Area, though I think not. Area's beauty is past imagining, and none can tell of it without rapture, whilst of Unai the camel-drivers whisper leeringly. At the sunset, Iranon and small Romnod went forth from Teloth, and for long wandered amidst the green hills and cool forests. The way was rough and obscure, and never did they seem nearer to Unai, the city of lutes and dancing. But in the dusk, as the stars came out, Iranon would sing of Area and its beauties, and Romnod would listen, so that they were both happy after a fashion. They ate plentifully of fruit and red berries, and marked not the passing of time, but many years must have slipped away. Small Romnod was now not so small, and spoke deeply instead of shrilly, though Iranon was always the same, and decked his golden hair with vines and fragrant resins found in the woods. So it came to pass one day that Romnod seemed older than Iranon, though he had been very small when Iranon had found him watching for green budding branches in Teloth beside the sluggish stone-banked Azura. Then one night, when the moon was full, the travellers came to a mountain crest, and looked down upon the myriad lights of Unai. Peasants had told them they were near, and Iranon knew that this was not his native city of Area. The lights of Unai were not like those of Area, for they were harsh and glaring, whilst the lights of Area shine as softly and magically as shone the moonlight on the floor by the window where Iranon's mother once rocked him to sleep with song. But Unai was a city of lutes and dancing, so Iranon and Romnod went down the steep slope that they might find men to whom songs and dreams would bring pleasure. And when they were come into the town, they found rose-wreathed revellers bound from house to house, and leaning from windows and balconies, who listened to the songs of Iranon, and tossed him flowers and applauded when he was done. Then for a moment did Iranon believe he had found those who thought and felt even as he, though the town was not an hundredth so fair as Area. When dawn came, Iranon looked about with dismay, for the domes of Unai were not golden in the sun, but grey and dismal, and the men of Unai were pale with revelling, and dull with wine, and unlike the radiant men of Area. But because the people had thrown him blossoms and acclaimed his songs, Iranon stayed on, and with him Romnod, who liked the revelry of the town, and wore in his dark hair roses and myrtle. Often at night Iranon sang to the revellers, but he was always as before, crowned only with the vine of the mountains, and remembering the marble streets of Area and the highland Nithra. In the frescoed halls of the monarch did he sing upon a crystal dais raised over a floor that was a mirror, and as he sang he brought pictures to his hearers, till the floor seemed to reflect old, beautiful, and half-remembered things, instead of the wine-reddened feasters who pelted him with roses. And the king bade him put away his tattered purple, and clothed him in satin and cloth of gold, with rings of green jade and bracelets of tinted ivory, and lodged him in a gilded and tapestried chamber on a bed of sweet carven wood, with canopies and coverlets of flower-embroidered silk. Thus dwelt Iranon in Unai, the city of lutes and dancing. It is not known how long Iranon tarried in Unai, but one day the king brought to the palace some wild whirling dancers from the Lyranian desert, and dusky flute-players from Drinan in the east, and after that the revellers threw their roses not so much at Iranon as the dancers and the flute-players. And day by day that Romnod, who had been a small boy in granite Teloth, grew coarser and redder with wine, till he dreamed less and less, and listened with less delight to the songs of Iranon. But though Iranon was sad, he ceased not to sing, and at evening told again his dreams of Area, the city of marble and beryl. Then, one night, the reddened and fattened Romnod snored heavily amidst the poppied silks of his banquet couch, and died writhing, whilst Iranon, pale and slender, sang to himself in a far corner. And when Iranon had wept over the grave of Romnod, and strewn it with green budding branches such as Romnod used to love, he put aside his silks and gauds, and went forgotten out of Unai, the city of lutes and dancing, clad only in the ragged purple in which he had come, and garlanded with fresh vines from the mountains. Into the sunset wandered Iranon, seeking still for his native land and for men who would understand and cherish his songs and dreams. In all the cities of Sidethria and in the lands beyond the Nazik desert, gay-faced children laughed at his olden songs and tattered robe of purple. But Iranon stayed ever young and wore wreaths upon his golden head, whilst he sang of Aeria. So came he one night to the squalid cot of an antique shepherd, bent and dirty, who kept flocks on a stony slope above a quicksand marsh. To this man Iranon spoke, as to so many others. "Canst thou tell me where I may find Aeria, the city of marble and beryl, where flows the highland Nithra, and where the falls of the tiny Kra sing to verdant valleys and hills forested with yath trees?" And the shepherd, hearing, looked long and strangely at Iranon, as if recalling something very far away in time, and noted each line of the stranger's face, and his golden hair, and his crown of vine leaves. But he was old, and replied, "O stranger, I have indeed heard the name of Aeria, and the other names thou hast spoken, but they come to me from afar down the waste of long years. I heard them in my youth from the lips of a playmate, a beggar's boy, given to strange dreams, who would weave long tales about the moon and the flowers and the west wind. We used to laugh at him, for we knew him from his birth, though he thought himself a king's son. He was comely even as thou, but full of folly and strangeness, and he ran away when small to find those who would listen gladly to his songs and dreams. How often hath he sung to me of lands that never were, and things that never can be. Of Aeria did he speak much, of Aeria and the river Nithra and the falls of tiny Kra. There would he ever say he once dwelt as a prince, though here we knew him from his birth. Nor was there ever a marble city of Aeria, or those who could delight in strange songs, save in the dreams of mine old playmate, Iranon, who is gone." And in the twilight, as the stars came out one by one, and the moon cast on the marsh a radiance like that which a child sees quivering on the floor as he is rocked to sleep at evening, there walked into lethal quicksands a very old man in tattered purple, crowned with withered vine leaves, and gazing ahead, as if upon the golden domes of a fair city where dreams are understood. That night something of youth and beauty died in the elder world. The end of The Quest of Iranon, read by Andy Sames.
The Sexton's Adventure by Joseph Sheridan Lefanu. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The Sexton's Adventure by Joseph Sheridan Lefanu. Those who remember Chapelizod a quarter of a century ago or more may possibly recollect the parish sexton. Bob Martin was held much in awe by truant boys who sauntered into the churchyard on Sundays to read the tombstones or to play leapfrog over them, or climb the ivy in search of bats or sparrows' nests, or peep into the mysterious aperture under the eastern window, which opened a dim perspective of descending steps, losing themselves among profounder darkness, where lidless coffins gaped horribly among tattered velvet, bones, and dust, which time and mortality had strewn there. Of such horribly curious and otherwise enterprising juveniles, Bob was, of course, the special scourge and terror. But terrible as was the official aspect of the sexton, and repugnant as his lank form, clothed in rusty sable vesture, his small frosty visage, suspicious grey eyes, and rusty brown scratch wig, might appear to all notions of genial frailty, it was yet true that Bob Martin's severe morality sometimes nodded, and that Bacchus did not always solicit him in vain. Bob had a curious mind, a memory well stored in merry tales, and tales of terror. His profession familiarized him with graves and goblins, and his tastes with weddings, wassail, and sly frolics of all sorts. And as his personal recollections ran back nearly 80 years into the perspective of the village history, his fund of local anecdote was copious, accurate, and edifying. As his ecclesiastical revenues were by no means considerable, he was not unfrequently obliged, for the indulgence of his tastes, to arts which were, at best, undignified. He frequently invited himself when his entertainers had forgotten to do so. He dropped in accidentally upon small drinking parties of his acquaintance in public houses, and entertained them with stories, queer or terrible, from his inexhaustible reservoir, never scrupling to accept an acknowledgment in the shape of hot whiskey punch or whatever else was going. There was at that time a certain atrabilious publican called Philip Slaney, established in a shop nearly opposite the old turnpike. This man was not, when left to himself, immoderately given to drinking, but being naturally of a saturnine complexion, and his spirits constantly requiring a fillip, he acquired a prodigious liking for Bob Martin's company. The Sexton Society, in fact, gradually became the solace of his existence, and he seemed to lose his constitutional melancholy in the fascination of his sly jokes and marvelous stories. This intimacy did not redound to the prosperity or reputation of the convivial allies. Bob Martin drank a good deal more punch than was good for his health, or consistent with the character of an ecclesiastical functionary. Philip Slaney, too, was drawn into similar indulgences, for it was hard to resist the genial seductions of his gifted companion, and as he was obliged to pay for both, his purse was believed to have suffered even more than his head and liver. Be this as it may, Bob Martin had the credit of having made a drunkard of Black Phil Slaney, for by this cognomen was he distinguished, and Phil Slaney had also the reputation of having made the sexton, if possible, a bigger blackguard than ever. Under these circumstances, the accounts of the concern opposite the turnpike became somewhat entangled, and it came to pass one drowsy summer morning, the weather being at once sultry and cloudy, that Phil Slaney went into the small back parlor where he kept his books, and which commanded, through its dirty window panes, a full view of a dead wall, and having bolted the door, he took a loaded pistol, and clapping the muzzle in his mouth, blew the upper part of his skull through the ceiling. This horrid catastrophe shocked Bob Martin extremely, and partly on this account, and partly because, having been, on several late occasions, found at night in a state of abstraction bordering on insensibility upon the high road, he had been threatened with dismissal, and, as some said, partly also because of the difficulty of finding anybody to treat him as poor Phil Slaney used to do. He, for a time, forswore alcohol in all its combinations, and became an eminent example of temperance and sobriety. Bob observed his good resolutions, greatly to the comfort of his wife, and the edification of the neighborhood, with tolerable punctuality. He was seldom tipsy and never drunk, and was greeted by the better part of society with all the honors of the prodigal son. Now it happened about a year after the grisly event we have mentioned, that the curate, having received, by the post, due notice of a funeral to be consummated in the churchyard of Chapelizod, with certain instructions respecting the site of the grave, dispatched a summons for Bob Martin with a view to communicate to that functionary these official details. It was a lowering autumn night. Piles of lurid thunder clouds, slowly rising from the earth, had loaded the sky with a solemn and boding canopy of storm. The growl of distant thunder was heard afar off upon the dull, still air, and all nature seemed, as it were, hushed and cowering under the oppressive influence of the approaching tempest. It was past 9 o'clock when Bob, putting on his official coat of seedy black, prepared to attend his professional superior. "Bob, darlin'," said his wife, before she delivered the hat she held in her hand to his keeping. "Sure you won't, Bobby darlin'. You won't. You know what." "I don't know what," he retorted smartly, grasping at his hat. "You won't be throwing up the little finger, Bobby Akushla," she said, evading his grasp. "Ah, why would I, woman? There, give me my hat, will you?" "But you won't promise me, Bobby darlin'. You won't, Alana." Aye, to be sure I will. Why not? There, give me my hat and let me go." "Aye, but you're not promising, Bobby Mavourneen. You're not promising all this time." "Well, divil carry me if I drink a drop till I come back again," said the sexton angrily. "Will that do you? And now will you give me my hat?" "Here it is, darlin'," she said, "and God send you safe back." And with this parting blessing she closed the door upon his retreating figure, for it was now quite dark, and resumed her knitting till his return, very much relieved, for she thought he had of late been oftener tipsy than was consistent with his thorough reformation, and feared the allurements of the half-dozen publics which he had at that time to pass on his way to the other end of town. They were still open, and exhaled a delicious reek of whiskey as Bob glided wistfully by them, but he stuck his hands in his pockets and looked the other way, whistling resolutely, and filling his mind with the image of the curate and anticipations of his coming fee. Thus he steered his morality safely through these rocks of offence, and reached the curate's lodging in safety. He had, however, an unexpected sick call to attend, and was not at home, so that Bob Martin had to sit in the hall and amuse himself with the devil's tattoo until his return. This, unfortunately, was very long delayed, and it must have been fully 12 o'clock when Bob Martin set out upon his homeward way. By this time the storm had gathered to a pitchy darkness. The bellowing thunder was heard among the rocks and hollows of the Dublin mountains, and the pale blue lightning shone upon the staring fronts of the houses. By this time, too, every door was closed, but as Bob trudged homeward, his eyes mechanically sought the public-house which had once belonged to Phil Slaney. A faint light was making its way through the shutters and the glass panes over the doorway, which made a sort of dull, foggy halo about the front of the house. As Bob's eyes became accustomed to the obscurity by this time, the light in question was quite sufficient to enable him to see a man in a sort of loose riding-coat seated upon a bench, which at that time was fixed under the windows of the house. He wore his hat very much over his eyes, and was smoking a long pipe. The outline of a glass and a quart bottle were also dimly traceable beside him, and a large horse, saddled but faintly discernible, was patiently waiting his master's leisure. There was something odd, no doubt, in the appearance of a traveller refreshing himself at such an hour in the open street, but the sexton accounted for it easily by supposing that, on the closing of the house for the night, he had taken what remained of his refection to the place where he was now discussing it al fresco. At another time Bob might have saluted the stranger as he passed with a friendly "good night," but somehow he was out of humour and in no genial mood, and was about to pass without any courtesy of the sort, when the stranger, without taking the pipe from his mouth, raised the bottle and with it beckoned him familiarly, while with a sort of lurch of the head and shoulders, at the same time shifted his seat to the end of the bench. He pantomimically invited him to share his seat and his cheer. There was a divine fragrance of whiskey about the spot, and Bob half relented, but he remembered his promise just as he began to waver, and said, "No, I thank you, sir. I can't stop tonight." The stranger beckoned with a vehement welcome, and pointed to the vacant space on the seat beside him. "I thank you for your polite offer," said Bob, "but it's what I'm too late as it is, and haven't time to spare, so I wish you a good night." The traveler jingled the glass against the neck of the bottle, as if to intimate that he might at least swallow a dram without losing time. Bob was mentally quite of the same opinion, but, though his mouth watered, he remembered his promise, and shaking his head with incorruptible resolution, walked on. The stranger, pipe in mouth, rose from his bench, the bottle in one hand and the glass in the other, and followed at the sexton's heels, his dusky horse keeping close in his wake. There was something suspicious and unaccountable in this importunity. Bob quickened his pace, but the stranger followed close. The sexton began to feel queer, and turned about. His pursuer was behind, and still inviting him with impatient gestures to taste his liquor. "I told you before," said Bob, who was both angry and frightened, "that I would not taste it, and that's enough. I don't want to have anything to say to you or your bottle, and in God's name," he added more vehemently, observing that he was approaching still closer, "fall back, and don't be tormenting me this way." These words, as it seemed, incensed the stranger, for he shook the bottle with violent menace at Bob Martin, but, notwithstanding this gesture of defiance, he suffered the distance between them to increase. Bob, however, beheld him dogging him still in the distance, for his pipe shed a wonderful red glow, which duskily illuminated his entire figure, like the lurid atmosphere of a meteor. "I wish the devil had his own, my boy," muttered the excited sexton, "and I know well enough where you'd be." The next time he looked over his shoulder, to his dismay, he observed the importunate stranger as close as ever upon his track. "Confound you!" cried the man of skulls and shovels, almost beside himself with rage and horror. "What is it you want of me?" The stranger appeared more confident, and kept wagging his head and extending both glass and bottle toward him as he drew near, and Bob Martin heard the horse snorting as it followed in the dark. "Keep it to yourself, whatever it is, for there is neither grace nor luck about you," cried Bob Martin, freezing with terror. "Leave me alone, will you?" And he fumbled in vain among the seething confusion of his ideas for a prayer or an exorcism. He quickened his pace almost to a run. He was now close to his own door, under the impending bank of the riverside. "Let me in! Let me in, for God's sake, Molly! Open the door!" he cried as he ran to the threshold, and leant his back against the plank. His pursuer confronted him upon the road. The pipe was no longer in his mouth, but the dusky red glow still lingered round him. He uttered some inarticulate cavernous sounds, which were wolfish and indescribable, while he seemed employed in pouring out a glass from the bottle. The sexton kicked with all his force against the door, and cried at the same time with a despairing voice, "In the name of God Almighty, once for all, leave me alone!" His pursuer furiously flung the contents of the bottle at Bob Martin, but instead of fluid, it issued out in a stream of flame, which expanded and whirled round them, and for a moment they were both enveloped in a faint blaze. At the same instant a sudden gust whisked off the stranger's hat, and the sexton beheld that his skull was roofless. For an instant he beheld the gaping aperture, black and shattered. Then he fell senseless into his own doorway, which his affrighted wife had just unbarred. I need hardly give my reader the key to this most intelligible and authentic narrative. The traveler was acknowledged by all to have been the spectre of the suicide, called up by the evil one to tempt the convivial sexton into a violation of his promise, sealed as it was by an imprecation. Had he succeeded, no doubt the dusky steed, which Bob had seen saddled in attendance, was destined to have carried back a double burden to the place from whence he came. As an attestation of the reality of this visitation, the old thorn tree which overhung the doorway was found in the morning to have been blasted with the infernal fires which had issued from the bottle, just as if a thunderbolt had scorched it. End of the Sexton's adventure.
The Shadow of a Nightmare by Donald Wandre. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Shadow of a Nightmare by Donald Wandre. I have never read, remarked Arthur Merrill, a true horror story. We who were with him in a corner of the clubhouse looked at him in surprise.
Why, you've been making a study of Gothic literature for 20 years or more. You surely must have read some,
a member replied.
Of course. Then why did you say you hadn't?
I didn't. We looked at him puzzled.
For heaven's sake, will you kindly explain yourself?
Someone demanded. The thing is obvious, or ought to be. I said I had read no true horror story, though I have read many which seem so for a moment.
What's the difference?
This. The best stories of the type called Gothic may affect a person temporarily. Some may even give him nightmares if he is of a nervous temperament. But this does not necessarily mean that they are true horror tales.
It depends on what you mean by a horror story,
someone remarked. Exactly. And can you tell me what a tale of horror is?
One that makes your spine crawl?
One that, if you read at night while alone, will make you jump for bed. One that will make you afraid of the night.
One that you can't recall except with a shiver. One that you won't want to recall.
Arthur quelled the babble.
You are all partly right. What's your own definition?
Asked somebody. He thought for a moment. Then he replied, What I will say will apply only to those who have more than a passing acquaintance with Gothic literature. One who reads but little and has never come across more than one or two specimens of the macabre will naturally have received a much deeper impression from those stories than would one who is familiar with the type. The more tales of terror you read, the more inured you become. There is always the thrill of the first few horror stories, of course, but indifference comes quickly. Life is so comprehensive that little can be new. But the unknown, the utterly unknown, is the essence of terror. I have made a study of this field for 20 years or so. My collection of such books and manuscripts, as you know, is one of the best, perhaps the only ambitious one in existence. A taste for the gruesome, once acquired, is unappeasable, but although my library contains thousands of these volumes, there is not one among them which I consider a true Gothic romance. A tale of horror is one which begins on a low key of foreboding, and rises steadily and rapidly like the howl of a wolf, until words of awful imagery twist across the dead pages in a stream of terror. A tale that begins in shadow and passes into darkness, until an utter blackness filled with things surges about the reader. A tale that preys on the mind, that destroys all but one central part and wraps itself around that part on which to feed. As I said, there is no such story in all my collection. I have obtained many books famed as being horrible, but they all lack something, or at best have only a temporary effect. The monk in reality does not belong to the class. Melmoth is more properly an adventure novel. The vampire is as good as its progeny Dracula, but vampires are becoming common. Frankenstein is famous mainly because it was one of the first Gothic romances. Benson is often too definite. Poe is the master, of course, though Lovecraft is now writing terrific tales. You see, if an author makes his story too definite, it descends to the ordinary, or becomes either disgusting or ridiculous, depending on how far he goes. Thus, Wells' The Cone is disgusting, as are tales of cannibalism and torture. Physical pain is ephemeral. It comes to an end. The mind cannot be greatly affected by finite or material things, because it is acquainted with them. It needs a tale of hints and whispers that it can develop unlimitedly. We were silent for a moment, but someone broke out.
Do you expect ever to read such a story?
Perhaps, was his only reply. 2. I believe it was 2 days later that Arthur took me into his confidence. He did not mention the tale to anyone else, but he told me about it because I myself was quite fond of Gothic literature. "There is now on its way to me a manuscript from an agent in India," he said. "It was purchased from a native who had stolen it from a collection of ancient writings somewhere in the north. Exactly where, I don't know. My agent could make little of it, but the native claimed that it had been passed into evil legend. I found a reference to the manuscript in a Sanskrit fragment over 3,000 years old. Even there, it is described as being of unknown age. Think of it," he half whispered to me. "It was written perhaps 100 or more centuries ago. I believe from the translation of the Sanskrit fragment that it will be the key to the forgotten past. For ages ago, the fragment states there arose somewhere in the northern part of India, or beyond the Himalayas, a civilization of the highest type among a band of people completely isolated from the rest of their kind. But they all were madmen, maniacs. They were countless centuries ahead of their time, but they were insane. They lived in the days when the world was still young, and they had access to forces which have passed with the waning of the earth. And because they were mad, they had those forces more readily at their control." His eyes were gleaming brighter. "They developed an advanced, but a mad and perverted civilization, with the aid of those evil forces. Their architecture was strange and fantastic. Their art was a thing of shadows, the reflection of their madness and their servants. Their literature was the key to all ancient mysteries, the portal to the entities which have remained hidden for epochs, and are now remembered only as myths, legends, and fabled lore. They had at their call terrific implements of power and destruction in those evil ones. They kept that secret in their literature. But with the coming of a now unknown doom, the entire country was ravaged. The cities became heaps of dust. The inhabitants were wiped out, and all their work was obliterated, except one small group of books. And of that group, the only manuscript extant is the one I shall receive, written by a madman whose every thought was inspired by the ravening things inseparably connected with the country of the mad, and giving somewhere in it the key to what the world has forgotten." I was inflamed, of course, by this extraordinary narrative, and eager to know more. A torrent of questions burst from me, but Arthur had told me all he knew. He suggested that I come over, however, when the manuscript had arrived. I did not see him in the meantime, but when he notified me a couple of weeks later that he had received the manuscript, I immediately hastened over. Never before had I seen him so excited. His eyes shone and gleamed steadily. He was nervous, and not only were his old mannerisms intensified, but he had picked up a dozen new ones. His voice had an unusual tone, an unsteadiness. "Come in. The manuscript's here." I followed him inside, and we walked to the rooms containing his library. A large table covered with books stood in the middle of one room. He motioned me toward it. All the volumes were ancient and musty. Some were riddled with wormholes, some had damp stains and mold spots, while others had faded or discolored leaves. "Here it is," he said, pointing before him. It was almost with awe that I looked at the manuscript. The leaves of it were fastened between old and worn covers of ivory that once had been inscribed with strange gold symbols. The characters within on parchment of great age were totally unfamiliar to me. Many of those near the margins had faded or had been thumbed to illegibility, but in the centers they were black and distinct. The writing was clear and in a fine hand, yet the manuscript aroused in me an immediate distaste. Something about those ancient leaves with their black unknown characters repelled me in a singular manner. "In what language is it written?" "I'm not sure," he replied slowly. "I've been comparing it with the oldest of the Indian tongues, but it doesn't agree with any of them. It resembles Sanskrit most closely, and seems to bear the relation to it that Anglo-Saxon does to modern English. Phew, it must be one of the oldest works in existence. Have you begun to decipher it yet?" "I am just commencing the task, which I may not finish for weeks. But what a find! I think I have my tale at last." 3. I did not see him again until 2 months later, for I was out of town. The manuscript was not forgotten, however. On several occasions it came into my thoughts, and I wondered how Arthur was progressing, or if it lived up to his hopes. But I heard nothing from him during the period, and it had faded somewhat into the background of memory by the time I returned. The evening after I got back, I decided to call on Arthur. I dropped in at the club on my way to his home, thinking he might possibly be there. He wasn't. But I met an old friend and we chatted for a few minutes. As I left him to continue my way, he remarked, "Sorry you're leaving so quickly. Is it a pressing engagement?" "Well, not exactly," I replied. "I'm going to see if Arthur's home." I've never seen the face of a man change as rapidly as his. For a brief instant his features altered, and there came into his face an expression of aversion, almost of fear. I looked at him in surprise. He pursed his lips as if to answer my unspoken question, but said nothing. Instead, he motioned me toward a counter. For another minute he was silent, after which we had seated ourselves, before asking,
"When did you last see Arthur?"
"About 2 months ago. Why?" He ignored my question and said, half to himself,
"And you have known him as long as I."
"Longer? But what are you driving at?" Again he ignored my question.
"You will keep this to yourself?"
"Of course," I answered. I was beginning to feel slightly alarmed as well as puzzled. "But what's the matter?" He seemed to be arranging his thoughts when, in a moment, he began speaking. His face was almost expressionless, and he talked in a low tone which did not go beyond me, though I could hear him distinctly.
"Perhaps you can explain this. I can't, though I have spent a week on it, and I'm beginning to wonder if it will be explained. Well, I saw him a week ago, Tuesday to be exact. I had gone out to his house for the evening and intended to pass several hours there. Arthur lives alone, you know, and we would not be interrupted, but should have the evening to ourselves, since it was the servants' night off. I arrived about 7:30, and Arthur himself admitted me. One of the first things he did was to show me some recent additions to his queer library. He had acquired some Latin works on demonology. Among them a rather gruesome 16th century volume that contained several of Bruegel the Elder's nightmare compositions engraved, I think by Koch. There was also a manuscript of great age which evidently fascinated him. He handled it with a mixture of like and disdain for some minutes while we were looking at his new volumes, and seemed half reluctant, half glad to leave it. When we left the books, we went to his den, or whatever he calls the room where he keeps his curios, and it was there that I was first struck by something unusual about his appearance. I had not noticed anything different before we looked at the manuscript and the books, but I did now. There was something definitely wrong. But his eyes, you have noticed them, their sunkenness and depth, well, they were lit curiously in a frightened sort of way. And he was nervous. He had picked up a number of mannerisms, and was so restless that I thought he must be suffering from overwork, or in need of a change. At times he fell into an abstraction, or gazed steadily at some vacant spot as if he saw something. Once he jerked his head around unexpectedly as if he thought someone was behind him, and that frightened look never left his eyes. "You ought to take a vacation," I remarked suddenly. "You're wearing yourself out." "I know it," he replied. "Perhaps I will soon. I've been spending all my time translating the manuscript, and it was quite a strain, but I finished it last night, so perhaps I won't need a rest." He stopped, but almost immediately continued, as if anxious to complete his story. "It was after 10, I believe, when Arthur stood up suddenly with an apology and a remark about books that I didn't quite catch, and left the room. I amused myself glancing at some of the curios while I waited. 5 minutes passed. I turned the old guns on the wall and examined them. 10 minutes came, and I wondered at the delay. I looked at the curios another 5 minutes, then I began to feel slightly puzzled. The room was silent, and my thoughts were coursing in strange channels. I began to listen in spite of myself, but no sound could be heard. Fancies began to intrude themselves into my mind, and I became vaguely apprehensive. I could have sworn that the atmosphere of the room had changed. Then I felt oddly uncomfortable and restless. I began to imagine all kinds of things. I tried to forget them. I tried to discount them as mere imagination. I thrust them away. They kept coming back. There was absolutely no ground for fear or doubt, but I was really alarmed. Then I got angry with myself and stood still. But the silence oppressed me, and I walked about the room again. I could not imagine what was wrong with me. I pulled out my watch. Over 20 minutes had elapsed, and Arthur was still gone. I'm an ass, I cursed myself, but I can't stand this any longer. He said something about books. I'll glance at his library, where he must be. I left the room immediately and walked to the library, calling myself a fool as I walked. A light shone through the open door, and I stepped in. I guessed right. Arthur was standing near the middle of the room with his back half toward me. "I hope I'm not intruding," I said, "but I got restless and thought something might have happened to you." He did not reply. Then I noticed that there was something curious in his attitude. He was swaying as if about to fall. I saw him pass his arm across his forehead and eyes as I sprang to his side. As I reached him, he removed it. I met the full stare of eyes, darkly liquid and suffering with a black horror. "For God's sake," he whispered, "brush them off." I looked at him blankly. His eyes were fastened on some point in the air between us. He knew I was near, but apparently did not see me. "Brush what off?" "Quick," he moaned in a voice which had become husky and frantic. "I can't do a thing. They won't obey me." I stood motionless, too dumbfounded for thought. His eyes had taken on an aspect of utter terror, such as I had never believed possible in any human being. "My God," he moaned in a low voice. He was silent for a moment. Then he caught his breath suddenly and gasped, and the gasp turned to a rising moan, the moan to one continuous, terrible shriek. He clawed at his face. He whipped the air all around, taking short steps in every direction, but stopping immediately, as if he hit something. His face was hellish and working convulsively. His hands now covered his head, now lashed about, and that fearful scream never ceased. He paused, and his voice became steadier. After a few seconds, he continued. "Well, I got a basin of water, carried it back in a trice, and hurled it in his face. Why I did, I don't know, except that I had no physical strength compared with that then in him. But at the first shock of the cold water, he stood still and his face changed. A puzzled look came into it. He abruptly became himself and sank exhausted into a chair. "Thanks," he said with a faint, ghastly smile. "My nerves are worse than I thought. I believe I shall take your advice." I come now to the last stage of that strange affair. That it may explain all is possible. That it will, I am not so sure. Perhaps Arthur Marl was insane, with a latent malady that had always afflicted him, or a sudden attack. But I saw the manuscript, and perhaps... It was getting dark when I left the club, but I decided to go to Arthur's residence at once and hailed a cab. I thought over what I had heard as I was carried toward his home, but I could make little of it. The one thing I was sure of was that the manuscript had something to do with the matter. We drew up to his house, and I dismissed the cab. It was quite dark by now. A light was burning in the house, but although I pushed the bell button, I could not hear it ring, and no one answered. Then I remembered that this was the servants' night off. I decided to presume on our friendship as I'd done many times before, and hence opened the door myself. Since Arthur was usually in his library at this time, I wasted no more time, but immediately went toward it. A dim light was burning there, but I could see no one. However, I turned the light on full before leaving in order to make sure, and on the floor lay Arthur Marl, long dead, his face set in a look of the most unutterable horror I have ever seen. His hands were extended, and his entire body seemed to be thrusting something away. Scattered near him were several small leaves of writing, which I glanced at briefly and stuffed into my pocket. It was not until an hour later that I got a chance to read them. I did what I could for Arthur, and made arrangements for proper treatment of the body. Once at my rooms, however, I hesitated no longer. I settled myself in a chair and spread out the leaves. They were mixed up, but even when I had arranged them, they did not form a complete record. For the first pages and some of the later were missing. And there, before the drowsy warmth of the fire, the room behind me darkened save for its dull glow, I read the leaves. "And so there was a country of the mad long ago. That first illusion, then, was true, and the author was right. 7. I have now translated the rest of the ancient volume, and part of the history of that strange land, lies before me. Was there ever a myth wilder than the tale of the country of the mad? Think of it. More than 10,000 years ago, that band of madmen was collected and carried to a secluded mountain valley, and the only entrance sealed behind them. Guards were placed around the valley at first, but the years passed, the story became legendary, and the guards were withdrawn for wars and never returned. The legend itself faded in time, and the country of the mad, far beyond the known ranges, lay forgotten. But in all the years that the valley had been sealed, the band had survived and increased. At first they found it difficult to exist, for they were all insane and could not unite. But the valley was fertile, and they found it easy to live on the wild fruits and vegetables there, and the various small animals that were in it. They were people of all stages of insanity, and of several races. For a while they were antagonistic to each other, race to race, and individual to individual. Their twisted minds could not work together. None could tell what the madness of another might lead him to do. Murder, fighting, plot and counterplot, outbursts that sent them raging up and down the valley, were common at first. But years passed, and the young grew up accustomed to each other's madness. The children were almost invariably insane from birth. Normal ones were killed because they were not like the rest. The races themselves intermarried. And so, in time, their madness became equalized, their insanity a thing which affected all alike. The country of the mad flourished, a nightmare of nightmares, and it flourished not because of the madmen, but because of what had entered. The volume tells no more. What entered, therefore, remains a mystery, but I can guess. 12. Received a letter from Chelton saying he has acquired an ancient manuscript for me, and is forwarding it. He said it is written in a dead Indian tongue. Hope it refers to the country of the mad. 25. The manuscript has arrived, and I am beginning the translation. It is priceless, a chronicle from the valley itself written by one of the band. It seems to be the key to some rite. 29. John has left. I may never finish the translation. They are beyond my control already, wild from their enforced absence of nearly 10,000 years. God, I can't live without sleep, and I was fool enough to search for the most horrible tale. August 1st. I have destroyed the manuscript in my translation. If only I had never seen the thing. For I know now what it is that comes to him who has opened the door that they discovered. It is 3 days since I have closed my eyes. I have not slept since the night, and drugs won't keep me awake longer. 11 p.m. These may be the last words I shall write. I can hardly keep my eyes open, though I seem to feel them gathering. Insane. That are insane. No shape save the shape of nightmare and horror and rottenness. Shapes of corpses and staring skulls. Shapes indescribable. Shapes. I can't hold out any longer. I must sleep. I tell you, I must. What if they do come again? I tell you, I've got to sleep. Ah! My God, they're coming. They're crawling up my legs. They're creeping up my face, my eyes. God save me. And entering my brain.
End of The Shadow of a Nightmare by Donald Wandre. West India Lights by Henry S. Whitehead. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. West India Lights by Henry S. Whitehead. Chapter 1. The Portrait. I had engaged Melbourne House, a fine old mansion on the hill back of Frederickstead, on the West India island of Santa Cruz, for the winter, and I found when I arrived one November day that I was to have one more room at my disposal than I had bargained for. This was really an end of the second-floor passageway, which had been made into a room by a slat partition. My landlady, old Mistress James Desmond, had moved out certain articles of decrepit furniture for the housing of which I had agreed to give up the use of that room which looked like an old-fashioned wine closet. I bestowed my trunks and packing cases on the floor and had Esmeralda, my coal-black servant, clear off the shelves for hand luggage and odds and ends. In order to do so, Esmeralda had to move several discarded belongings which had been left there, and among these were a large old-fashioned picture in a heavy wooden frame which had escaped the ravages of woodworms for countless decades. I noticed the old picture when I was bestowing some of my own odds and ends near where it stood, and carried it into my workroom to have a look at it. At first I had thought it was a chromo, but this was no chromo, oleo, nor anything mechanically produced. It was a paint. I looked at it closely with interest. The composition was amateurish, the coloring was too faded with the dimness of years for me to make much of it. I carried the painting into the bathroom, made a lather, and, after taking the ancient and brittle canvas out of its frame, began to clean it with soap and water. I dried it, and then used a little typewriter oil on it. The colors began to jump out at me. The artist had been plainly a lover of color. My restoration accentuated the amateurishness of the thing, but I forgave the artist much because of the subject he, or she, had chosen. My imaginary young lady in her flowered muslin dress of a century ago had chosen to depict the execution of a pirate, and the pirate could have been none other than Fawcett. There could be no doubt about it whatever. That bloody villain was the only pirate that had ever been executed at St. Thomas's, except his own two mates, who had paid the penalty of their murderous rascality at the same time. And this was a picture of St. Thomas, painted photographically, apparently from the deck of some vessel conveniently anchored offshore. The costumes, too, were of Fawcett's period. His execution had taken place in September 1824, and that, too, fixed the period of the painting. High as the colors were pitched, stilted as were the many characters, there was something convincingly lifelike about the thing. Apparently this picture had been painted from actual observation. The colors, too, on reflection, were not so much exaggerated. Did one do well here to wear smoked glasses in the middle of the day? Was not the glowing indigo of the Caribbean incredible? The scarlet of the hibiscus painful to the unaccustomed eye? I fastened up the canvas with carpet tacks on the wall of my workroom where it would catch the north light. I began at its upper corners, pressing tacks along its upper edge, and then pulling it down flat, inserted others along the lower edge and up the sides. The last tack went through the arm of one of Fawcett's lieutenants, just where he had hurtled through the air at the end of his rope over at the extreme left-hand edge of the picture. A little trailing CL was the signature. That afternoon, at Estate Montparnasse, where I had been invited hospitably for tea, I told my hosts, the MacLeans, about my find, and I made it an excuse, though none was needed, to ask them to drive in for tea with me the following afternoon. When they saw it, I think it made the same impression on them that it had upon me at first. I imagined that only their impeccable courtesy prevented their telling me that I had been gloating over something very like a chromo. It was Miss Gertrude MacLean who first began to get the real charm of it. I noticed her leaning close and examining it very carefully. Suddenly, as I talked with Mr. and Mrs. MacLean, there came from Miss Gertrude a little smothered cry, an explanation almost like a sigh, but so poignant, though subdued, that her mother turned quickly toward her on hearing it. We both stepped toward her. "What is it, Miss Gertrude?" I inquired.
"What is it, my dear?"
echoed her mother.
"It's this poor creature,"
replied Miss Gertrude MacLean, indicating the fellow whose arm I had transfixed.
"Why, he's in agony. It's dreadful, I think. It's wonderfully done. It's quite startling, in fact. The little figures are wonderfully done, if you look at them closely. I think they must, some of them anyhow, be portraits, just as you said yesterday, Mr. Canavan. This one certainly is almost uncanny."
We all looked at the dangling fellow. I had not seen him since yesterday. Curious. He was not, as I had supposed, dangling. He was hurtling through the air, had not quite reached the end of that fatal fall from the drop where stood the hangman, a terrible, fierce fellow. No, the rope was not yet wholly taut. That knot of 7 turns had not broken the poor devil's neck. He was alive as any of the spectators. But it was not this new interpretation of the artist's skill, not the look of the tortured horror, which had so moved Miss Gertrude. No. What caused me to close my eyes in a spasmodic, futile effort to shut out a deeper horror, caused me to lean heavily against the table, fighting to retain some measure of my composure, was the fact that the man's expression had changed since yesterday. Now, out of his horror-shot, protruding, agonized eyes, came straight at me a look of strange reproachfulness. And down his little painted arm, from the place where I had driven the carpet tack through it, were running little drops of bright red blood. I opened my eyes and turned to my guests. I had pulled myself together with an effort which was like a wrench. I bowed to Mrs. McLean. "Shall we go down for tea?" I inquired. Miss Gertrude lingered behind after the rest had passed out of the room. She took my arm, and I could feel her slim white hand trembling. "I think it is very dreadful, somehow, that picture," she whispered confidingly. "But, oh, Mr. Canavan, it's fascinating. I wonder if C.L. really was a girl. Perhaps we can find out." "We'll see what can be done," I replied with an attempt at lightness, and she smiled up at me most charmingly in a way she has. A lively young girl is Miss Gertrude McLean, daughter of old Scottish gentry planters, people who had come to the island in the old days. When the McLeans had gone after tea, I went upstairs and pulled out that tack. I will admit that I almost expected to see fresh blood flow from the wound. Nothing of the sort happened, of course. I looked closely at the place. Red paint, put on 100 years ago. The reproachful expression I had imagined was, too, wholly absent from the man's face. I was looking at the picture now by electric light. The marked differences in light effects that we get in the West Indies might well be expected to play queer optical tricks. They are a land of the imagination, the islands. Some of the original crudity, too, seemed somehow to have got back into the picture. Chapter 2. Something besides paint. After breakfast the next morning, I went straight into the picture. In this clear, raw morning light, there remained only that look of apprehension which the artist had painted in. No agony, certainly no reproach. Queer tricks, strange illusions, those begotten of our tropical sun. I examined the tiny hole left by the carpet tack under a magnifying glass. The blood stains of my aroused imagination of yesterday were stains of century-old brittle paint, probably a slip of the brush just after touching in these flamboyant trees, or a scarlet head turban or so. Mere little meaningless incidental dabs they were, and nothing more that I was able to discover. That afternoon I called upon old Mrs. Desmond, who owns Melbourne House. She is a little faded lady of the old Irish gentry, of a family which has been in the West Indies since early in the 18th century. She was dressed, as usual, in hot-looking black silk with a little lace around the edges. There was about her a penumbra of veils and a suggestion of quaint leather reticules. She has, too, that dead-white, colorless complexion of the West Indian Caucasian lady who has spent the bulk of a long lifetime avoiding the direct rays of the sun. I told Mrs. Desmond about finding the picture and our curiosity about the identity of the artist. She smiled at me kindly, rocking herself back and forth in an enormous Copenhagen mahogany rocking chair the while, and fanning herself with a regularity which suggested doom. "It was painted by my aunt, Mr. Canavan," said Mrs. Desmond, "who was Camilla Lanigan, my mother's elder sister. She died before I was born, about 1841. I'll not be positive. 'Tis said she was a remarkable woman in her day, and if you'll wait till I'm dead and gone, I'll tell you what's known about her." "With pleasure, Mistress Desmond, and may that day be a long way off, as long as you care to have it yourself." "What I can tell you is indeed no credit to the Lanigans and their gentry, you'll understand," continued Mrs. Desmond. "She was of a very inquiring disposition, and I dare say she learned much that she would have done better to leave alone, about the doings of the blacks and all. My grandfather, Cornelius Lanigan, that was, and her father was a gentleman merchant there in St. Thomas. It was from St. Thomas that James Desmond took me when we were married to live here on Santa Cruz, and I no more than a child of 18, Mr. Canavan. It was in 64 I was married, and all I know of my Aunt Camilla Lanigan I learned from the sayings of my mother before that year when I was a girl at home. There was little she did not know about the obeah of the black people, so 'tis said, nor indeed of the voodoo as well, belike. Their mother being long dead, and my own mother the younger of the two sisters, there was no one to stop my Aunt Camilla from doing much as she liked. The black people held her in great respect, so 'twas said. As to the picture itself, I can tell you but little about it. It was in the house when I was born, in 46 that was, and my mother had a great dislike for it.
'Twas I who would be taking it out of an old dust-box where it was kept now and again, and frightening myself as a child would, with the queer little figures and the hanging. When I was married, I begged for it, and I think my mother was glad to be rid of it, for the memory of my Aunt Camilla was still in the house there in St. Thomas. James Desmond, my husband, would never allow it to be hung on the wall, saying that it was indelicate of a lady to have painted such a scene. And I believe he was in the right of it, Mr. Canavan, with all respect to my Aunt Camilla. I thanked the dear old lady for her information as I bowed over her withered hand at parting. Her last remark was cryptic and somewhat startling. "'Twas more than paint, belike, went into the composition of that picture, Mr. Canavan." I called up Miss Gertrude as soon as I was back at Melbourne House. "I have some information about the picture and the artist," said I. "Come as early as you can manage it," said Miss Gertrude, and after dinner I started. "Oh, Mr. Canavan," said she eagerly when I had recounted what Mrs. Desmond had told me. "How I wish I might see it again now at once." "I had anticipated that," said I. "It lies on the table in the entryway." We laid it out on the mahogany center table and looked down at it together in silence. At last Miss Gertrude spoke. "What do you see now in his expression, Mr. Canavan?" I did not need inquire in whose expression. A baffling, elusive change appeared to have taken place now that we were looking down at him under the electric light. "Expectation," said I slowly. I hesitated. It was not quite expectation. Interest? Not quite that either. I pondered the matter, the bizarre whimsicality of it making its natural appeal to my mind the while. "Hope," I cried at last. "And coming through the hope, a wish." "Yes, yes," cried Miss Gertrude, clasping her hands excitedly. It seemed to me almost as though there were something he wanted to tell us." She hurried over these hesitating words, and now that they were spoken, there was a look of relief on her lovely face. "Your moral courage is better than mine, Miss Gertrude," said I, "for that is what was really in the back of my mind. It seemed to me too preposterous to put into words." Her eyes glowed with an enthusiasm, almost childish. She placed her hand upon my arm. "Do you suppose we could find out what it is?" Her voice was very low. "We could try," said I. The whimsicality of the proposal had intrigued me. "But how?" cried Miss Gertrude. "That's what I'm puzzling my poor brains about," I answered. "One cannot converse with a little figure 2½ inches high and made of paint. No, we cannot just talk to him and expect him to answer. He hasn't the apparatus. He's only a brittle little mannequin fastened down flat on some very tender old canvas. He can't speak and he can't write, but somehow he does seem able to change his expression. If there really is something in him, something besides paint, as old Mrs. Desmond hinted, at least we're not meddling with that for any wicked purpose, whatever Mrs. Desmond's Aunt Camilla Lanigan may have had in mind." "Do you remember that paralyzed old man in Monte Cristo?" inquired Miss Gertrude eagerly. "Noirtier de Villefort's father, you remember?" "He was one of the friends of my childhood," said I. "What about him?" "He could move only his eyes, and yet his granddaughter talked with him. She answered him questions that could be answered by yes or no, and he closed the right eye for one and the left for the other." "Yes," said I dubiously. "Well," she said, looking down at the picture, "shall we try him?" I stepped over and looked at the mannequin closely. "I'm looking to see if Mrs. Desmond's Aunt Camilla gave him ears," said I lightly. "Apparently she put blood in him." And I proceeded to tell Miss Gertrude the incident of the carpet tack. "We'll have to work out the questions very carefully," said she. I looked at her in amazement. "Can you seriously mean it?" I asked. "Look at him," cried Miss Gertrude, and put her hands over her eyes and sank down upon the sofa. I stepped quickly toward her, alarmed. "No, no," she cried. "I'm all right, only startled a little. Look for yourself, if you please, Mr. Canavan." I looked, and for the life of me I could not escape the conviction that there was a wry smile on the mannequin's face. "My God," said I, and did not apologize. I almost hesitate to proceed. Chapter 3. Two Things. Well,
We sat down together after that and worked the thing out. The evening was before us. The rest of the family were dining with friends and would not be home before 11. It was plain to us that he could move, although he had not done so while anyone was actually looking at him. The fact that this last change had come upon his countenance in the briefest of intervals would indicate somehow that he could also hear. For it seemed plain to us in our eerie mood of that strange evening that the smile was one of satisfaction, induced by our conversation. He wanted us to try to talk to him. We decided to formulate certain questions, ask them, then turn away and, after a short interval, look at the mannequin again. The method of communication we derived from Noirtier as the simplest possible. Miss Gertrude asked the first question. "We think you wish to communicate with us," said she, in a still small voice. "We shall ask you questions, and you are to close your right eye if the answer is yes, and your left if it is no. Will you answer?" Then we sat, side by side, on the sofa, watching the great clock in the corner of the drawing-room ticking off the seconds of that minute which we had decided to allow to pass before looking at him again. It was a long, long minute, that one. At first I felt like a fool, but that feeling dissipated itself as soon as we had together bent over the picture at the expiration of that first minute. The right eye had drooped in a kind of leering half-wink, precisely as though Miss Camilla Lanigan had painted it so 100 years ago. After several long minutes of silence between us there on the sofa, I said, "I'm going to ask the next question if you don't mind." She nodded. I walked over to the table. The eyes were alike again. "Have you more than one thing to communicate?" I inquired. I came back to the sofa again and sat down, my eyes once more on the clock. Again we bent over the picture. "There's a slight droop in the right eye," said Miss Gertrude. The mannequin had answered yes again. After that, somehow we felt freer. 2 questions, the real ordeal of the thing, were over and past. There was little feeling of strangeness from then on. It was precisely as though we were talking with some person of flesh and blood like ourselves, with someone not immediately present, as though we were talking over the telephone. It was something like that. He had 2 things to communicate. We took thought now how to proceed. The eyes, alike, were always open and staring straight ahead whenever we approached with a new question, and so it continued through to the end. I thought of a necessary question. "Have you more than 2 things to communicate?" I asked. "No," came the answer. "Does the first thing concern you?" I ventured. "Yes." "And the second thing, does that also concern you?" This time, when we looked for the answer, the eyes had not moved at all, so far as we could tell. I glanced up at the electric light. Our lights not infrequently change their density, go up and down without warning. We have only the little local electrical plants, one in each of the towns. The light appeared even enough. We were a little nonplussed, for although I had been telling myself subconsciously all along that the whole thing was a farce, a bit of childish play, I'd come by now to expect an answer. "Perhaps it's because we asked him an unanswerable question," I suggested. "I'll try to clear it up." "He's helping," said Miss Gertrude. "He's only showing us that it was asked wrong." I looked down at her and smiled, and she smiled back at me. "Does the second thing concern more than you? That is, someone else?" I asked the pirate. "Yes," came the answer. "Is Mr. Canavan the other person?" asked Miss Gertrude. I smiled again at this. If there was anything that could be construed as an answer, I certainly expected that it would be no. The answer was yes. I began to feel the beginnings of a cold consternation, but I found Miss Gertrude smiling happily. "I thought so," said she simply. Women, most of them certainly, are beyond me. It was a woman who had painted this picture. Miss Gertrude hastened to ask another question. "Do you want to tell Mr. Canavan what he can do for you first, and then what you're going to do for him in return?" "Yes." "Do you wish to be released from something?" "Yes, he does," reported Miss Gertrude, who was now asking the questions, I being seated for the time being alone on the sofa. "Do you wish to pass out of existence?" She nodded over to me to show me that he did. "Can we accomplish that for you?" "He says we can." We were making progress, it appeared. She clapped her hands gaily. All her gravity had disappeared. It was merely a game to her, then. I had almost begun to suspect that she had been taking the thing seriously. "I thought it would come out more or less like that," she announced. Then, "The poor, poor man," said she softly, and I wondered once more. She returned to the picture and looked down at it for a long time. "Is there anything else that can be done for you?" she inquired. There wasn't, it seemed. I will summarize for brevity's sake the series of questions which followed and the replies. We were to find out how to obtain the reward. Then we were to ask no further questions. I was to take the picture home, put it back on the wall, and destroy it the next morning, tomorrow. All this seemed to me on the sofa grotesque, unintelligible. I was almost becoming bored with this seemingly foolish play, but nothing would stop Gertrude McLean. "Is it a material reward for Mr. Canavan?" Yes, came the answer to this one. And going over and looking down at the mannequin, such as human nature, or our somewhat unstable lighting system on Santa Cruz, that it seemed even to me in that mood that I could discern the merest ghost of a twisted grin on that strange little face beneath the looming, cruelly twisted knot of hangman's rope. I will bring what seemed to me an increasingly absurd performance to its conclusion. I left with definite instructions to dig in the northeast corner of the cellar under Melbourne House, that cellar once devoted to the housing of materials for planters' punches and sangaree, and now fallen to a low estate of habitation for spiders, and perhaps an occasional scorpion thriving in its ancient dust. Chapter 4. Release. My brain, I will confess it, was in a kind of whirl as I drove home that night from Montparnasse House. When I had obediently hung the picture back in its place on my workroom wall, I took a good long searching look at it. It seemed as wooden, as laboriously limbed, as amateurish, as on that day when I had rescued it from the dust-room. There were the strutting St. Thomas gentry and merchants, a lordly group of aristocrats who had come out to see Captain Fawcett die. There, too, were their silken and bemuslined ladyfolk, the Danish soldiers in their box-like Frederick the Great uniforms, the swarming pop-eyed Negroes, the hangman, Fawcett, and his two mates. I went to bed. That had been a strange, weird evening. To dig under my own house, it was too much, and I had promised Gertrude McLean to do so. Promised, too, to destroy this picture the next morning. Awkward, that. Gentlemen do not build bonfires in their backyards in the West Indies. Our very cooking is done on charcoal pots, or on an occasional oil stove. We have no gas, and coal we know only as a commodity for fueling ships. It would have to be a coal pot. That is the idea I carried with me into sleep, the last thing I remembered until the sun, the bright morning sun, saluted me awake. "Keep a fire in the coal pot, Esmeralda, if you please," I called through the bathroom door. "I want to use it myself a little later." I stepped into the workroom to take down the picture. I'd promised to destroy it. I would keep my word. I looked at it for the last time under that clear, pitiless, blazing morning sunlight. Probably the nervous strain had been heavier than I had imagined. I managed to control myself. I made no shamdramadan, which is the blacks' term for foolishness or rascality. I avoided, too, by holding on tight to the table's edge, a kaffoon, which meant a fall. For he was not, it seemed now, and could never indeed have been, if paint is paint, hurtling through the air in his last instant of life, so to express it. The rope, as I looked at it, was unmistakably taut. That deadly knot of 7 turns of good new manila rope must already have struck home under one of those strange little ears into which last night Gertrude McLean and I had. I set my face down for a moment in my shaking hands. The eyes of the figure which we had watched last night. His eyes were unmistakably closed like those of his 2 companions in wickedness. He had joined Captain Fawcett of the fine plum-colored laced coat and Hessian boots. Our pirate really swung now. He was dead, delivered, it came through my shuddering mind, from those uncanny sorceries of Camilla Lanigan, she who had been so strangely respected by the black people of St. Thomas, she who knew their obeah and their voodoo. I pulled down the picture a moment later with a firm hand and laid it out flat on my work table. I cut it into convenient strips for burning in a coal pot. Some of the old brittle paint flaked off in this process, and this I gathered up to the final crumb on a sheet of paper. But for the most part my penknife went cleanly through the old canvas. Downstairs I had found that Esmeralda had gone after the morning's supply of ice for the drinking water with the large thermos bottle, but a glowing coal pot stood on the floor of the little stone gallery outside the kitchen door. Into this I poured the fragments of the chipped paint and watched them bubble and hiss. I thrust in the strips, one after another. They curled, caught, and were swiftly consumed. Then I stirred the charcoal and a few sparks came out. Not a vestige of Camilla Lanigan's picture remained. I should have to wait until Esmeralda was gone for the afternoon and dig in that cellar in the hottest part of the day among the ghosts of wine barrels and demijohns. I stepped out into the yard to investigate. In a shed I found an ancient spade and, best of all, a thing like a mattock which might have been dug up on the site of Persepolis. These I carried down into the dim, cool cellar. With the spade I knocked loose the hooks of a hurricane shutter. That would dissipate the slight musty smell and also provide a better light for me that afternoon. Esmeralda was still bargaining among the bebustled vendors in the market when I returned upstairs to wash my hands. After lunch I waited until I heard Esmeralda leave. I watched the good soul as she walked down the hill through slanted jalousies, and when she passed out of sight around the corner by St. Paul's Church, I locked the front door and descended into the cellar. It was fairly cool and hardly musty at all. I hung my coat on an ancient hand-wrought nail and set to work. The hard pounded earth came away reluctantly as I picked at it, loosening the surface for a hole about 6 feet square. Alternately with this I shoveled out the loose dirt, placing it well to one side so that it would not run back. It was 2 when I began. The fort clock had chimed 3:30 a few minutes before I struck something metallic. It took me at least 15 minutes more before I had uncovered a small iron trunk in the corner of the large square I had opened. I broke the rusty lock with the edge of the spade, raised it, and there before me, and such is human nature that I must say I was more surprised than amazed at the very first, lay, neatly stacked in rouleaus from which the ancient cotton cloth fell away in shreds and flakes, row after row of gold coin, all the coinage of romance. Doubloons, of course, ancient American eagles, louis d'or, even a few East Indian mohurs. In a side compartment by themselves lay carefully packed in an assortment of jeweled implements, jeweled chalices and patens from the loot, doubtless, of those rich Spanish churches of Central and South American seaside cities, perhaps even from Puerto Rico and Santo Domingo. Jewelry, much of it monogrammed, gold plate such as had graced the hospitable boards of many a fabulously rich sugar baron of the islands of the 17th and 18th centuries. At the very bottom of this separate compartment, which was of the capacity of about 1/3 the trunk's cubical contents, lay flattened and stiff a sack of oiled silk. I picked it up and had to untie the leather pouch strings, so well was it preserved. I looked in and then thrust in my right hand, and even in the comparatively dim light of the old cellar, there leaped out at me the myriad coruscations of cut jewels, throwing back the light they had not known for fully a century. My hand was full of jewels, and I had hardly taken off the edge, the very topmost. Diamonds, rubies, sapphires, blazing emeralds. A king's, an emperor's ransom here, in the cellar of Marlborough House. The pirate. He had not misled us. What in God's name did it mean? Well, I had other things to think of besides mooning over that problem there in the cellar with a fair-sized fortune held in my hand, and God knows how much else there in the iron trunk, gold, vessels, jewels. I spent the next half hour carrying the trunk's contents up to my bedroom in the wholly unromantic iron pail in which Esmeralda boils the drinking water. I deposited them all in a kind of order, gold coin altogether, vessels and jewels separate, and 2 bureau drawers, turning out shirts and collars for this accommodation. I locked the drawers, stuffed the shirts into the mahogany wardrobe, placed the bureau key in my pocket, and returned to the cellar. There, by leaving open the old trunk's lid, I was able, in another half hour of feverish work, which left me literally dripping and soaking, to get back and roughly to pound down all the dry earth I had taken out. When I had tossed the spade and mattock behind some ancient lumber, closed and hooked the hurricane shutter, and returned to my bedroom to strip off my soaking clothes before the most refreshing bath I can remember, it was precisely 9 minutes before 5, and Esmeralda would not be back until 5 precisely. Chapter 5. Courteous Interest. I remember sitting about 6:30, fresh and cool now, in white drill, waiting for Esmeralda to announce dinner, with a necklace of emeralds which I had taken out from the rest as soon as I saw it, to give to Miss Gertrude MacLean. I had telephoned to Montparnasse House and explained to her that I must see her as soon as possible. She had arranged that I was to call that evening after dinner. Among other matters, I had been considering my duty with respect to this find. It involved certain responsibilities, I began to see. I resolved to return anything that might prove identifiable. Apparently this was the hoard of some master pirate, possibly even that of Fawcett himself. Its disappearance, or rather the fact that it had never been discovered, was one of the standard mysteries of the islands. How, if that were the case, it had got itself under Marlborough House was apparently an insoluble mystery. I may as well mention here that the restoration has proved an actuality in 1 or 2 cases. A dozen gold spoons, monogrammed, have gone back to the representatives of the Despard family in Christiansted, and a lovely old tulip chalice, filigreed, with its attendant paten all the way to Valparaiso. I dined that evening with the necklace loose in the pocket of my drill jacket. I fear I made only a sketchy meal. Esmeralda seemed disturbed. She thought, good soul, as she told me the next morning, that the crostadas of shellfish had not been up to standard. I had not really been certain what I was eating. On my arrival at Montparnasse House, I felt a note of restraint. It is very hard to describe what I mean. I can only say I felt it. Santa Crucian moods and similar delicacies of feeling are most difficult to describe. I remembered that I had called 3 times in the past 4 days. I was not unwelcome. It was not that. Otherwise, Robert MacLean, Esquire, would have waited perhaps 15 minutes instead of 5 before having a swizzle served. But it was conveyed to me so subtly that I despair of making the matter clear that Mr. and Mrs. MacLean, while recognizing me as an equal and a friend, were not quite clear as to what I was up to. They were not precisely objecting to my coming so often. They wanted me to know that they thought it unusual. That is the best I can do by way of saying how I felt. Mr. MacLean and I conversed about new kinds of canes which were being tried out, about the labor situation, about the pink bullworm and how certain Montserrat cotton planters were meeting its ravages, about the newly inaugurated onion crop, about the perennial subject of the rainfall. The ladies, of course, joined in from time to time as Victorian ladies did, and as Crucian ladies do to this day. But the burden of that evening's conversation lay upon Mr. MacLean and myself. Not so much as the overt flicker of an eyelash served to indicate the natural curiosity of my hosts as to why I was paying their hospitable estate house so many visits, but I could feel it all the time circulating in my blood. It was 9:30 when Miss Gertrude took her courage in her hands, looked straight at me, and said, "May I speak with you aside for a few moments, Mr. Canavan? Father and Mother will excuse us." I rose and followed her out onto the great gallery which runs all along the front of Montparnasse House, and I knew in my blood and bones that Mr. and Mrs. MacLean did not so much as glance at one another when we had left the drawing-room. I could hear their voices as they conversed quietly together all the time we were on the gallery. Miss Gertrude led me to its extreme end, and there, in the mellow light of a full moon, and to the intoxicating accompaniment of jessamine and night tuberose odors, faced me. "I have something for you," said I, and laid the necklace across her hands. "This is for you, Miss Gertrude, with all my gratitude and all my admiration." "But I cannot accept this," she said, looking at the emeralds as they glowed in the moonlight. "You will wear it, I was hoping, on your wedding day." "But, Mr. Canavan, I am not considering being married. I am only 19. "But you will be married some day, God send, happily. Keep the necklace, and bring it out when that delightful young gentleman who may be halfway worthy of you comes along. Let it be a portion of your trousseau." "But I am not interested in delightful young gentlemen, Mr. Canavan." This conversation, it seemed to me, had got rather far away from what Miss Gertrude had summoned me out there on the gallery to talk about. She was speaking again. "I do not see why you should suggest such a thing to me, Mr. Canavan." Women. I should never understand them. This, at the moment, I felt instinctively, hopelessly. I remembered sharply that almost telepathic feeling I have mentioned on my arrival. "I am sure I ask your pardon if I have offended you," I said lamely, and stood aside waiting for her to precede me back into the drawing-room. I bowed slightly to indicate that I was waiting for her to pass. I think I may have even made a slight, indicative motion of the hand. But she did not move, and I looked down at her, troubled, vaguely puzzled. Was this the simple, sweet Miss Gertrude who had entered into the comedy of that picture with an almost childish enthusiasm? That picture! I think I shuddered slightly. She reached out the necklace toward me, but I did not take it back. With the strangest, most poignant look on her face, she was speaking again. Like Annie Laurie's, her voice is low and sweet. All the phrases of that ballad of sentimental nonsense, as I was suddenly reminded, looking down at her, fit her like a glove. I think you have failed to understand me, and that is why you are vexed, Mr. Canavan. You see, I cannot accept your gift. I am no longer a child, you will remember, and such a gift could come only from a near relative, or... She looked down. Her courage had given out. I saw her face, red as a red rose in the faint whiteness of that pouring moonlight. The delicate moaning coo of a disturbed wood dove came through the silent mahogany trees, and a little faint puff of the evening trade wind came wandering across the sea, across acres of sweet grass. Light came to me then, and blinded me. Or one who is to be your husband, I finished for her, bending my head toward her. She did not move, and I reached out and took both her dear hands in mine, where they lay like lilies. The necklace hung across her wrists between us. It was, suddenly, as though Annie Laurie played very softly and sweetly, and yet somehow madly, played by many well-tuned violins and fairy horns, surged all about me, and it went to my head like strong wine. "And will you let me be that one?" I asked her quietly. She left her hands where they were, and raised her lovely face and looked at me, all her shame gone now, and I took her into my arms. A little after we went back into the drawing-room, Mr. and Mrs. McLean were chatting quietly, precisely as we had left them. I bowed to both of them. "I must not delay the happiness I have in informing you," said I, and the words seemed to come to me with a clarity almost uncanny, the right words for such an announcement, "that I expect to have the honor of becoming your son-in-law. But assure you no one, not even a Canavan, can get ahead of a real Crucian of the old Scottish gentry when it comes to these matters of courtesy." "We are happy to welcome you into the family, Gerald," said Mrs. McLean, without the flicker of an eyelash. She rose and made me a quaint, old-world courtesy, and I bowed in return as she resumed her chair. Mr. McLean took his wife's hand in his and said, "My wife has spoken for both of us, Mr. Canavan." "Gerald has given me this," said Gertrude, and laid the necklace, blazing now under the electric chandelier in her mother's lap. Mrs. McLean examined it with interest, polite interest. Its value would easily have purchased estate Montparnasse. Yes, and several other contiguous estates thrown in. "It is very kind of him," said she, and handed the necklace back to her daughter. Gertrude gave it to her father to examine. He looked at it with much the same type of merely courteous interest, and then clasped the lovely thing about his daughter's neck, which is like the swan, as Annie Laurie has it. He kissed her gravely on her white forehead. "We must have in a bottle of champagne to drink your health," said he, and paused to bow to me again as he left the room to get it. Chapter 6. Requiescat in pace. Of course, I told Mrs. Desmond about everything, but no information could I derive from her that would throw any light on anything. She would only say, "After I'm dead, Mr. Canavan." But on the matter of the picture's destruction, she waxed eloquent. "God be praised," said she, "that the fearful thing is no more. 'Twas my poor mother, God rest her soul, that was always wishful of having it destroyed and never daring. And as for me, Mr. Canavan, as I've told you, there was more than paint went into it. But I believe every word. 'Tis enough of my Aunt Camilla's capabilities that I've heard about to leave no doubt in my mind. After I'm dead, Mr. Canavan, after I'm dead and not before." And that was all we were able to learn. We had been married less than 2 months. The restoration of my estate was only just beginning to be underway, when Mrs. Desmond departed this life at the age of 76. The English church was full, St. Paul's, and so too was the churchyard itself, for virtually the entire island turned out to pay its last respects to one of its most notable old inhabitants, a member of the old island gentry who passed these days one by one. Gertrude and I had come back on foot from the funeral. It is only a step to Marlborough House, where we were living until the estate house should be ready. From the funeral, to be met by a young colored fellow, a clerk in Lawyer Esperson's employ. He handed me a long envelope and asked for a receipt, which I gave him. The envelope addressed to me was one of Lawyer Esperson's. I tore it open, and within a brief document also addressed to me, and in the fine, beautifully formed, almost continental handwriting of Miss Desmond herself. I called Gertrude, and we sat down together, and I read it out. Dear Mr. Canavan, I have left instructions with Esperson that this is to be handed to you after my burial. I told you that I would clear up certain matters for you after I was gone. There are two mysteries connected. One is why I would not touch a penny's value of what you discovered under Melbourne House. The other is how the evil takings of a free trader could come there, to the residence of a respectable family. I shall hope to clear up both of these. As to how it was done, God and Satan know. I cannot tell you that. But this much I can and will tell you. Even before my time, we of the gentry have been constrained to marry among ourselves. It's new blood like your own these islands are needing. I hope you will remain now that you are to be married, and to one of a blood as good as your own. For the reason I mention, we are mostly related like royalty. I was courted by my cousin, James Desmond, whom I married. It was the uncle of my husband, Saul Macartney, who sought to marry my Aunt Camilla Lanigan in the generation before mine. This Saul was the only living child of his father, Thomas Macartney, who lived here on Santa Cruz and was a merchant and ship-owner in the island trade. It is because James Desmond was his nephew that Melbourne House came to us by inheritance. It belonged to Saul Macartney. This young gentleman was accustomed to go about the islands in charge of his father's vessel, the Hope, and in the intervals of these voyages he would be courting my Aunt Camilla Lanigan in St. Thomas. A young man he was, so it is said, with but little of the fear of God, and none of the love in his heart. When his father died, leaving him Melbourne House, the ships, 3 sugar estates, and a grand store here in Frederickstead, he was not content to marry my Aunt Camilla and settle down. Off he went in the Hope again before his father was well settled in his grace. And on that very voyage from which my Aunt Camilla had sought to dissuade him, the Hope was captured off Caracas by Fawcett himself. Saul Macartney, willing as always to turn to his own advantage what might betide, joined Fawcett and rose to be second in command to the bloodiest villain that ever scourged the Caribbean. Now I am thinking you began to see light. The connection with the picture. What depended on that bitter fact? It had not been known to me before you dug it up that treasure had been placed under Melbourne House. But consider, Mr. Canavan, where better? It was Saul Macartney's property, and only came indeed into the hands of my husband, James Desmond, his nephew, on Macartney's disgraceful death on the gallows in St. Thomas. Nothing could have been easier for him to come ashore here, and Captain Fawcett with him belike, and do as he pleased on his own property. The people would bow to the ground before a free trader in those days, and the fat of the land was not too good for them. Many had their fine houses ashore. Was not Henry Morgan himself knighted and made lieutenant governor of Jamaica? Saul Macartney went and came as he wished, and even sought to continue his courtship with my Aunt Camilla Lanigan. It was that which roused the bitter hatred of her against him, Mr. Canavan, and woe betide the man that roused my Aunt Camilla Lanigan to hate. For she knew how to hate, and how to make her hatred count. And may God, our Heavenly Father, have mercy on her soul. Anne Jane Desmond. That was all. Granting it was true, and it was plausible enough to be sure, it cleared up much that had been obscure. The identity of the pirate mate, for example. But as Mrs. Desmond herself had said, it could not clear up how the thing had been brought about. Granted that Camilla Lanigan had acquired skill in black magic, and that is a great deal to grant in any such case, or any case at all. The rest fitted together like the halves of a trysting ring. I saw it all from that point of view, and I shuddered internally. I raised my head and looked at my dear wife. Her eyes were shining, and there was in them rather more than a suspicion of tears. "What a vengeance," she said in her low, sweet voice. "Saul Macartney, choosing the life of a free trader as against that of a decent merchant, reduced to what appeared on that canvas. Well, he is released now, Gerald. We released him, and he has rewarded us. I think we should pray for the repose of his soul. He is a century behind the others in purgatory." "You believe," said I. "If I were not certain you would call me Victorian," my dear wife smiled through that suspicion of tears,
I should say, there are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio.
We shall have to let it go at that, I imagine, said I. But I am going to give St. Paul's Church a complete new set of altar hangings in brocades, with some such ideas you've suggested. Which idea? Inquired my wife. For the repose of his soul, I answered. End of West India Lights by Henry S. Whitehead.